Welcome, esports enthusiasts, TUPians, and gamers all around the world. Welcome to the greatest tournament TUP Gear has ever conducted in the history of collegiate tournaments. Welcome to the 2023 Gear Games League of Legends edition. My name is Salvatore, and I'm joined here by my friend Freisty casting today's action. And nandito na tayo, nakasambit na tayo sa finals, mga kaibigan. And we're actually gonna start from bottom to top. Literally, we're going to ascend towards the top. A matchup of the ages, Lola Sen versus Kulto. And Harvey, paalala ka naman sa ating mga manonood ngayon, no?
Ayun, hello sa mga nanonood dyan. Good afternoon. I am Freisty. I'm super glad to participate in this GG LOL 2023. It's actually my first time casting here a live League of Legends tournament, but I will do my best and I hope everyone will be satisfied with what I will say and with what I will contribute to this live. Thank you.
Yun. So, I wish you good luck and sana maging memorable casting mo to, Harvey, because it's one of the few opportunities na ako rin, thankful rin ako sa pagiging caster din ng TP Gear. But other than that, before we do head on over for today's event, this tournament will not be conducted without the help of TUP Gear.
Yes, TUP Gear, the home of the Gearhawks. TUP Gear is the premier esports organization here in TUP Manila. Compete in tournaments like Gear Games, which is happening currently, and Ascend. Have fun and socialize with our public games and podcasts, and style up your drip with our GHX jersey and lanyard. Kung sasabihin ko lang talaga, napakaganda ng jersey at ng lanyard. I promise you that. So, to be updated with everything in the system, like and follow by heading over to one of our socials or kung gusto nyo, lahat na rin ng socials namin. That's facebook.com/tupgear, twitter.com/tupgear, and tiktok.com/tupgear. Hashtag gear on everybody.
And as well as to our friends and partners from Acad Arena, the home of Filipino campus esports. Want to bring your esports to your school? The Acad Arena Alliance program is here for you. Alliance member clubs get access to the Alliance Games mentorship and event support. Learn how to join the Alliance today at acadarena.com/alliance. Get updates by liking and following its Facebook page by heading on over to facebook.com/Acad Arena GG. Here, it's not just play. Harvey, napakalupit talaga ng laban na to. Spinoli ko na siguro kanina kung ano yung magiging itsura ng bracket natin. We're gonna start from bottom to top, literally ascend. It's between Lola Sen versus Kulto. Bigyan kita siguro ng background, no, kasi you personally hindi mo alam kung sino yung mga magsasabak ngayon. Pero for Lola Sen, it's quite actually the connotated super team of Gear Games. Bakit nga naman talaga? Three of its players previously competed in the concluded Alliance Game Split 2 2022 League of Legends, Monstrum Bell Prodigium. They have placed 7 to 8 place and now magkakasik sila ng dilem dito sa Gear Games. The pressure is on Tukulto to absolutely be the underdogs and put LOL Ascend out of contention. So anything you could say about this matchup today?
Actually, no, based sa sinabi mo sa Ascend, I think they have a bit of an upper hand. Sa experience pa lang kasi they participated, sabi mo nga, in Ascend 2022. Pero I think hindi naman ganun kalaking problema yon since Kulto has been one hell of a game on their own. They faced up with harder enemies in the lower rounds. So I think based on experience, Ascend have an upper hand. But Kulto, I think they will still do their best. I think I consider them as underdogs since hindi nga sila ganun kakilala dito sa GG LOL. So both teams, good luck and I hope they do their best.
Kaya nga nasabi ko, lahat naman is, anything can happen here at the field of a Summoner's Rift. But what I feel like Kulto still has the chance because they had it rough entering into this bracket. So hindi naging madali para sa kanila. So if they instill that competitive spirit and play like like everything is on the line, I feel like pwede pa silang makasabak dito sa MVP sa MVP sa LoL Ascend because bit of spoiler, some of these players haven't actually played quite some league for the past few days. So they might have been rusty. They could probably be prone to mistakes. And ayun yung feeling ko pwede nilang ikatalo. Kasi isipin naman natin, Feisty, it's a best of one. So upsets are very very here presented onto the plate. So if I am Lola Send, I will not be sitting in my back just now. May laban pa rin tayo. So it's just game face mode right now. So ano ba bang iniintay natin, Feisty? Ikaw, ready ka na ba sa labanan natin today?
Actually, ready na ako. Punong-puno na yung sikmura ko. Kaya ko na sikmurain kung ano mang mga play, kung ano mang mga comebacks ang mangyayari dito sa GGLOL 2023.
Okay, so yun na nga. You're ready, I'm ready. Let's head on over to Champ Select, ladies and gentlemen, because right now, I am just so excited to how this draft will pan out. Hindi ko alam kung ano yung magiging draft ni Lola Sandito and as well as Kulto. So there's just a lot of things that are going to happen here because one, we don't know the champion pool of both of these teams. Yes, alam ko naglaro sila last year, but metas are changing. Some champions are no longer viable in this meta, and some just lifted out of the blue like Silas Jungle and as well as the emergence of a Maokai support or Maokai jungle. Ikaw, Harvey, I feel like you have a very long and extensive study sa laro ngayon. So you as a top laner, of course, ano bang kinakaabangan mong matchup dito sa top lane?
I think ako medyo nagre-rely lang ako sa meta and I think yun nga sabi mo medyo confusing na yung champion pool kasi nga compared last year, nag-iba na talaga yung meta ngayon. Lalo na yung pinapasikat ng famous ni Keria, yung mga ADC support, yung mga off-meta picks na support. I think sa yung Kulto siguro or yung Ascend magfa-follow sa ganong type ng gameplay. Pero ako personally, I think we will see a few meta champions here and there. But otherwise, I also agree with you on na medyo unpredictable nga yung picks since hindi naman to pro play, this is still collegiate level tournaments. I still think many of the players here will pick their main champions. So I think ayun, nakaabang rin talaga ako sa kung ano man ipipick nila. Pero I'm still leaning on sa medyo meta picks na mga champions.
So why don't we go on ahead and look at the comments, no, Harvey? Because nagrarampa na sila dito sa comments. Shout out to all the 53 viewers that are currently tuning into Gear Games LOL 2023. Di lang ito yung unang laban na makikita nyo ngayong araw. Meron pa tayong susunod after neto. And shout out to everyone. Shout out kay Mark Christian Balagot, the co-founder of TUP Gear, as well as kay John Lord Dalawa. Kuya Brock, hello sa inyo. Sino pa ba? Sean Cameron Dom Lau, hello sa'yo. And as well as to all the viewers that are currently watching. Ikaw, Harvey, baka may gusto kong batiin.
Ayun, thank you sa mga kaibigan ko dyan na nanonood. Thank you sa moral support. Although hindi ko kayo masyado makita, alam ko naman pinanonood nyo. Thank you, thank you. I hope masatisfy kayo. And dun sa 53 viewers, I hope every one of you will enjoy the show, enjoy the ride. Thank you po.
Shout out kay Adrian Franco, kay Dwarfy, player of the week, and as well as kay graduated diff John Paul Valencia Jong. Shout out sa iyo. And John Louie, ang pinaka-bossing natin kung bakit may GGLOL. Pero balik na tayo sa laro because bannings have now begun as we see Cassante and Aurelion Sol banned, two of which can be prone to a lot of plays. Actually, cross-map plays kasi ang ganda ng roaming potential ng Aurelion Sol. Ayaw ata nila magawa yun kasi baka wala pa silang blueprint para kumounter ng Aurelion Sol. Cassante, medyo nag-fall off sa meta pero alam natin na pwede pa rin siyang magamit when there is a bruiser pick sa kalaban. So, pag may Jax, pag may Aurelia, pag may Fiora, pwedeng-pwede ang Cassante dyan. So, yun natin ginagawa ni LoL Ascend. So, feeling ko rin hindi rin alam ni Melon kung paano tapatan yung Cassante kaya naban din yun. And the Kai'Sa is targeted towards Dwarfy. Of course, it's one of his signature champions. So good presence of mind ban for Kulto. And now the first phase of picks and bans have now been the first phase of bans have now been concluded. First pick now lies on to Kulto. Maokai is open, Vi is open, Wukong is open, and they choose to hover onto the Lulu na pwedeng i-partner sa open na Zeri ngayon, Harvey. Any thoughts so far?
Ayan, 'di ba, yun nga tulad nga nung, sinabi ko kanina marami tayong makikitang meta champions na dito pa lang sa banning phase, Alistar super, super meta ngayong patch either as a support or as a top laner. Super ganda ng Alistar pang-counter ng mga bruiser top laners or maybe an engaged support if you will. Dun naman sa Aurelion Sol, I agree with you yung cross map plays ng Aurelion Sol lalo na kapag tumaas-taas yung stacks niya sa mid to late game, super punishable sa enemy team kapag na-pick yung Aurelion Sol. Dito sa Lulu pick, yun, sabi ko, Lulu and Zeri, super meta, super lakas, open yung Zeri. We'll just see kung ipipick yung Zeri. Now, Kayo is picking. So, ayun, nakuha yung Lucian though. So, I think they will pick, ayun, tama, Nami, di ba? Super meta. Super meta pick, Nami
Wala pa
Lucian.
din pagbabago sa mga taong 'to. Wala pa rin talaga. Sige, Lucian namin. I mean, I can't blame them. It's one of the few effective bot lanes so far. Kahit ano pang nerf mo sa Electrocute, kahit ano pang nerf mo sa utility ng Nami, Lucian is one of the very, very good all-ins as an ADC, and pair it with a high utility and high damage support like Nami, it can go as hand to glove. Parang sukat na sukat talaga. Grabe yung synergy ni
Parang ano
ni
perfectly
Lucian
fit
na.
talaga sila eh. So, hindi
Yeah.
talaga natin masisisi na Nami talaga ang mag-go in with Lucian, no?
So ang counteract dito ni Kulto is they also first two picks Lulu and as well as Saya. So to probably even out some of the all-in potentials of Lucian and Nami. Kung isipin di naman ganoon siguro kalakas yung level 2 ng Saya tsaka ng Lulu. Pero siguro as long as they scale, hindi sila magpapahuli. If they farm good enough to the point na bigla na lang mabibehind si Dwarfihi, I should say, to some of the ganks, I feel like Kulto can have an edge here on the bot lane if Ascend plays towards the kasi if I may, as a jungler main, all you have to do is play bot lane and somehow you absolutely win the game. Some of these scaling bot laners right now, Kai'Sa, Lucian, and Kai'Sa, Lucian, as well as Zeri, can benefit heavily when they have a good lead kasi madali na lang i-snowball sa kanila yun. Pwera na lang kung may hard CC ang Kulto. And right now, we have now entered the second phase of bans right now. So they are missing a top laner and as well as a mid laner. A Sylas band could possibly be prominent here because of the picks currently. Kitang-kita naman nun na meron silang Nami and as well as Pantheon. So they have a good engage once Sylas does get that. So they opted for a Lissandra ban.
Now, I think, based dun sa sinabi mo, bot lane yun talaga parang mostly yun ang nagiging win condition ng mga matchup sa pro play ngayon. And I think, dahil nga puro bot lane naka-focus, top lane tends to pick champions that can hold them, like that can hold themselves as a solo. Parang solo, island ko tong top lane, wag kayo pupunta dito, mag-focus lang kayo sa bot lane. So I think dahil nga sa meta na yun, madalas pinipick ang Gnar, makikita natin yung Gnar, makikita natin si Yone for his engage kapag nga sa team fight to follow up the bot lane. So ayun, tignan lang natin kung paano mag-a-adjust ang mid at ang picks ng Kulto at ng Ascent.
So good ban so far, which is an Ornn. It's not one of those few prominent top laners kasi feel ko parang okay na siguro na magdagdag pa sila ng isa pang bruiser sa lineup nila para mas maganda yung scaling. And I feel like this Ornn ban is targeted to kasi wala silang masyadong burst type of damage so far. I think the Ornn ban is very a safe ban para sa Lucian tsaka Nami. And right now, second phase has now started. We are still waiting in for a Sylas pick. Ayan na nga sinasabi ko sa'yo, pre. Open ang
Ayan
Sylas.
Hino-hover na.
So ang pwedeng gawin dito ni Kulto is probably pick Victor or Ryze kasi pwede nilang gamitin yun pang lockdown sa Nami or even a Pantheon. It's one of those few champions that can outrange a Pantheon's all-in by just going in for the passive shield. And first to build Roa is the meta right now. So yun, Fiora ang hino-hover
Fiora,
dito ni
super meta
Kulto.
sa top.
And Lola Sen now has the edge because they still don't have a top laner locked in. Fiora is the champion that will be locked in for Kulto. There it is. Ascend now has the upper edge. They could probably pick Aatrox in this or even Irelia. It is open. So topside is also a skill matchup. Or pwede ilabas ni Heikusen ng legendary Kennen niya or even a Shen. Open na open to mga kaibigan. So waiting na waiting lang talaga kasi it's still one of those few champions na alam nating off meta but onto the hands of someone who has great expertise, it could definitely lead to a good win.
Wow.
Oh, 'di ba? Sabi sa'yo,
Oh,
ayun na. So,
'di
oh,
ba?
okay. So, thoughts naman, RB. So, tingin mo, makakakita ba tayo ng ano, ng Kennen?
Actually, nabigla ako sa Timo or Kennen, pero ayun, how do you pronounce? Olik locked into his Kennen. I think I should upload Kulto for their blind picks of Fiora. Even though super meta ng Fiora, super strong ng Fiora ngayong patch. Blind pick, super risky play, high risk, high reward play ang blind picks of Fiora. And I think based lang sa Ken and Fiora matchup, super skill relevant talaga siya, skill dependent siya. Kung sino makaka-snowball sa top lane, I think will have a higher odds of taking up the game. So ayun, Fiora and Kennen, hindi ako makapagboto, pareho silang pantay. So we'll just see on how the matchup sa top will end up.
And now the champions have now been finalized, ladies and gentlemen. Cast your votes in the comments below. Sino ang a-advance sa finals dito? Is it going to be Lola Send or Kulto, ASC win or KLT win? Kitang-kita naman, dumadayo na nga dito yung ating mga tauhan from TUP Gear and all over the world.
Wait lang,
Kitang-kita.
Salvatore, ikaw ba? Tatanungin na kita, Salvatore. Sino
Si,
boto mo? Sino boto mo?
Siyempre, cool to win tayo. Ano ba 'yan? May pinagpipilian pa ba 'yun? Kitang-kita
Okay,
naman
sige,
lahat
sige.
kami cool to win tayo dito. So ikaw ba? Ikaw ba, Harvey? Sino bang binoboto mo dito?
Ako actually I will take up a set para lang meron tayong pag-uusapan.
Hindi,
Pero
hindi.
personally, hindi,
Alam
hindi,
mo alam mo pre alam mo pre minsan nakakaengganyo kaya ng mga teams yung
ano,
walang boboto sa kanila. Yung kulto ka na lang.
sumasakay lang sa bandwagon. Walang bumoboto ta's magugulat tayo sila pala yung panalo 'no? Walang bumoto pero
Cool to
nanalo
win
'no?
all the way pre, cool to win. Not even close, grabe. Easy 1-0 ang kulto.
I think hindi ako magpapatalo. I will take up on Ascend dahil nga sinabi ko
Sige,
kanina
sige.
they are experienced in this type of collegiate tournament. So, boto ko Ascend. I hope you win me on this one. Nasa inyong pananampalataya ko, Ascend. Good luck. Pero syempre good luck rin sa Kulto. Good luck for both teams. I hope we have a great match up ahead.
Shout out to the growing viewers. 57 na sila mga kaibigan and we're still waiting for the spectator delay to die out. I hope every one of you is having a fantastic Saturday afternoon. Time check 4:03 p.m. and the action is still not inside of the Summoner's Rift but in few moments time masasaksihan nyo na ang first game of Gear Games 2023 League of Legends between Kulto and Ascend. And Harvey, so far, kahit hindi ka pa nagkakas mismo ng laro, your experience, can you dial us out sa anong nararamdaman mo ngayon? Do you see yourself casting more League of Legends in the future ba?
To be completely honest with you, I think I will hold on to this casting career up until I grow old or up until makahanap ako siguro ng stable job. Pero for me, casting is slowly starting to run deep inside me and I want to learn more about the meta. I want to study more. And sana sa susunod na cast ko, I will contribute more information sa ating audience para mas lalo silang maalam sa games na nilalaro or pinapanood nila. Ayun lang, again, thank you again for Gear Games League of Legends. I'm super thankful for this one. This is my first experience and I hope sa lahat ng viewers, each one of you will enjoy.
Idol Friesty, yumayanig ka na naman daw sabi ng comments natin. Tigil mo na kasi yung pagkuyakoy, pre. Para
Hindi,
hindi ka na
actually yung
yumayanig.
camera lang yun.
Kami yung kinakabahan sa'yo. Baka dyan sa panig ng mundo ka lang lumilindol. Tas sa amin, hindi eh. Baka na. Asan ka ba?
Well, andito lang naman ako sa bahay. It's just actually my camera.
Oo, camera lang.
Nahahanginan kasi ng
Hindi ako
electric fan.
binubuli guys. Camera lang naman daw pala eh. Okay, so yun, Harvey, like you said, LOL Ascend ang iyong pambato. And actually, two of these players actually are also former players of MVP. So parang when you sum things up, 5 silang naglalarong MVP sa GG LOL. So masasabi mo ba rin bang super team sila? Kasi parang kanina binigyan na kita ng rundown kung sino yung mga players na sasali. And it's not just this team that is denoted as a super team. So tingin mo ba mawawala yung connotation na yun kasi alam naman natin na lahat ng teams na 'to is malalakas on their own will.
I think for me, the label super team is quite overrated. I wouldn't consider one team a super team just because meron lang mas maraming player na former MVP player sa team na yon. Pero ako kasi I consider myself an individual skill that all comes together to win the game. So I think
Hmm.
if dalawang member ng MVP ang nandun sa isang team pero hindi maganda ang kanilang teamwork, hindi sila nagsisynchronize compared sa other team, I still think the other team will win ultimately. So ayun, yun yung thoughts ko about the super team.
Parang trash talk ata yun. Payag kayo dun guys, tina-trash talk niya yung isang
Ay
team na
hindi hindi naman.
hindi muna natin papangalanan for the sake of element of surprise. Pero parang ngayon pa lang no nagkakabanteran na kaagad dito yung mga teams. So, once again, good luck to Team LOL Ascendant as well as Team Kulto. I hope you guys whip out your greatest competitive spirit for you to guys to advance in the finals. Like I said, hindi pa ito yung unang laban sa ating Gear Games 2023. Meron pang mamaya after this series. Like I said, it is best of one. First game, a nice game. Wala na, tapos na, advance na kagad sa finals. And for everyone's di sila uuwi ng luhaan. Alam naman natin na these types of tournaments tend to have a reward. Of course, these people that will win champion will win each 2,150 RP. Grabe nga naman.
Uy,
Ikaw,
grabe
Harvey,
yun.
tingin mo anong magagawa mo sa 2,150 RP?
Actually,
Tingin mo.
personally, ngayon meron ngayong skin sale sa league. So I think I will buy the skins that I like there. Especially yung Empyrean Jhin is I'm actually a Jhin main bukod sa pagiging top lane. I play Jhin casually. Although hindi ako competitive na Jhin player, I actually play the champion and I like the Empyrean skin line. Lahat ng skins sa Empyrean skin line are all good. So I think doon ko igagastos. So ayun, nagsimula na yung game. Here we go.
Ayan na nga guys, finally the break and delay is now over. We have now entered Summoner's Rift territory. This is game number 1, Lola Sand versus Kulto. And as we're seeing right now, early on, Lola Sand is going in for a position in the bot lane. Invade, there is someone right there, it's Vittori. He gets stunned by Yasuo, but he's now continuously running away. He still has flash up, Obscure and heal from the Lulu. One more hit will do it. The Ignite is sticking Scorch. 1 HP na buhay pa. Isang one hit na lang. Takbo kaibigan. Oh my god. Kayu goes in for the flash E. First blood secured by Lola's Head. The fight is not done. He gets trapped into the rock in a hard place. But here comes the re-engage coming from the side of Lola's Head. Oh my god. It's a party. D&D launches in onto Kayu. D&D will probably be the next victim of death. But he's continuously running away from the shield of Lulu. 1 for 1 so far.
Nako, hiningal agad ako sa early gameplay na yon. Wala pang jungle camps, wala pang minions nagkakapatayan na nagkakagastusan na agad ng summoner spell. Grabe naman yung Kulto and LoL Ascent. Masyado niyo naman sineryoso yung sinabi ko na napalakihin niyo yung game na to. Grabe naman yan.
My god. Kala ko nice game na kagad eh. Pero 1 for 1 pa rin ang trade as Lola Send and Kulto gets 1 kill after the other. So napunish nila yung pagkawala ng summoner spells. D&D doesn't have teleport and flash as well. So Kayu could probably go in for a level 3 clear tapos pwede niyang i-punish dito si D&D kung ganun man yung mangyayari. But I feel like that won't be the case because Sylas has a really bad clear. So hindi ko siya nakikitang mag-go on sa mga full clear. I feel like level 3 pa rin yung mananaig dito. Bot lane is trading left and right. Lucian Nami definitely has a good early game so far. Heikusen aka Melon locks in his signature cannon. And it's looking like a pretty damn bad matchup so far for D&D as it is a range matchup and Beelzebub is taking so much damage from this Lucian Nami combo. You do not fare up that combination, no? Wait lang muna tayo. We are still fixing some things inside of this game. Casters ka muna tayo dito. But, like I said, it is 1 for 1. Harvey, grabe nga talaga yung mga labanan dito sa Gear Games.
Tama ka naman, Salvatore.
Anything you
Super
want to say?
fiery agad. Pero yung comments ko sa early gameplay nila, since nasabi nga natin champion drafts pa lang, if if Lulu and Zaya can stay safe in the lane, can farm, can scale, they can win the bot lane matchup. Pero mukhang magiging mahirap yun sa kanila considering sila ang unang naubusan ng summoner spell tapos na
Oh
first
my
blood pa si
god.
Zaya.
Efron ganks in on the ball. It's a 3v2, but Warpy takes out Missouri into the conversation quickly. Beelzebub doesn't have no flash, and Warpy is still hitting, but the minions is stopping him from another pursuit of kill. Saffron, pwede na siyang gumangsa na, but the positioning is too better for LOL Ascend. I feel like that is a failed gank, but that is a punishment that they will have to take another day. My god, DND is not having a good experience so far in the top side. Ikaw ba, pre? Parang, of course, a top laner, you feel like range matchups are a hell, so anything you would like to add up on
I
that?
I agree with you. Range matchups, lahat ng range players na top laner should just be executed. Ay,
Wow!
sorry, joke lang.
Okay,
Pero
wow! Okay,
ganun kalaki, ganun kahirap yung matchup against a range champion kung top laner ka. Tapos sinabi ko nga ngayong meta, madalas maging solo ang top laner kasi nakafocus sa bot lane ang game. So I think Fiora will have a hard time. But then again, Fiora does have a gap closer with her Q and meron pa siyang repost with her W which can stun Kennen with his skill shots or something else. So I think skill matchup talaga ang naka-base sa top lane. So though whoever wins the top lane can snowball to other lanes, can help other lanes and can help them win the game. So ayun, pero range matchups in general is hard for a melee champion sa top.
Triple longsword for Dwarfihi. Definitely has a lot in the bag from taking first strike as his primary keystone. So parang ang laki na ng AD advantage dito ni Dwarfihi. So parang doon pa lang lumalakas na yung all-in potential nila. Despite the experience deficit, pwede mabalik kagad to ni Dwarfihi because he does have a good CS lead and gets denied by some gets quite a bit of punishment from not going into the lane much faster. Kasi alam naman natin na merong speed boost dito sa Missouri. So, feeling ko yun ata yung naging factor yun para bumalik kagad si Missouri sa lane. Parang mas experience niya. Although the level is a 15 lead of a legend. So, what can we add on here so far? So, waitings lang no. 2-kill lead for LOL Ascend. Kulto is still waiting for that momentum shifted towards them. All lanes have to be in good situation so far. Countergang by Saffron, and Caillou is the primary target for Kulto. Oh my god, Saffron is close to low, but that's just his decoy. Grand Starfall called in by Yasuo, pero wala na nagawa. Oh my god, internet issues by Yasuo. Called in onto a pause. Ayan na nga sinasabi ko sa inyo, kaibigan. Oh my god, would have been such a good play by the Pantheon's Grand Starfall. Pero nagank ng sarili niyang internet.
Napakagandang play, sinira ng sariling wifi.
Yan ang sinasabi ko sa inyo, guys. These things tend to happen here. Alam naman natin online game. Fear. Maya-maya babalik rin tayo sa mga madugong labanan at the adventures of bot lane between Kulto and Ascend. Good initiation actually. They actually ang ganda ng counteract ni Kulto, no? They know that Caillou will gank the bot lane and the pathing from Saffron was towards bot lane, no? So kaya nakabalik na siya agad. Meanwhile, Yasuo is now back into the game, and that is a death onto the Wukong, death onto the Saya, and a casualty as well as to Beelzebub. Secured double kill by Dwarfihi, and LOL Ascend is still onto the board. I don't know what the hell happened, but LOL Ascend executed that situation perfectly into their favor.
Ayun, 'di ba? Doon na nga naglala yung sinasabi ko na super reliant sa bot lane, and I think LOL Ascent knows that their win condition is on
My
bot
god,
lane. So I think
top
he's
side,
tapping
slicing
it.
Maelstrom activated, DND tumatakbo, flash, but oh my god, Heikusen is going for an aggro play, but meanwhile into the mid lane, Yasuo is putting on the punishment onto aside from me with an empowered Comet Spear. This man is insane. Heikusen is very aggressive with that flash Q, no, Thundering Shuriken. Hindi pa rin nawala si DND sa mapa, but either way, he still has good lane situation onto the top side. 5-kill lead from LOL Ascend as Caillou, the Sylas jungle enthusiast himself, is having a good lead so far into the jungle kasi ang dali i-punish ng Sylas jungle, pre, sobrang bagal niyan mag-clear, but we're not seeing that from Kulto themselves.
Tama ka, no? Ang bagal ng jungle clear. Oh wait,
Wait,
Nagi
oh my god, take a look at Saffron. Wants to run away from Caillou because of level deficit, but I feel like that is still a secured cap from Caillou. Good try from Saffron, no? Kasi at least he knows what the timers are for the Silas. So parang doon pa lang naging maganda na yung positioning niya. But that is not enough because counter jungling is absolutely bad right now, especially in this early stages of the game. 5-kill lead pa rin ang LoL Ascend natin, mga kaibigan, and you're tuning into game number 1 between LoL Ascend and Kulto. And take a look at Yasuo goes in from the Aegis of Z, taking some good damage towards to the Annie because he does have red buff, getting punished by the Comet Spear from Yasuo. That is a former MVP. MVP Bin, shout out sa iyo. Good name change. Bakit ka kaya nag-name change? Ang angas-angas naman ng pangalan mo nung nakaraan. Ayoko na lang sabihin. Ayan na lang natin yung mga nanonood kung ano man yung pangalan mo. Take a look at Dwarfies. All in. Missouri taking some load of punishment. Aqua Prison does not hit, but Dwarfie forces something out of that fight. A potion now pop. Low health Missouri. It's still going to be a push lane. Take a look at Silas onto the bot side. He's there into the bush. Waiting lang. There's going to be a dive. It's a level 6 Caillou. There it is. Wild Growth now hijacked by the Silas, but the tower is being aggroed onto Dwarfie, but still a kill onto Missouri. That is a trade so far. Execute Icon. Worth on that. Abduct hits onto him. Wild Growth and Click secures the kill like the support he is. Good pick up onto the bot lane by the jungler of LoL Ascend.
super daming action ang nangyayari sa bot lane. Pareho kasi magi-scale yung bot lane ng both teams eh. Pero I think medyo lumalamang na nga si Dwarfie at si Nami compared kay Zaya at kay Lulu kasi yun nga medyo kinakamp na sila nung Silas, and feeling ko rin LoL Ascend knows that their win condition relies on their bot lane. So I think they're trying to feed their bot lane at the same time trying to get the enemy bot lane behind. So para makalamang sila sa late game and sa mid game.
Grabe talaga yung kinukuha nilang lead so far. Take a look at Missouri. Wala talaga siya nagagawa sa punishment ng isang Lucian with a good lead early into this game. Good, medyo weird lang na hindi niya inuno yung Essence River, no? So, I feel like yung ipon niyang pera from first strike and his CS lead paved him the opportunity to have Noon Quiver as his primary item. Ang ganda kasi ng pang wave clear ng Noon Quiver, and its bonus damage is a good enough amplification para mag-all-in ka as a Lucian. Caillou so far is doing a good job rotating to every part of the map except Dragon. Aqua Prison hits onto Missouri, and the combo is now land by the ball lane. Grab Starfall just for desperate measures. 3v1. Beelzebub will has no room to run for. Oh my goodness. It's a fiesta in the bot lane. It's a camping site for LoL Ascend. Another kill onto Dwarfie and as well as a Yasuo. Dead bot lane for Kulto.
Parang puro sa bot lane na lang Puro bot lane. To be honest, naawa na ako sa bot lane ng Kulto kasi they've been clearly camped simula pa lang nung early game. I think this will be hard for them to scale. Although yung late game ng Annie will be super oppressive lalo na kapag nakakuha siya ng items. So I think they will just have to play it around. They will just have to scale, and I think they will have a better chance of winning by then.
There it is. Dragon now being pinged by red side, and there is still no positioning for the blue side. Onto the top. Hikusen and DND 1v1ing one another. They both have their ultis, but doesn't opt to pop it down. Take a look at, aside from me, he does have Summon Timber. He does have the stun. Now opted. Secure Dragon for LoL Ascend. First of the game. 2-man knockup from Saffron. The follow-up coming from Caillou as he is now exhausted. He does have the hijack ulti, but doesn't do any justice. Dead click onto the river. They have now caught a fish inside of the barrel of the Dragon side. A kill now secured for Kulto. Finally, from the first 9 minutes of the game, they have secured Rift Herald as well, so they will trade in another objective for another. And there it is, Flash Slicing Maelstrom from Hikusen. A solo kill by that man. Oh my goodness, it is an island indeed. Pricey, because that right there is being manhandled by Hikusen.
Yung nangyaring fight sa top, yun nga yung clearly explains why I hate range matchups. And again, Hindi ko I can't really blame Fiora kasi super hirap nga naman ng Kennen with his range and with his stun and with his AP skill. Pero balik tayo sa objectives. Nice objective taking the Rip Herald for Kulto and taking the Dragon for LoL Ascend. Even though LoL Ascend did nawalan sila ng isang teammate, but I think the Drake that they got is really complements their team well.
Okay. Wala pa nagpapaalala sa inyo guys, inom na kayo ng tubig, bawal kayo ma-dehydrate, no? Mahalaga na ngayon na may laman yung katawan nyo, punong-puno ng tubig. So kayo guys, inom na kayo ng tubig. Sorry for the slight delay of action here, but take a look at Kayu still hovering onto the top side of things here. Not playing for bot side kasi wala namang major objective doon. Dwarfy and Click wants to secure in solo XP from them. Saffron and Kayu going in for a 1v1 but is taking some load of damage. Now flashes away for his safety. Meanwhile, Yasuo and aside from me doing a 1v1 to the backside, and Kennen is right there with a slicing Maelstrom side. Solo kill onto the Annie. Yasuo is still healthy after that altercation from the Annie, and Kayu and Hakusen doing some the side of DND, dodges the tidal wave by his Featherstorm. Dwarfy is not done, piercing light onto his face. Dwarfy 5-1 and 5, a dominating action so far in the bot lane.
Feeling ko medyo nafo-fall behind na sa gold ang Kulto, and I think they can't really do much about it kasi kahit na ayaw nila ng fight, kahit na gusto nila mag-scale, pero ayaw ng LoL Ascend. Sabi ng LoL Ascend, gusto nyo mag-scale, hindi namin ibibigay yan sa inyo, magfo-force kami ng fight, magfo-force kami ng objective. Kasi alam namin kaya naming manalo kaya yun ang ifo-force namin para wala kayong makuha na something in return. So ayun, I think Kulto is having a hard time getting gold, getting picks, getting objectives.
First tower of the game now secured by LoL Ascend. The situation is still not in favor of Kulto as they are just getting outclassed from every part of the map. You can't even tell how close this is because all members of LoL Ascend have their mythics locked in and are now buffering into their next item. Yasuo is just putting the punishment onto aside from me over and over again. Ang ganda-ganda talaga ng all-in ni Yasuo doon, and Kayu just hit level 9. There is a very huge experience deficit onto the jungle side of things. There is a good chance that Kayu will probably be the win condition here for LoL Ascend. They have good ultis, especially from the Lulu and the Wukong. Pag nakuha nila yun, magandang tulong yun if ever man na gusto nila mag-set up ng fight, knowing that this team is a very good draft for their from their early game skirmishes. Kitang-kita naman no yung rewards na na-reap nila from taking Dragon, bot lane camping, and as well as solo kills from the top side.
Kitang-kita talaga Salvatore sa gold lead pa lang, almost a 10k gold lead, first tower taken up by LoL Ascend, tapos almost every one of them is ahead in the game. So ayun, super noticeable talaga yung nakukuha nilang lead sa early skirmishes nila.
Laki talaga ng lead, but Yasuo is now walking into topside river. Saffron is taking down the Rift Herald, but gets resetted by the man himself. Okay, it looks like Saffron and company wants to reposition as they're now pinging down Rift Herald for a possible take. Clear out muna ng wards, get a good spacing, get some good prio onto the mid lane. If they do, it's going to be an easy Rift Herald for them, knowing that they have all the items, the scaling, the abilities that they have. They have Slicing Maelstrom and Hijack, so pwede pa nilang ilaban tong Rift Herald na to onto the top side. There is also prio, so this is quite possibly no contest of Rift Herald.
I think yung magandang play dito is that Kulto should just take up the Dragon, pero considering the immense wave pressure sa mid and so considering na behind ang kanilang bot lane, I think this will be a hard objective for them to take. So medyo risky though, pero kung kaya nila i-pull off, I think it will be super beneficial for them.
Beneficial indeed. This is a good 11-point lead for LoL Ascend as they have a good contention for a lot of things to come, no, RB. With all of their champions now locked into scaling into the mid game, I feel like those fights they can always force and it will be an easy win for them. No harm onto Kulto because they're just waiting for LOL Ascent to absolutely ambush them. And wala silang magagawa. They just want to scale. And if LOL Ascent forces that, they have to fight. And alam naman natin kung gaano kalakas ngayon yung Lucian and as well as their Sylas so far, delivering all the pain that they can. And take a look at Dwarfy now locks in his second item, which is Rapid Fire Cannon that will add more amplification to his overall damage. Yasuo, a menace to society, just walking up to Saffron and as well as Beelzebub. And just like that, we are waiting for an ambush once again for Dwarfy and Click. And that is just for them to live another day. They're hovering onto bot side because Dragon is now up. Hikusen is delaying the back. Take a look at the thundering shuriken damage from his Night Harvester. Oh my god, Hikusen. They're just running away, playing it like it's chess.
Ganun na sila kalamang Salvatore, no, na nagwo-walk up na lang sila sa enemy jungle, nagwo-walk up na lang sa enemy tower para mag
Oh, flash Tiberston, but it easily cleansed by Dwarfy. Meets all members of Kulto. Trap. Here comes Grand Starfall. Pero napalipad kagad, but wants to re-engage onto Lulu. Quickly burst up, but the Wild Growth will help him be alive for a few moments later. Triple kill by Hikusen from the Maelstrom. Oh my god, a Quadra to seal things off in that fight. Trade down Dwarfy. I will take 4, says LOL Ascend. Teleport out to the top side. Pwede nyo pa makuha yung Pentakill pero wala na atang oras mga kaibigan. What an engage by LOL Ascend. A game-changing ultimate by Hikusen.
Ang medyo pangit yung position ni Lucian doon and he got picked off by that play pero hindi rin naging beneficial yun para sa Kulto kasi na-quadra kill sila ng Kennen.
Oh my goodness, DND is running away. He still is running away from that Sylas and as well as Nabi. Ang laki, but Kayo doesn't have any mana. What he can offer, a counter jungle. Blue buff is alive. Pwede pa siya mag-sustain dito. Or he can go back and complete his Zhonya. Probably complete his Zhonya's Hourglass. Or kung Shadow Flame man ata yung binubuo niya. But take a look at Kayo is still have the lead onto Saffron, which they didn't punish the Sylas jungle early enough. Pag na-punish nila yan, pwede pa nilang marelay yun. Yung win condition na life, they do have a wasted out jungler. Ang dami nilang opportunities na sana na-miss na pwedeng hindi nila mag-gank yung bot lane. But either way, LOL Ascend's jungler played it very well to the point that he is a leading man. Right now, Hikusen locks in now his Shadow Flame. Take a look at DND taking some damage. Wow! Kayu absconds. There it is. He gets down the Feather Storm. Now pops it in. Saffron goes in. Aside does have the Timber Stun. 2-man stun. Good initiation from Kulto as they take down the primary ADC. Kayu target. Can he take someone before he dies? The answer is no. Aside from me, shuts down Kayu.
I think this is a potential Baron play for Kulto. Baron power play considering LOL Ascend's jungler is down and their ADC is down as well. Should I just say nice play from Annie right there, flanking from their blue side, then a 2-man stun with Tibers right there. Magandang play, magandang comeback with their for a bit of gold and a bit of shutdown.
Antay talaga natin yung game plan ni Kulto dito para mag-comeback sila. Alam natin kung gaano kalapit mag-initiate ang isang Annie and follow up with the Wukong. It's all elementary from there on. As long as Missouri definitely gets the items that he needs. Probably Essence River dito yung pwede niyang buuin para talaga mag-skill siya. Or even Navori, yes. Navori yung kailangan niya talagang buuin dito, Frysty, for us to see the scaling of the Saya ADC. Pwede niya matapatan dito yung damage ni Dwarfy pag solo lang siya. But we all know Lucian Nami's combo. Very, very disgusting. So, good lead so far for LOL Ascend as they're still not hovering for Baron. Yung pwede na lang gawin dito is magtawag ng Baron, no? Tapos i-turn na lang nila. At least yun yung magiging force nila of a fight, or even take this Baron quickly, knowing that they do have the good mitigation damage from their sustain, from having Nami and as well as Sylas as their jungler with Green Smite. So maganda talaga yung sustain dito. Ayan na nga, naglalakad na nga sila dito, possibly onto the top side, because there is a LOL Ascend taking Baron quickly as they go. There is no contest. Absolutely hindi na sila nag-walk up sa taas. Oh my god. Kulto. This is an easy Baron take for LOL Ascend. Momentum is still shifted toward red side.
I think hindi naman talaga kaya i-contest ng Kulto kasi sobrang massive na ng lead ng LoL Ascend eh. Lead in levels, lead in items, lead in gold, lead in waves actually. Super pressured ng ng lahat ng lanes ng Kulto ngayon. So I think they really can't contest the Baron. Although if by some miracle they steal it, I think the Baron will just be used defensively, trying to push up lanes, trying to take up objectives. No? Kung sakali man na makuha ng Kulto yon, but then again, hindi nga nila nakuha.
I think siguro di na nila ni-risk, no? But you know, they're all in is still unmatched from LoL Ascend. Basta wag nyo lang itapat si Melon dun sa laban mo, aka Heikusen. Slicing Maelstrom damage so far is doing so much work for LoL Ascend's team fighting prowess. Kitang-kita naman no, may anti-heal na siya, so wala na magiging sustain dito si DND once na he gets popped by Slicing Maelstrom or even any ability by the cannon. So this lead is just gigantic for LoL Ascend, closing into a 12,000 gold lead almost. And they're just closing into all lanes to get the prio that they need. Bot lane tower will now be destroyed on the hands of Yasuo. 600 gold in the bag, and Saffron is still, you know, the Wukong, no? So primary engager talaga nila yan. So we're just waiting for that time before we see Saffron absolutely do a good and game-changing play for them. Kayu does have Tibbers now activated. Di ko alam kung may stun yan. Di ko alam kung may stuck yung Annie, tapos kinuha niyang ulti ng Annie, kung magsastun ba yung Tibbers na din. So I don't know. Malalaman natin mamaya. The answer is no. The answer is no. Ayun na nga. Nasagot kagad. Ang lupit pa naman Kayu. There it is. Another tower that said. And the second inhibitor of the game will be demolished so quickly by LoL Ascend.
Actually, follow up ko lang yung stun kasi ni Annie actually stacks up on her passive. So, kinuha lang ni Sylas yung ult. So, I think yung T-burst damage lang yung makukuha and not the stun. Pero yun, balik tayo sa game. LoL Ascend trying to take up the dragon. Kultos mid and bottom lane inhibitors are already down. So, the super minions will spawn up. So, medyo nagiging immense ng pressure from Team Kulto.
I think that is a third dragon now secured for LoL Ascend, if I am not mistaken. It is a no contest whatsoever for Kulto because the positioning is too good for them. Comet Spear secures in blue buff. And Saffron is now running away with Cyclone and a flash tidal wave. Tatama, hindi nga pinalipad kay Gan. Walang makukuha ang Ani ngayon. Ito, the calling is just suffering from Saffron after that. Bullets don't pierce through the armor, but it definitely has a toll on your life. My goodness, the light is too good for Dwarfihi. After that, he is level 12 right now. All in! Oh my god! Here comes Slicing Maelstrom. Two-man stun. Make it DND now running away. Grand Starfall now activated. Nasa loob din sila ng base. Nagasig sila ng delay. Featherstorm now pop just to dodge anything. Flash W from Yasuo. Gets rooted inside of that tower. Punishes it so heavily. Shut down onto Missouri.
With that play, I think this will be a game for LoL Ascend. Pero I think Kulto can still defend themselves considering marami sa LoL Ascend members ang half to low HP. So I think they can still defend this game. I think they can still get gold with the super minions. I think Xayah can still build her items. Pero medyo magiging mahirap nga kasi ayun sa gold lead pa lang with that alone, LoL Ascend is off the charts na. And with their pushing prowess, with their level lead, with their item lead, medyo mahirap na sa Kulto, or I think near impossible na sa Kulto. But I think there's still a chance if LoL Ascend misplays, or I think they give up some of their damage dealers to Team Kulto. I think Team Kulto can still come back from this game.
Makikita ba natin yun? Malalaman na sa susunod na kabanata ng Gear Games 2023. Babalik pa kaya dito si Kulto sa laban? The lead is too big. Kayu has a hovered Cyclone into his hijacked ultimate. Pwedeng pa talagang manalo dito si Kulto if 5 of these players gets disconnected, no? Yun lang ata magiging win condition nila. This lead is too big. Their positioning is much better. Calling now activated. DND nawawala na ng buhay. Goes all in. Oh my god, what a punishment from Kulto. Dwarfy is overzealous. slicing Maelstrom to end everybody from Kulto. Dalawa lang yung nakuha nila, but the pursuit of damage is still not done. Kayu gets Grand Challenge. It is now issued by D&D. The counterplay is Zhonya's by Kayu. There it is, Abduct hits onto the Annie, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen, an ace for the ages. Lola said with a dominating win advances to the finals.
Unang-unang laban pa lang, super galing na both teams. Super hot, super fiery na ng mga plays nila, super ganda ng engages nila. Lola Sen did win. Sabi ko sa'yo, Salvatore, boto ako sa Ascend. Pero I
Win pa
still think
din.
cool to.
Win!
Cool to win ba?
Full to win pa din. Panalo sila
Sige,
dito.
cool to win
Panalo
pa
sila
rin.
dito.
Panalo sila sa puso. Sa mga bumoto ng Cool to Win, your support is I think they appreciate your support. I also think that they played their game. Although super nakamp nga sila sa bot lane, I still think they played their game. They played up to their best. Sadyang malakas lang talaga yung Ascent and natalo sila sa early game skirmishes and nakascale nga yung members ng LoL Ascent.
Lower bracket has now been concluded in the semifinals matchup. We now see Lola Said as the first finalist entering towards the finals. Wala munang aalis mga kaibigan. We will be taking a short break. Next series will now be against Animus Vi versus All Me. We will be right back with a short break as Gear Games LOL 2023 will be right back.
Wi-Fi, sci-fi.
Ooh, welcome back, ladies and 2023 is still on pursuit for something better. My goodness, this is me, Salvatore, and Freisty still delivering the shoutcasting services for you guys at the comfort of your home. Last game has now been concluded between Lola Sen versus Kulto as they take a very dominating win up against Kulto as they now advance to the finals. Awaits them is the winner of All Me versus Animus Vi. My Harvey, so bibigyan lang kita siguro isa pang background check dito, no. All Me, two of these players also competed in the Alliance Games Split 2 as varsity players representing GHX, Monstrum, Vel, Prodigium. And ngayon, syempre, meron tayong varsity rule na inaano, yung tatlong sinalang din nila, paano yan? Malalakas din maglaro ng LoL in their own respective rights. So they are also labeled as a super team. So nakikita mo ba yung laban na All Me versus LoL Ascend, or can we see an upset in the making with Animus Vi, former competitors of Ascend LOL 2021, making their way right once again here at Year Games 2023. Almost a 2-year break, no? So, tin mo, what can you expect in this matchup so far?
Actually napanood ko yung laro ng Animus Vi kanina, and based lang sa observations ko medyo naging rocky ang early game and up to early mid game ng Animus Vi. But then again, they made their comeback, naka-scale sila, super lumakas yung team nila sa late game. Tapos na-clutch pa nila yung losing game up to a win. So I think may potential yung Animus Vi na makalaban ang LoL Ascent. But then again, yung All Me includes really really strong players, lalo na kay Crony. Sa mga nakakakilala diyan kay Crony. I think he made top four sa PH server ng Challengers ladder. So ayun, medyo stacked up yung odds against Animus Vi. Pero yung Animus Vi shows persistence, shows perseverance sa kanilang late game play nung early stages of the game. So hindi ako makaboto between both teams. So I think we will just see their drafts and their bans mamaya.
Mm. Another background check for All Me, no? After firing some shots in Ascend's Icebox and as well as Bind, he now transitioned into casting spells in the Summoner's Rift. Shoutout sa'yo, Prans14K, for making your way from Valorant to League of Legends, playing at me. And hello, mic check. Okay, so medyo nawawalan-walan, but I hope na tuloy-tuloy pa rin siya. Okay, so yun nga, from firing some shots on Icebox right now, he's playing an ADC, casting spells in the Summoner's Rift. Transporting K once again sa'yo, and alongside with him is Rob, also a Valorant enthusiast here in TUP gear, making their way and making their presence known into the bot lane. So hindi natin alam masyado yung matchup. Wala akong ma-pinpoint kung sino dapat yung abangan both on these teams because both of which excel on their lane so far. It will all boil down na lang talaga, first of all, one in macro, two on shot calls, and three, how consistent will they be in their lane, making it so efficient to the point na alam nilang pag nag-force sila ng laban, napakadali na lang mag-commit. Notable champions to be to thought about, no, is Crony. Alam naman natin na he's very reliant on his assassin champion pool. So, pwede nila iban dito yung mga meta assassin champions dito na alam natin malakas yung impact in the early game. We have Zed, we have Yasuo, we have Akali, we have even LeBlanc making her presence known in the meta currently. So, pwede nila gawin yon. We rarely see him play a control mage. Yun lang yung pwede kong masabi sa Animus Vi. So, if you are Animus Buy, you could probably lean on to the fact na play some hard engaged champions that has a point and click stun. You know, you could engage confidently na alam nyo may makaka-pick off kayo. I feel like that is Animus Buy's win condition. How about you, Harvey?
Ayun nga, dun pa lang sa champion pool ni Crony, sabi mo nga medyo limited siya sa assassin type. I think ngayon nga, Animus Vi can use that to their advantage using point and click. Agree ako rin sa'yo. Hindi ako masyadong maalam sa mid lane meta ngayon, pero I think Syndra will be a good pick since her ult is just press R and then enemy die. Parang ganun lang yung ult. Pero ultimately, I think Animus Vi, what they can do is just pick of good skills, pick of good skirmishes, have better control of the map on compared to the opposing team, and they will have their win served in them in a silver platter.
Damn, silver platter indeed. So let's give some props naman to Animus Pi, former competitors and runner-ups from 2021's League of Legends Ascend. They were cut short of their trip to the finals as ngayon nagbabawi sila possibly for Gear Games. So we are still waiting for something good para kay Animus Vi and as well as All Me. The stakes are much higher. Whoever will win this best of one game, first game, nice game, advance sa finals and will be the winner of 2,150 RP each player. Kung ano bang pwede kong gawin sa 2,150 RP? Definitely skins. It's one of those very, very good investments. Ngayon, lalabas na yung Broken Covenant na skin line. I'm just so excited for that Riven skin, which is Broken Covenant Riven. Her second legend skin. I think it's much better nga dun sa current legendary niya ngayon. But you know, own takes. So
Pero ano,
Harvey,
Salvatore, let's give some love naman sa mga TFT players diyan. Puro skin na lang bibili natin sa RP, eh. Shoutout sa mga TFT players diyan. I think with 2,150 RP, you can still buy some good content, Little Legends, arenas, and maybe even some Chibi Champions. I think Chibi Champions are on sale, 'di ba? Tama sa store. So, sa mga
tama.
TFT enjoyers diyan, 2,150 RP is a lot. I tell you.
It's a lot and it's going to be the more bang for your buck knowing na meron pang your shop discounted skins and new skins that come once in a month. So apakalupit talaga ngayon ni Riot Games being so generous with their skin sales and opportunities to style up your game inside of the Summoners Rift. But before we do head on over for things that are far more important than what we say, Harvey, huge shout out to all of our sponsors that makes Gear Games possible for all of the years that it's been present. TUP Gear.
Again, TUP Gear, home of the Gearhawks, premier esports organization dito sa TUP Manila. They hold tournaments like Gear Games and Ascend. Pwede ka rin magsaya with public games and podcasts, movie nights, talks with the founders or something. Or maybe even style up your drip with the GHX jersey and lanyard. Nasabi ko na kanina, sasabihin ko ulit. Super, super, super ganda ng lanyard ng Gearhawks at kanilang jersey. Pero to be updated with everything na nangyayari sa TUP Gear, you can like and follow one or all of our pages by heading on over to facebook.com/tupgear, twitter.com/tupgear, and tiktok.com/tupgear. Hashtag gear on.
And what about Acad Arena, the home of Filipino campus esports? If you want to be a partnered alliance org by AA themselves, head on over to acadarena.gg and apply for their partnership right now. And if you want to be updated with anything inside of the realm of campus esports, head on over to their Facebook by heading to facebook.com/acadarena.gg. Palapit ng Conquest mga kaibigan. It's June 2 to 4. And what a way to kick things off with some League of Legends and as well as the news of all its content creators heading on over to Conquest. Especially TUP Gear will be right there. So kung pupunta ka man, don't be afraid to say hi from all the players and as well as officers slash members that pupunta at dadayo ng SMX Convention Center. It's not just one venue this year, Harvey. It is announced they have concluded that multiple venues will be set for the 3 days that Conquest will be conducted. So ikaw ba, Harvey, may kita ko ba mismo si Kurt Harvey Bacuetes na pupunta ng Conquest for the
Actually,
price of 800 pesos a ticket? May kita ko ba si Harvey sa Conquest?
Actually, sa lahat ng pupunta sa Conquest, lalo na sa pupunta sa SMX, sa SMX Convention Center, meet you, see you there.
Oo,
Pupunta ako noon.
pupunta.
Guaranteed,
Okay,
guaranteed.
pupunta. Alam ko na kung sino gagatasan ko ng kung ano-anong merch. Okay. Pupunta nga si Harvey. Guys, ito na yung itsura niya. Alam niya na kung sino hahuntingin nyo. Okay, guys. So, shout out to the Conquest enjoyers out there. I hope every one of us have a fruitful convention for the first convention na pupuntahan ko this year. And balik naman tayo dito sa realm ng League. patch 13.4, the first patch of this game. Anything you could say so far in the current meta, especially in the jungle?
Jungle meta, I think, super naging meta si Kayn and Viego nung na-buff sila, and then their scale is off. Pero ngayon parang bumabalik na ulit sa bumabalik na ulit sa engage types ng junglers with Vi, Wukong, Jarvan coming up to the meta, and Kayn and Viego slowly falling off. I think siguro nagiging ganun na talaga yung requirement sa meta. Kung maganda yung engage mo, kung maganda yung counter jungle mo, kung maganda yung objective control mo, then definitely that is a champion that is a better jungle pick. Ako I actually try to practice Jarvan kasi nga ang ganda ng engage niya with his EQ airborne combo and his cataclysm with his R. I think super gandang combo, pero I still see many Vi users sa jungle ngayon. With their off meta builds, Radiant Virtue Vi, sa mga nakakaalam ng Radiant Virtue diyan and what it does, super super oppressive ng Vi na may Radiant Virtue. And also Wukong, super ganda rin ng Wukong with his clear, with his armor shred, with his dueling potential. Ayun, so ayun sa mga magta-try up ng jungle diyan, yun yung mga meta. Basta maganda yung engage, maganda yung counter jungle, and maganda yung objective control, then definitely pick that champion.
Shout out sa ating mga viewers na sumusubaybay ngayon, to the 37 viewers that are currently watching Gear Games. Each and every one of you gets a hug from TUP Gear themselves. Shout out kay Reynaldo Jasildo Jr., Jean Hime. Saksi ni Jean Hime, nalaglag ka agad kanina. Pero nice try pa din. Kay Christian Ray Lagasping, ating bossing na pangkalawakan. Jihan, shout out sa iyo. Salamat talaga sa pagtulong sa pag-conduct ng broadcast na to. Ang daming naayos. And so far, it is a smooth broadcast for everyone that is tuning in to Gear Games 2023. Albert Tan,
Tama.
shout out sa iyo, and the chat is getting spammed by the signature hello of Crony. Lau, yun yung sinaspam nila ngayon for your
Ayun
reference,
pala yung
Harvey.
history nun.
Yun yung signature hello ng mid laner ngayon ng GHX. Yung napakalupit na alam mong si Cesar Daw Jr. mismo yung nagsabi, hello, Lau. Yun siya hello. Ayun na nga, na-shoutout na nga dito si Reynaldo Jasildo. Close game naman. Totoo nga naman, na close game nga naman talaga. Pero wala, talo talaga eh. Shoutout kay Albert Tan, also a competitor of Gear Games, also known as Kokom, representing First Game, Nice Game. Literal nga talaga nilang pinangalan yung sarili na First Game, Nice Game kasi after nun, wala sila.
Wala na.
Wala sila.
Grabe naman.
Di ba? Who would have thought they would have predicted their own fate in GG LOL by naming it after their team name?
First game, nice game.
What are the odds nga naman talaga? But all the valiant efforts are seen with hugs and as well as good jobs from TUP Gear, no? So, waiting pa rin tayo sa lobby. Asa na nga ba yung lobby na yan, mga kaibigan? Both of us here are still waiting for the lobby to commence. Alam naman natin na internet connections are prevalent in these types of patterns, and I hope it will not cause a very good chunk of time in producing this sort of event. So if you guys check on your internet palagi pag sumasama kayo sa mga tournaments na ganito, we all know how important it is to play on a good and stable internet.
Yes, although pauses are allowed kapag may na-disconnect, it's still good practice to check if your internet connection is good or if it's strong, para na rin hindi mawala sa momentum kasi 'di ba tulad nga nung nangyari sa first game, nag-engage si Pantheon and then right after that a game pause kasi nga may na-disconnect, or rather meron nag-fluctuate na wifi, 'di ba? Nakakawala ng momentum, and I think nakakagulo ng isip, like you're trying to practice, you're trying to initiate a play na pe-predict mo na yung mangyayari, then boom, wala yung internet mo, 'di ba? Nakakawala ng momentum talaga. So ayun, good practice to check if your internet connection is strong, everyone. Lalo na sa mga players na maglalaro ngayon and mamaya.
Siguro ngayon pa lang, no, Harvey, bigyan na natin ng mainit-init na banter and as well as altercation on the people in the comments below. Game number 2 of the semifinals matchup. It's all me versus Animus Vi. Is it going to be a V win or is it going to be real win? So,
Boto na kayo guys sa mga sa comment section. Boto
grabe,
kayo. AV
grabe talaga
or
yung main character ni Crony. Pagkatapos yung signature linya niya na all me, pati yung team tag niya sa kanya rin ang galing. pati rin yung greeting na hello sa kanya rin nanggaling. Grabe talaga yung pagka-main character ni Excelsior
May
Esports
main
is kapag
character syndrome si Crony, no?
meron,
And
meron talaga siyang bida sa sarili niyang kwento. Bakit naman kasi iba, 'di ba? Pero naba-backup niya naman, eh. Paano ba naman top 10 challenger of ano, season
tama,
12.
tama.
Bakit naman hindi din, 'di
Kwento
ba?
na 'yan, 'di ba? Kwento
Sige
niya 'yun, eh.
kuwento
Siyempre
niya
main
yan, malakas siya
character.
diyan, eh. Siguro kahit siguro naman ako, kahit mag-top 10 ako sa challenger, pagyayabang ko rin sa buong angkan namin na may nagawa akong malupit, top 10 challenger, 'di ba? So feeling ko yun
Anong
natin
anong
pinapakita
pakialam
sa
ko diyan, engineer yung mga pinsan ko, ako top 10 challenger naman, 'di
'di ba?
ba?
'Di
'Di
ba?
ba?
'Di ba? Ta's lisensyado pa na professional player si ano, si Gro grabe talaga ang
Grabe
buhay
na nga
nito.
'yun.
Shout out si MVP, MVP's own Grony. Grabe talaga yung serbisyo mo sa paglalaro ng League of Legends, maintaining the scene as it is and as well as making it so good for all of us. Your coaching prowess for the second team. Sa wakas, Harvey,
Ayan na yung draft,
nag-transition na tayo.
ayan na.
Nakikita ko na yung mga pangalan, yung mga roles, yung mga bans. Finally, we have now entered into the picks and bans for game number 2 of the semifinals. This is Einar Relia ban targeted towards Crony. Wow, grabe nga naman talaga.
Ayun, we see again a Samira ban. I think Animus Vi did ban Samira in their early games. Now we see all me banning Samira. And I think yun nga, even though Samira fell off the meta, I think she can still be strong if paired up with the right teammates nga naman, no?
Yun, Gwen ban, targeted towards 8 years. Hindi lang yan basta-basta random player, mga pre. That is Monstrum Bell Prodigium's own Sean, also a competitor in the previously concluded Alliance Game Split 2 League of Legends, wherein they placed 7 to 8th place. Siya yan, and his signature champion got banned, but we all know he has a very wide array of champion pool, and we only have 5 bans, so it is limited to, the meta picks talaga na alam nilang high threat. So Silas, Gwen, and Aurelia ban. So 2 of which targeted towards Crony and another one on to Sean. So ngayon pa lang nakikita na natin kung gaano kalaki yung threat pag nakuha talaga nila yung main champions sila. And Silas, hindi lang kasi siya basta whoever gets this is a good contribution. Ang laki kasi ng epekto ng Silas pag naging maganda yung draft ng kalaban tas hindi na punish by pulling out a ban. Now, meron pa silang napiling Brom or even a Maokai pick. Maokai is open, ladies and gentlemen. And if they pick Maokai tas open ang Silas, matik yun talaga yung nagiging gameplay ng both of those teams. Now, Harvey, with the ban by all, nakikita mo sa Mirazak and Jax, what are your thoughts in this sort of banning phase for real?
I think based lang dun sa bannings nila, I think they're really trying to limit out each other's potential to carry, each other's potential to clutch the game. Lalong-lalo na sa Jax. Jax can be super oppressive sa top lane if left alone. Lalo na ngayong meta ngayon pag nag-build ng Hullbreaker. Even though hindi common yung Hullbreaker sa pro play kasi madalas yung team fight, Jax can still be oppressive if left alone kapag naka-scale, kapag naka-build ng item. Ay ganun din sa Irelia kapag naka-build siya ng one item power spike, Blade of the Ruin King, super oppressive. And I think the bans are in good condition. Tama lang naman yung ban nila for the opposing teams, for both teams.
Saya and Rakan, ang lupit talaga ng sequencing ngayon, no? Both at last game, both of those teams also first pick ADC and bot lane. Right now, we are seeing the same message being sent out by AV and Real. We have a Maokai open. They will definitely pick that, locks it in for the Noah. With Silas not being open, they could punish this by going in with a Maokai, not Maokai, by a Wukong or a Vi jungle. Napaka-common na talaga ng meta picks ngayon sa jungle na hindi na siya nagkakaroon ng magandang variety, but still, if it's a must-win game, then it is Jarvan, my God, your champion of choosing, Harvey. Makikita, you could probably take notes here from the Jarvan pick with his very amazing early game. So tatapatan siya ni Danoa with a good jungler that has a good early game and as well as level 2 potential of ganking.
Ayun nga, 'di ba sabi ko sa'yo super meta ng
Yes.
mga jungler ngayon na may
Tama.
engage at merong good wave clear and ang kita nga natin, ang pick ng jungler ng Team Olmi is a Jarvan, and Animus Vi with their Maokai. Although Maokai, got a bit of a nerf in the jungle role, I still think it is a viable option. Merong gap closer yung Maokai, meron siyang CC and meron siyang ult. I think it will be a great play, paired up with Braum and a Tristana na merong attack speed at range. Animus Vi have their drafts in good condition. Well, Team Olmi though still have their Jarvan and their Xayah Rakan combo. Although hindi ako masyadong familiar sa Xayah Rakan combo ngayong patch, ngayong meta, hindi ko siya masyado nakikita sa games na nilalaro ko. Pero I still think maganda yung yung pair up na yon. Kasi nga ginawa si Xayah Rakan na magkasama, 'di ba? Parang imposible naman na pangit yung synergy nila. So ayun.
Malakas ngayon ang Saya kaibigan kung alam mo lang kung gaano kalaki ang epekto sa kanya ng Gale Force na Bori Power Spike. Isa sa mga pinakamalakas na ADC ngayon na nag-heavily benefit doon sa buff ADC items kayo na dinala para sa 13.1B. This is hovered Yasuo by Kron himself, his signature champion. There it is, mga
Ayan na po yung
kaibigan. It
main
is
character.
over, my God. The Jarvan Yasuo connection between Drail and Crony has now been fulfilled by the people themselves. Oh my God. And to counteract the Yasuo pick, pinili nila ang Ari ni Seol. Oh my goodness. This game is going to be entertaining, Harvey. Any thoughts so far sa lineup na to? Because it's a good lineup. And ang maganda rito, they have a flexibility with Yasuo probably played top lane or I think better yet mid lane kasi hindi siya nagiging magandang matchup dito sa Sion. And there is a hovered kill by Sean. Will this be the redemption arc of the man himself? Locks in Kale for the ability power-based damage for all me as both teams have now finalized their lineup for this action-packed game number 2 in the finals between Animus Vi and all me.
Actually, sa draft ng Team Olmi medyo natatawa ako pero not in a sense na comedic way, pero in a sense na super unpredictable yung picks nila with the Yasuo and the Kayle. Ako ang prediction ko sa kaya ganito ang team pick ng Olmi is that they will try to make Ronnie the main man himself with the Jarvan engage and with the Kayle ult. Pero but then again trying to scale off the Xayah again with the Kayle ult and the Rakan combo. Compared naman sa Animus Vi, they will go onto the traditional type Sion top and Maokai and Braum with their hard CCs paired up with the Tristana with her range and her attack speed and her exploding bombs na pwede maka-deal ng malaking AoE damage kapag naka-build siya ng tamang items.
Ang ganda nito, honestly. Ang ganda ng counter dito ni AV. Knowing na kahit first pick sila, still have the edge in winning bot lane because of Braum. Ang laking counter nito sa Saya pag hindi pa siya level 6. Once he gets tagged by Winter's Bite, ang dali mapunish ng isang Saya. Or kaya nga tayo nagkaroon ng Rakon pick dito for engage disengage sort type of bot lane. Eh hindi naman yun yung ginagawa dito ng AV's bot lane with Shoyo and Desolation picking Tristana and Braum. Once you put in the abilities, it's just all in from there moving forward. And there's going to be an altercation in the bot lane most part, hindi on the top side from the bot lane, knowing the fact na ang kailangan nila dito is early aggression from the bot lane with Shoyo's Tristana. Kitang-kita naman na lahat sila malalambot except for the part of Drail, which will probably be picked as a bruiser with a gore drinker black cleaver sort of build. So ang ganda rito ng Tristana pick kasi kailangan dito mag-scale nitong yan. Kaya Sion and Maokai yung pinili na for them to peel so much damage for Shoyo. Wala nang talagang AP Maokai dito. It's just Radiant Virtue, Jackshow Maokai na talaga pinipili dito. So this is an AP Maokai pick for Animus Vi with Shoyo as their win condition. Anything you can say for real? For real?
Ayun nga yung engage disengage nung Saya Rakan is super super completely opposite compared sa Team Animus Vi. Actually sinabi mo dun sa setup pa lang ng Braum and ng Maokai, I think if Shoyo can follow up that engage with some good DPS, with some good attack speed, with some good AoE damage, I think they can still win they can win this game considering na si Shoyo can stay from the safe side, not getting knocked up by the Jarvan and getting ulted on by the Yasuo. This game is good, is quite leaning on the team fights of Animus Vi. Since sabi mo nga yung team Olmi rin are all squishy champions compared din sa Jarvan, which is actually a bruiser pero hindi siya yung full on tank compared sa Braum and compared sa Sion. Ayun, medyo nagli-lean in lang siya dito sa Team Animus Vi. Pero we'll see on how Team Olmi handles this situation, since medyo experienced na rin sila with the game, and since their drafts are uniquely picked by their own teammates, or by their own selves rather. So I think we'll see on how this game pans out.
Tignan natin kung paano siya magpa-pan out, Harvey. And do you still have no vote so far sa kung sino yung tingin mo lalamang
Ay,
at
oo nga pala
advance sa
yung
finals?
yung
Wala pa rin tayong
Bonso.
casters prediction. Sige, mauna muna ako.
Okay,
The
go,
lineup
go.
of I think I'll get flacked for this. I don't want to ruin anyone's mode of tea, pero dahil caster prediction ko to, I'm going for all me. Their overall execution of play so far has been phenomenal, and their cross map plays is unmatched compared to Animus Spike kasi napanood ko yung laro nila. They have so much lapses when calling for plays, and I feel like it's much more dense and clear when Olmi wants to initiate a play. Nagagawa ka nila kagad, walang hesitation, and it's just all in from them. So I'm picking all me winning this game number 2.
Ayun, I hate to break it to the audience, again, but then ako boto ko rin talaga is all me. Pero ako natuwa kasi talaga ako sa draft nila, and usually kapag unique yung draft, usually alam talaga nila yung ginagawa nila, and usually nananalo, eh. Like tingnan lang natin sa pro play yung bot lane ng T1, and tignan lang din natin sa higher elos, usually with their unique picks, usually they end up usually winning the game. We can see actually unique picks from top lane, of meta picks from top lane winning the game. So ayun, I think Olmi, kung papalarin man sila ng swerte, I think they can win this game with their experience and with luck. Pero yun nga, yung team engage nga ng Animus Vi can still compete with Olmi.
Competing with all me is what they need. Definitely Harvey. Just know the fact that Animus Vi has the tail between their legs because of how much pressure is landed on and towards them. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we have now entered the green land of Summoner's Rift. Animus Vi walking into this Tribush out to the bottom side. The Noah wards in for much safety. I feel like they're not going to opt for an invade. They are not the good parang hindi set up yung lineup nila para mag-invade talaga. So good sight for all B if they want to make things so favorable for them, especially in the early game we're in. It's definitely dominated by Shoyo's Tristana and the all-in potential of Desolation.
Tama ka diyan 'no, super weak ng early game ng, Olmi considering Kayle, which scales of late game. Jarvan wala pa siyang EQ combo, tapos Xayah and Rakan wala pa silang damage output. Compared mo naman sa Braum na merong stun passive, compared mo sa Tristana na merong attack speed, or meron siyang bump if that's what she take on level 1. And sa Maokai na merong CC, super talo yung Olmi sa early game.
Shout out Alexia Asim for tuning into this stream, and as well as to Marie Noah Legaspi Havelosa. Sana all. Shout out po sa team captain ng Animus Vi. Good luck po, ILY heart emoji. Grabe nga naman talaga
Grabe
yung
naman
bebe buff.
'yun.
Grabe nga naman yung bebe buff ngayon ng Animus Vi. Kung sino man yung team captain nyo, galingan mo pre, para magandang pasok ng taon, tsaka magandang tulog, no? Sipin mo matalo mo ang super team na All Me, di naka-bonus ka pa. Diba? So, yun, still a passive game so far. Nothing much of trading left and right. Desolation walks up into this bush. That is a control bush, if I should call it. And level 2 is now hit by Chronic, taking some good ass damage onto Seol. Steel Tempest misses wildly, and Seol will now sustain from his Essence Theft and Pots. And that is a lot for Seol to stay in lane kasi ang laki ng nawawala sa kanyang placement kung ganon. And Desolation and Shoyo is still continuing to add some punishment onto France and Robbie Rob's experience in the bot side by going on for an aggressive early, with Shoyo not opting for a Hail of Blades, no? Lethal tempo talaga, so malaki yung magiging trading prowess dito ni Shoyo. Desolation taking some heavy punishment with the Blade Caller by France.
So ayun 'no, sa little tempo pala nung Tristano, we can see na gusto nila ng prolonged fights. Hindi nila gusto ng in and out, hindi talaga nila gusto ng gano'n. Gusto nila prolonged fight, gusto nila yung mataas na DPS, gusto nila yung tumatagal yung laban. And I think, mahihirapan yung in and out combo ng Saya Rakan dun sa ano, dun sa gano'ng playstyle ng Animus Vi.
Animus Vi still no action compared to still no action compared to last game between all LOL Ascend and as well as Kulto. Olmi and Animus Vi still playing like it's a chess, waiting kung sino mahuli. Matihan 8 years and JC is having a top lane matchup of the ages na farm lang kasi both top laners are free farming their way into scaling this. With JC having I should say a better kill potential, ha. Crony is now getting overwhelmed by the damage. You take a look at both of the junglers are now on the river side. 3 minutes and 50 seconds on the game with both junglers now completing their scuttle, opting for again quite possibly or even a recall and go in for a clear once again.
Sa ano ko lang rin 'no, sabihin ko lang rin 'no, ang ganda nung ano, nung runes nung Sion. I actually didn't notice it up until now. He took grasp kasi napansin ko lang sa previous games ni JC, when he was Sion. He opted to use for demolish, but now he used for grasp. I think he wants to scale up.
Oy! Oh,
Oy.
mid lane is a really good
Ooh.
dueling matchup in the bot lane. But a first blood will be secured by Crony after a flash steal Tempest to seal things off, but he will be exchanging his life after that. The wave is so good for Crony and a bonus goal for claiming first blood. Will call worth on that. My goodness, what a play by Crony after that altercation with Seol. And Robbie Rob definitely going for the in and out once again, getting a heal and sustain from Gleaming Quill.
Super gandang trade, pero sa top makikita ulit natin.
Oh, top side, it is a party with JC and the Noah trying to go in for the counter gank that Drail wanted to call on for an overextending JC. Wala pa rin matatawag dito na laban sa top side. It is a very equal. He knows that there is no flash for Seol. Take a look at the punishment from Crony. My God, those Steel Tempests are hitting and the damage overall from the early grand entrance misses but wants to go in for disengage as Unbreakable will be called on for. Walang damage so far si Prance because it's just a Doran's Blade. So a passive game so far onto the bottom side.
Ayun nga tulad nung sinasabi ko, super ganda nung nung trades ni Crony against Airy. And it ultimately ended up with him killing Airy with a good wave state, crashing right up to his tower. And medyo na punish si Airy with that play, with that trade. Medyo nabigla. Ako rin kahit ako nabigla dun sa flash Q. Ayan, kita nga natin ngayon na nalo-low HP na ulit si Airy dahil lang dun sa simpleng punish na yun na ginawa ni Crony. No?
8 years taking also some good harass from JC himself. With both top laners not suffering any from the minion discrepancy, no? Okay na okay para sa kanila. 8 years with him buying a call will tell that he's just free farming his way for a scaling kill. Ngayon range na siya, mas madali na para mag-farm para sa kanya JC. I think he has mana for Roar of the Slayer para ma-delay pa yung kanyang back. 8 years firing some shots there to delay the back of JC. And there it is. AP Danoa is right there onto the shadow. Wow, Spirit Rush now pop by Seol. Wala siyang flash doon. But there is Crony, has 2 stacks of Gathering Storm. But Danoa is right there. He's just gonna get punished once he goes in for the last breath play. But I feel like Crony will live another day as he wants to play it safe, wants to ward in the bottom side river, and play in for Dragon if that is what their forte is. Is that their forte at RB?
Ito nakikita natin, Team Olmi taking up the Dragon. Kasi ang taas ng priority sa mid eh. I'm sorry for focusing only on mid lane, pero super ganun kasi kalaki yung impact nung simple punish na yon for Team Olmi na kita natin ngayon nagtitake up na sila ng Dragon.
The Noah does have Blast Cone. Health is now restored here because of 50-50 secured by the one and only Rod. My goodness, the Noah flashes over there. And out of all the champions inside of the pit, the Rakan secures Dragon for all me. First Dragon lang naman, no? So it is still a high play, I should say, so the least. But Animus by missed the opportunity for them to get a good lead by taking First Dragon. Still work on that because the Noah is still in the game.
A nice try for Animus by though, trying to steal up the dragon with only Maokai in the pit. Ayun nga, first dragon pa sa first dragon pa lang naman siya. So they can still take the other drakes, and hindi naman siya ganun kalaking difference.
Oh, Flash EQ! Combo by Crony! Cataclysm now trapped. He doesn't have Spirit Rush and as well as a Flash. The Q1-2 punch connection from Drail and Crony says all me by Crony. My goodness. Ang lupit nga naman nun. Oh my god. I wish we have a replay, Mr. Broadcaster. Can we please have a replay on that? Napakalupit naman yung laban na yun.
Paki-replay
Oh,
po
no,
yung main
walang
character
replay.
syndrome ni Crony.
Walang replay. Oh no. Upgrade tayo sa susunod, guys. Gear Games. Pagkakaroon na tayo ng replay, maya-maya din. Or kung di man maya-maya sa susunod na arc ng Gear Games. Ang lungkot, walang replay. But that was perfectly executed by the duo of Drail and Crony. Just going all in with no remorse whatsoever. And right now, the game is still on the hands of absolutely no one. It's still a passive game on the top side and bot side. It's just happenings onto the mid wherein Crony gets the first 2 kills of this series. No happenings whatsoever still. Dragon is now down. Rift Herald will be up in a few moments time. We see the Noah passing into the top side for a possible Rift Herald take. And Seoul taking so much punishment. As there it is, a re-engage by the last breath. Steel Tempest combo, but misses the Steel Tempest that was so important that could have gotten the kill for Seoul. Oh my god. Wala na siyang Spirit Rush, but he still has the flash. But it is a secured Rift Herald. Grasping Roots now. Nature's Grasp now secured onto Drail. Now goes in for the EQ to run away. The Flag and Drag is so good. It got him the Rift Herald and as well as his own life. Shoyo still playing the game of Farming Simulator on the bot side. 2-1 ang ating score. Still no happenings here. So important into this game na pwede natin ikasigaw, Harvey.
Super ang ganda rin ng wave state sa top actually. Ang gandang map control for Team Olmi. Yung Kale, trinay niya i-shove yung malaking wave sa top lane, and then Jarvan just took it up. Although Maokai is in their blue side, ay wala kasing vision, kaya hindi siguro nila namalaya na nag-herald na si Jarvan while Kale is pushing top. And then nung nakapunta na sila sa herald pit, it was already too late. I think Jarvan will die pero naultan siya nung Kale, so wala ring napala ang Team Animus by with that herald play.
Yun lang talaga yung gagawin na dito sa bot side, no? No significant gold lead, no damage being dealt over significantly for both ADCs. No lead naman so far na alam nating magkakaroon ng discrepancy. It's still a good game for both Animus by and all me in the making. So this is possibly the closest game we have casted so far, Harvey, no? Compared to the last series where it was just so one-sided. Once again, a gank for Drail. Just wants in for a Bird Flash onto Soul. There is still Spirit Rush. Pwede pa nilang ma-punish yun with the all-in from Drail and Crony. Yan talaga yung magiging win condition nila. Grand Entrance now pop. There it is. The quickness is so good. He gets rooted inside. Blade Caller does so much damage. Bolt Blading now is gone for 8 years as he gets Versus Clearance into the face. My goodness, the happening so far from Olay is just elementary. Nature's Grasp. Here comes the Fisher follow-up flash away Feather Storm. What can he do here? Here comes the counter from the Drail. It's a knock up onto him, but the Cataclysm will get him trapped for 2 members, which is Shoyo and Desolation. Dead Robbie Rob, can they trade their fallen comrade? One more hit will do it, and the Feathers is so sharp for Brands. A 1-for-1 trade onto the bot side after a counter gank by Drail, and a good pick off by Olmi and as well as Animus Bud.
Napakagandang counterplay nun from the Jarvan, and I think it's a massive misposition for Tristana, as we can see in the replay. Nung nag-ult yung Jarvan, katabi ni Tristana si Brom. Then super na-poke sila nung Saya, super nakakite yung Saya hanggang na low HP silang dalawa tapos namatay yung Tristana. Super gandang counter jungle for the Jarvan right up there. And kung sinasabi mo, Salvatore, na super balance ng game, I think that play just tipped the balance by a little bit.
Ganda-ganda nung ano, ang ganda talaga nung initiation ni Animus Spy. No doubt about it. But Olmi is too quick under the draw if they want to make things viable for them. Their play is so immense. Their overall map control is still right up there with Dragon now spawning in a queue, which is 1 minute and 15 seconds. They could possibly go in for a bot prio, then clear the camps on the bot side, and there it is. Drail forces a flash onto the Noah with no blast going into the pit. This is probably just going to be an engage one so far if they have Nature's Grasp and Glacial Fissure, I should say. Tumatakbo pa rin dito ang mga ating mga kaibigan from Olmi as Dragon is now up, ladies and gentlemen. Is this going to be a play for the ages with now Rift Herald being called on for Unstoppable Onslaught? If my goodness, the driver of AV is right up there. The flag and drag goes wide. Here comes a fight with Nature's Grasp doing so much work. Oh my god, Divine Judgment onto everyone as they make everyone so perfectly fit inside of that fight. JC gets caught, double kill onto 8 years as no decimating smash will help you be alive, my friend. Zombie Sayu will just run away, slowly dying into his pain. What good timing for 8 years calling Divine Judgment onto that. My goodness, all me making sure that man is alive right there. Ayan na nga, it was picture perfect. And the 3-man last breath by Crony says, hello, it's me. Hello, double kill secured by 8 years. And that's just elementary once again for all me.
Super grabe. Grabe talaga yung play na yon. Yun nga tulad nga ng prediction ko kanina, sabi ko sa'yo, their team comp relies on Crony and Saya kasi nga sa airborne pa lang ng Jarvan, sa charm pa lang ng Rakan, sa ult pa lang ng Kayle. Doon sa play na yon na demonstrate na nila kung bakit ganyan yung team comp nila. And yun, so and even though ang ganda rin ng engage ng Animus Vi with the Braum and the Maokai, wala na-counter engage sila nung Jarvan tsaka nung Yasuo So they lost that fight real hard.
Real hard, and that just escalated for the lead to go on over to 5,000. The setup from Drail and 8 years was so good. Ang laki ng pinagbago ng laban na to with 8 years now going into level 11. He is truly now ascended. 5 levels later, mas lalaki pa yung lead netong Kayle na to once they do make that happen. Now, Harvey with the situation in the top side. Take a look at Drail now pathing there. Yung maya-maya, yung Rift Herald mabubuhay na, but meanwhile, as I speak, 8 years solo kills JC inside of his tower. That is a Nashor's Tooth empowered kill for you guys. You do not mess with the Ascended one. That is Kayle. Makikita natin na mabubuhay na dito yung Rift Herald. What is your call?
I think kukunin to. Ayan.
Makukuha nga ba nila? It's a 2v3. It's just Drail and Crony. Cataclysm traps all, but he wants to Spirit Rush away. Dead 3. It is now a Dead Nature onto the 2-man knockup from the flag and drag. Double kill onto Drail. Put up the style points from that mastery emote, my friend. Drail sets up the play like it was bread and butter between him and his mid laner. Oh my god, Crony making things happen for the jungler and as well as the jungler to the mid laner. And that is just a good play for them to set up Rift Herald.
Ang masasabi ko lang, Salvatore, is nilabasan ng badge. Yun yung comment ko sa buong play na yun. Nilabasan ng badge. Like yung solo kill, nagsimula sa solo kill ng Kayle up to sa engage sa blue side with the Jarvan and the Yasuo, ultimately here taking up the Herald. Ang gandang play. Bottom line, nilabasan ng badge yun. That's all I can say.
Ng badge. My god, the disrespect. Decimating Smash is not going to be even enough for them to stop the recalls. This lead is still snowballing into a bigger one as a 9,000, if I'm correct, 9,000 gold is now being secured by Olmi, with Desolation now roaming into the bot side to go in for an invade, go in for a cross map play siguro dito sa blue kasi nandito si Drail. They want to make a good pick off. The Noah is still being handed all over. Drail goes in for the Hex Portal What can you do here with Crony now onto the backside as the flag and drag misses onto Shoyo. No knockup still being called. Here comes a two-man Cataclysm and Grand Entrance. The combo is so good for all me. Here comes the follow coming from Soul, but he gets trapped between the rock and the hard place. Desolation now running away. Transporting King killing off the support. The Noah will be the next nature that will face the pollution of all me. Double kill onto Drail. Say all runs away. But the Night-Tailed Fox is trapped, gets slowed by the W. The follow-up coming in from Robbie Rob knocks him. Wow, my God! Clean last breath from Crony. Anong gagawin mo, JC? Walang-wala na. Oh, just watches his comrades die into his own face. Unstoppable also stops Crony into his tracks. The damage is so good. JC gets overzealous into his play. Meanwhile, Sean, the top laner he is, puts an island into the top as he clears down inner tower with Shelly into the base. All me, making all the plays possible for them.
All me, all me, all Crony, pero super ganda rin ang engage ng Jarvan. And ayun, dagdag ko lang rin, yung bot lane ng all me are really not a pro League of Legends players. They went up from Valorant. But then again, ang ganda ng play nila, ang ganda ng support from Robbie Rob. Hindi sila nagpapatalo sa mga seasoned players na ng League of Legends, and that's personally that surprised me kasi hindi naman sa mababa expectations ko, but then again they exceeded it. They exceeded it so well. They supported their win conditions so well, and it led up to a nice fight, nice pick off by Team Olmi, and they have already taken 2 towers with that play from Shan.
Damn the bands of the assassins. I will lock in my Yasuo, says Crony. And that just opened the opportunity for all of me to play in their comfort champions with Sean picking Kale and Franz and Robbie Rob doing their absolute chemistry in playing the Saya Rakan bot lane into the most perfect thing I've ever seen so far. Gathering Storm doesn't hit onto Seol as the wind is too big for him. As 8 years just walking up onto Desolation speeds him up. Ayan na nga ang damage. Damage test by 8 years. Wala, hindi niya gagawin yun. He will not opt through it as the lead in the jungle is too big. But ang inaantay lang naman natin dito yung malupit na Nature's Grasp. Dito, Crony wants it for an assassination kill onto Seol. Now cleanses it onto the red buff. It's not going to be enough. Emote in for style points, my friend. Another solo kill to the All-Me mid laner. Definitely All-Me, says Crony. Hello, it's me. My God, I am in the lead, says him. 7-1 and 8 into the scoreboard. Wala pa rin siyang bounty na nakukuha by Animus by 700 gold still right there. Gets stopped by the unstoppable onslaught. What can you do? No follow-up by AB Danoa. Here comes a fight onto the bot side. JC gets overwhelmed once again. Divine Judgment Fighter will take a lot so much onto the tower as Crony gets activated by the Shurelias by Robirob. Is now inside of the tower. Rocket jump by Shoyo, but a double kill from France will say, I am the police in this game. All me, 18 kill lead, an inhibitor to say we are definitely onto the driver's seat. Trail now goes in, but 8 years will now be flashing in. Shot down claim by Seol. Finally a kill onto the Ahri, but 8 years just taking so much damage. Can they take the the first inner tower of this game as they will just fade away like a blue circle outside of that with the Hex Gate into their favor. What a fight by All Me!
Feeling ko Salvatore, kaya All Me yung pangalan ng team nila because they are strong individually. Parang lahat sila kahit ihiwalay mo sa team, malakas pa rin sila eh. Kaya feeling ko kaya siguro all me dahil pag nag-play, all me lang yung nilalagay nila sa chat nila. Kasi nasa nakikita pa lang natin super ganda ng synergy nila. Pero kapag tinignan mo rin yung individual plays nila, super ganda rin. Super high skill, super high level rin. And nahihirapan na makakip up yung Animus Vi. Even though maganda yung engage nila, natatalo sila with the Yasuo, with the Jarvan, with the Rakan, with the Zaya. Tapos yung split pushing power pa nung Kayle with her dueling power is quite unstoppable in this state of the game.
Lalo natatagal dito sa laban si 8 years because of the Zhonya spy. And there is now a Baron called in by All Me. Will this be a contest? No ulti, and there it is now. Pop, this just gets windballed by Crony. No, wala yung words with the mga kaibigan, but All Me will still be securing here the first Baron of this game with sending a message onto Animus Vi that they are definitely in control. 17 kill lead so far for this game. France is definitely doing a good job so far. Desolation is caught by the combo. Unstoppable onslaught now called on by Jason to stop down the tracks. Two-man knock-up from that, but they are now focusing onto the Tristan onto the backline. Cataclysm now locks down the Noah, separates them from the rest of the members of Animus. Why? JC is so close to dying, and the Feathers is too sharp once again for France. Crony is godlike. That is the closest to God as I've ever seen so far. But on the backside, JC 1v1s the support. But what is that AV? It's just a 4-for-1 trade. All me now closing into the base. Moments after this, they will now be closing into the tower. Seol is just watching his base crumble to the hands of everyone at All Me. The Nexus is now dying. Ladies and gentlemen, the finals matchup has now been drawn in the books. It's All Me versus LOL Ascend after this disgusting fight by All Me, displaying a show of skill after that fight. Oh my god.
My God, that game, super intense, super dami nangyayari. Although the last clash, we saw na ang ganda ng engage ng Animus Vibe, pero hindi sila naka-keep up dahil super intense na nga ng Team Olmi, super high pace, super fast pace na nung laban nila. Na kahit tumagal yung engage, na kahit nahuli nila yung dalawa sa Team Olmi, na kahit na follow up ng Tristana, hindi pa rin nila na pick off kasi nga super super lamang na ng Olmi eh. Nasa simpleng EQ combo lang ng Jarvan, makaka-pick off na sila ng 1 or 2 champions, 'di ba? Kaya maganda yung engage ng Animus Vi, I have to give it to them. Pero super ganda ng synergy at ng synchronicity ng Team Olmi. And ayun, and they ultimately ended up walking the red carpet with the victory.
They have now punched their tickets into the finals, and it's super team versus super team of everyone here at GG. LOL, finals na mga kaibigan. This is now the first best of 3 we are going to see here, and the stakes are now high because whoever will win the series will be crowned champions of Gear Games League of Legends, and as well will be taking home 2,150 RP by each player. Bago tayo dumako doon, let us take a short break as the action is too hot. Let's cool it off for some few minutes. GG Law will be right back with some more and intense League of Legends action.
Bye!
Wi-Fi, sci-fi.
ang huling yugto ng GG LOL is now here in our faces, ladies and gentlemen. Finals of GG LOL 2023. Gear Games LOL 2023. It is between All Me, just one after that dominating game, versus AP up against the waiting hands of LOL Ascend. Both of these super teams are just waiting for them to enter into that lobby and into that Summoner's Rift for them to prove a statement in this finals game number 1. Now, Harvey, meron ka ng very, very good impression sa kung paano lalaro tong dalawang teams na to. Anything you can say between these two teams battling out to one another?
Actually 'no, dito pa lang sa first two games na napanood ko, Team Olmi and Team Ascent are both really strong teams, considering both teams have, MVP players, Monstrum, Bell, Prodigium. Pero ano, based lang dun sa previous games na pinanood ko, na napanood nating lahat, these teams have the tendency to snowball into a win. Kahit na balance yung game, kahit na nakikita natin balance tulad nung nangyari sa Team Olmi, they still ended up snowballing the game. Yasuo ended up scaling hard with the Kayle, with the Jarvan, and with the Xayah Rakan. Sa Team Ascend naman, early game pa lang nag-i-scale na sila, early game pa lang nakita ko na yung snowball potential nila. So dito sa finals na to, magandang match up, parehong team magaling, parehong team have their own play styles, parehong team have the tendency to snowball hard and to snowball into a win. So ayun, super anticipated ko tong game na to, lalo na best of 3 pa to. So we will see more action from Team Ascend and from Team Olmi.
Napakalupit nga naman talaga. And as early as that, the timing could have been any perfect. Harvey, it is now champion select for the finalists of GG LOL 2023. It's All Me versus Ascend. My goodness, Harvey, with that prowess from All Me and Ascend, feel ko hindi na problema sa kanila yung ban. I feel like they will lean towards the meta itself. And Lucian, targeted towards to the player of the week, Dwarfihi. There it is. Probably to stop down the Lucian Nami combo by the bot lane of Ascend. And Gwen, Gwen ang binan dito ni Ascend. Targeted towards 8 years. Okay, I've never been so wrong in my life. Kala ko meta lang talaga yung ibaban nila. But they're just banning their primary picks so far, Harvey. So I got
Feeling ko,
overwhelmed by
Salvatore,
that.
galit na galit lang talaga sila kay 8 years na kahit anong game binaban nila yung Gwen no? Parang sobrang laki ng grudge nila against 8 years using Gwen, na kahit anong game binaban nila yung Gwen.
Okay, parang ganyan din. Lilia targeted towards Caillou and Silas targeted towards Crony. And so on the next, this could possibly be Kennen for Real, or even Shen, if I would say so myself. If Ascend ang pwede na lang iban dito is Vi, or they could also ban Kaisa if they want to. So Real is still not leaning on to meta bans. They're trying to ban on the prominent picks na pinipili talaga dito ni Ascend. So ano nga ba yung gagawin nilang ban dito? It's Pantheon! Like how Yasuo played it very, very well. There it is. So last ban for Ascend in this first phase. Pwede nila dito iban yung Jarvan and Vi, or even the Yasuo of Crony itself. Honestly, they could still chop down that ability, but they opted for an Akali ban to Crony. So the first pick now lies onto Real. They have they are now hovering onto Galio. Gragas is also open, a very good top laner. So if they have a substitute for AP, I should say. So pwede nila gamitin doon yung Gragas, and I think this will be a first pick bot lane for Team Real. And if you are Ascend, I feel like jungle will be locked in here for a few moments time. Caitlyn now being hovered by Ascend. So how about you, Harvey? Can you draft out the best possible combo for Ascend and Real?
I think with Ascend locking up Caitlyn, I think magandang follow-up kay Caitlyn is Morgana with her lockdown. Pero since Morgana is rarely used ngayong meta, I don't think she will appear anytime soon. Ayun, Sivir. I cousin locked in Sivir instead of Caitlyn. Now Sivir, hindi ako masyado familiar sa synergies ni Sivir, pero si Sivir she just wants to attack. So I think magandang support sa kanya is a frontline support. frontline na kaya ring kayang mag-peel sa kanya. Frontline support or even a jungler na kayang mag-peel para kay Sivir will be a good pick for Team Ascend.
Okay. Oh, it is Severe Yumi for LOL Ascend. Yumi getting guttered here for pro play, but in for solo queue and collegiate level, they can still play it at the highest level possible. Severe Yumi is also the counter to Lucian Nami, but since Lucian is banned, they went in for a heavy artillery bot lane in the early game if they want to have a scaling sort of bot lane into the mid. So Jin is now being hovered onto Prance quite possibly, and the bot lane is now set for Team All Me. It is Karma and Jin, the fastest man alive. I am the fast is the lineup of Jin. I mean the lineup of Team All Me. Now they're just needs a good and formidable tank jungler or even a mid laner. Assassin, pwede mag-Veigar dito si Crony or even a Wukong insta-lock towards onto Drail if I'm mistaken so myself. I feel like this is Wukong onto the jungle side, and Maokai is still indeed open. Lissandra being hovered onto Ascend. I don't think this will be a good sort of, pero pwede nila i-punish dito yung immobility ni Jin. Parang dali lang i-lockdown basta wag lang siya makakuha ng movement speed from his passive. And Trundle is the jungler's pick for LOL Ascend. The second phase is now commenced. Harvey, any summary and anything you can say so far for these lineups you've seen?
Ayun no, I think with the Karma Jin pick against Sivir Yumi, I think they just trying to match the mobility of the Sivir and Yumi. And tama ka nga na if Team Ascent can lock down the Jin, then Jin will literally be just a minion that has some high damage kasi walang mobility si Jin. Parang he can be considered a glass cannon. If he can get the damage out, he is strong, but if he can get it, then he's nothing less than a minion. And I think ayun, Binan, Kale from Team Ascend, and Pantheon Kennen from Team All-Me.
Okay, so yan na nga. Kale now banned, targeted towards 8 years kasi wala pa silang top lane. And yan na nga, sinasabi ko nga sa'yo, pre, binan nga talaga nila yung mga prominent champions nila, which is Kale and Kennen respectively. So Mordekaiser also targeted towards 8 years. Wala talaga silang threat sa bot lane. It's just towards onto the top and mid side, knowing na meron naman na nakalock in the ADC, no? So I feel like this ban is heavily cited towards the macro of the top and mid laner talaga, no? So ayan na nga, first pick will now lie onto the second phase towards LOL Ascend. They are missing a mid laner and a top laner. For mid laner, you could possibly pick Alessandra here, a very good control mage. Ayan na nga, pinili niya pa rin ang Alessandra. Syndra is also a formidable and good strong mid laner, or as well as Twisted Fate if you want a good lockdown to say so to speak. So ang ganda ng reliance talaga dito ni Ascend for combos and early skirmishes, with just the fact that they picked Lissandra with an early CC and with Trundle, no? Ang ganda ng pick off potential nila dito. Kassadin could possibly be playing for Crony, and there it is. Just like that, no hesitation whatsoever. It's open. The best AP mid laner so far in this game. The scaling could have been so good. Ang pwede talaga nilang gawin dito is just the Kassadin. And last pick now towards Real. Pwede sila gumawa dito ng tank top laner or even, oh wow, okay.
Grabe.
Oh my god. Okay, so they're not opting for any aggressive top laner. I mean, not even a tanky one. They will just have to rely on their bruiser and as well as the pick-up potential of a Jin. It's Yone for 8 years, ladies and gentlemen. A very, very rare sight. And what more rare sight we've seen so far as the Nasus for Heikusen now locks in versus the Yone. Oh wait, okay, wait just a minute. Nagkakapalitan muna dito. I don't know how the drops will pan out for this game. I feel like this is okay, so is this the finalized lineup in the top side? No swapping into the mid lane. I feel like yes, it is. Harvey, finally some very very good pickups for both of these teams. No meta picks. It's just comfort ones. The most entertaining game we've seen so far. Ascend versus Real. Cast your votes in the comments below. Is it ASC win or Real win? Meanwhile, Harvey, any thoughts in the top lane matchup as a top lane enthusiast?
Ayun, grabe. Grabe yung pick no, Nasus against Kassadin. Hindi ko in-expect, and sa buong tournament na 'to sobrang daming unexpected na nangyayari. Pero ito ata yung pinaka-intense for me. Like Kassadin and Nasus, both weak early game, both scales off in the late game, both scales off really hard. Ang tanging advantage lang siguro ni Kassadin against Nasus is that Kassadin have a blink, have scaling damage with his ult, while Nasus is immobile. Even though he does have a W with the slow and I think it will be hard for him to catch up on Kassadin in the top lane. Pero compared naman sa jungler, si Drail tsaka si Kayo, parehong magandang jungler. Si Kayo with his slow sa pillar niya and with his mobility. Si Drail naman with his engage and with his airborne. Both supports of their respective team quite nicely. Siguro ang ifo-focus na lang siguro natin dito on kung paano nila ipe-play out yung team compositions nila pareho, kasi super unusual talaga ng team pickings nila. Like kita natin both teams, sa Team Real wala silang respective na tank. Sa Team Ascend, yung tank nga nila, may tank nga kaso nag-i-scale lang sa late game. Tapos yung ADC ng Team Real is immobile, considering it is a Jhin. Tapos yung ADC naman ng Team Ascend is a Severe with her spell shield and her mobility from her support. So ayun, medyo based lang sa drafts, medyo balance pa rin yung team. Hindi ko pa rin mape-predict kung sino mananalo. Pero I think Ascend will ay boto ko ay nasa Ascend. Kasi kasi maganda yung nila, maganda yung scaling ng Nasus, at I think pwede siya mag-frontline, pwede siya mag-peel for Dwarfihi and for Yasuo, tapos yung CC pa nila. Wag lang talaga sila mahuhuli ni Drail at ni Crony. Then I think they can win the late game.
Good analysis from you, my friend Hardy. That is very, very good, no? So, let me just say na ang ano ko lang dito, ang say ko lang dito is, I said, not picking Kaisa, with a lot of them having a good lockdown. So ang ganda ng follow up ng Kaisa dito eh. But if they would exchange the support for something better like Alistair, or even Lulu, or if they even pick Karma as their primary support, siguro sobrang flourish na nung lineup nila, kasi pwedeng i-flex yung Karma pick dun sa Nasus, and even have some steroids onto the jungler itself, kasi ang ganda ng scaling eh. Not gonna lie. But if I were to pick the support Karma, I would just probably exchange the supports from both teams to one another, and it will be such an even out lineup naman so far. Other than that, it's just overall macro nga naman talaga, no. I'm just waiting for the fact that this bot lane, we haven't seen so much success so far in pro play, but let's see how much will this be good in terms of collegiate levels, where everything is far more aggressive and far more initiation heavy. Kasi ang laki talaga ng impact ng isang bot lane eh. If you can play onto the bot lane, you can secure dragon. If you can play for bot lane, you could roam and take some major objectives and go in for a much more harder push into the side lanes. So how about you, Harvey, as early as now? Let's cast in our caster predictions for game number 1, best of 3. Game number 1, give it all to me. It is LOL Ascend nga naman, no, mga kaibigan. Kala mo all me, no, kasi sinabi ko na yung me, no. So it is LOL Ascend because of their flexibility of their lineups. Just they need to have a good consistent bot lane. Yun lang talaga. Kahit let's say all me wins jungle and top side, it's a win for them eh. Andali na lang sa kanila para mag-lockdown dun sa bot lane ng LoL Ascend. But for LoL Ascend, their win con is their bot lane, and where their presence as Kayu as their jungler, which is a bot lane reliant champion with Trundle, ang ganda ng picks na pwede nila ma-play. I have a good sign for LoL Ascend to win this game number 1. How about you?
Ako rin actually, sa team composition pa lang ng Team Ascend, super nagli-lean on na ako sa kanila. If they can just make it off safely to late game, if they can just build their items, if Nasus gets his stack, then they will be an unstoppable force. Pero hindi kasi natin fina-factor in si Crony sa laro na to sa prediction na to Kasi kita naman natin sa previous game, si Crony, he has the tendency to be super aggressive, super oppressive sa lane na nilalaro niya. And I think if he plays test that out well. If that works out for him, then Team Ascend will have a hard time scaling off sa kanilang team composition. Will have a hard time controlling the map. Will have a hard time taking on objectives. So I think if they can shut down Crony, or I think kung kaya lang nila i-gatekeep si Crony from being too aggressive, then I think LoL Ascend will have a good chance of winning this game.
Ang bilis na mga pangyayari, mga kaibigan, as just like that, after some counts of saying how good both of these teams are, we have now entered Summoner's Rift territory, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 of finals between All-Me and LoL Ascend. It is now the matchup of the century, like I said. Ang pinaka-inaabangan ko talaga dito is yung jungle between Drail and Kayu. As a jungle enthusiast myself, an action-packed jungler invading, sort of ganking, camping bot side already gives me the tingles, Harvey. So how about you? Any marquee matchup you could draw in the line for all the entertainers to watch out for?
Ako naman medyo manonood siguro ako sa Severe Yumi and sa Jin Karma na matchup kasi ako Jin enthusiast ako. I think pinapanood ko sila mainly for my own knowledge kung paano nagsi-synergize si Jin with different types of supports. I think I can learn a lot from this play. Siguro hindi muna ako magbabaya sa Jin Karma matchup kasi nga Severe Yumi yun with their mobility and with their DPS. Pero all in all, I'm looking forward to what happens in bot lane.
Okay, so far in the mid lane, so we see a good we see a late swap between Crony and 8 Years, as the Kassadin will now be going to the mid lane and Crony going for an aggressive Yone play onto the top side. Alam naman natin na pwede naman nila gawin yun with both having an experience in playing these sort of champions, and Heikusen is getting just punished from missing the siphoning strike stacks to. Ang laki ng impact nun pag hindi siya nakapag-stack ng ganun. They did not expect the swap. I feel like the runes of Heikusen is targeted towards being MR. So feeling ko yung sustain dito ni Heikusen, parang hindi na siya ganun ka-reliable na yun. No? Ang pwede niya na lang punish dito is yung EQ, and yung early game pa naman ng Yone is malakas with lethal tempo on hand. Let's take a look at Crony and Heikusen trading one another, with Crony still having pots and Heikusen relying on his passive, the Soul Stealer, to get the lifesteal and sustain he needs.
I agree with you on that, Salvatore, no? Medyo magsasuffer nga yung sustain ni Nasus with his runes being tailored for Kassadin. Ayun nga, kita natin yung trade-off nilang dalawa. Pareho silang nalolow. Ayun, nakakuha ng first blood.
Wow!
Dito.
Okay, off-cam kill from First Blood, now targeted towards onto Heikusen, and there is probably a counter again by Kayu, trapping onto the Pillar of Ice. Is still, doesn't have that flash. That's just easy for the jungler, and that is a 1-for-1 trade, but no assist handed towards Heikusen. Dwarfy doesn't have the mana anymore, so wala na siyang sustain dito. Magre-rely na talaga siya sa healing ng isang Yumi, which is from Click itself. So ano bang pwedeng gawin dito ng bot lane? Just farm all of these champions we see so far.
I think ang gandang respond ni Kayo doon with Yone staying up top tapos low HP pa. I think ang gandang punish from Kayo right there, trying to prevent Crony from scaling real hard. Actually, medyo kinabahan nga ako nung naka first blood si Crony kasi 'di ba ganun rin yung nangyari kaninang game. Then naging unstoppable na siya. Pero I think napigilan naman yun ni Kayo. So I think nice play from him.
1-for-1 is the trade and the game so far for both of these teams. Wala pang napapunish sa mga mali, all of which are just being handed out by teams in a good box wherein the opportunity presents itself para lumaban. If they do, they get a good chunk of gold, and 8 Years is taking some good chunk of his health. Glacial Path now pop up new onto the top side. It's going to be a gank with a flashless Yone. What can you do? Mortal Steel will be used as a dash flash Q onto Kayu. My goodness, Crony goes in for Soul Unbound, but it's not going to be enough as an escape mechanism. Oh my god, the second stack won't be enough. No, it is so close for him to secure a double kill, but Drail will be using his police tactics to secure down the life of both Kayu and Heikusen. One more hit will do it. Can you do it? The flash crushing blow by Drail. Double kill set up by the top laner of All-Me. And I will still call worth on that probably. Ang lupit na ng play doon. Muntik pa sila mag-double kill ni Crony na walang flash. And that is just the day for Crony as a top laner. Meanwhile, Robbie is now dangerously low. Prince! What a kill onto the Sivir! And Robbie is playing a dangerous game. But it's just that cat. Oh, wait lang. Nawala yung words ko. The cat just got trapped into the mousetrap of Dwarfy and Click. 3-kill lead by all me. They definitely are in the lead right now with 2,000 gold and a couple of kills.
Grabe, super ganda ng super ganda ng positioning ng junglers ng both teams. Nandun agad sila para mag-respond kung may magi-initiate man ng fight. Like nakita natin sa top, nag-gank si Kayo sa Nasus, tas napatay nila si Crony, pero Wukong was there to finish off, to clean up the low HP Nasus and the Kayo. Tapos dun naman sa bot lane, super ang gandang play, Karma Engine, super gandang lockdown, super gandang CC. And that ended up getting them a 3-kill lead in this game.
3-kill lead indeed. Nababalik na kagad nila yung deficit sa gold. So far 8 years now has his ulti, pero inano pa natin yung level 11 niya, power spike. Heikusen is going aggressive, binabantayan niya yung kaluluwa ni Crony. Now goes in for the Fury of the Sands. Pero magdi-disengage siya gamit yung second stock ng Mortal Steel. Mga kaibigan, 3-kill lead pa rin ang labanan dito between Lola Ascend and Omi. Dwarfy is still going for some farming. Yung pa rin yung inaantay nila dito. Glacial Path na pop by Yasuo para makalayo pa rin. But he still has flash kung sakaling mag-re-engage dito si Drail. Take a look at the wave clearing of Dwarfy as well as Click. It's just so good. Hindi napapunish at hindi natatapatan dito ni Franz yung ganung labanan. 8 years. It does have the experience deficit onto the mid side. So long term, this is very, very good for Yasuo with first strike. So marami pa siyang nakukuha. A fight will now be called once again. Dwarfy gets over well, but the healing is not enough for the Yuumi. Another kill onto Prince. Can you secure the double kill? It's reloading, but the wait is so worth it. Double kill onto Prince, 14k. Talk about calling a one-tap by a classic. There it is, now replicated in Summoner's Rift style. Prince gets a double kill.
Ayan nga, katulad nga nung sabi ko, sobrang ganda nung lockdown potential nung Karma at Nanjin. And sabihin ko lang, ang ganda ng positioning ni Robbie. As soon as nakasnare sila, Robbie moves up to the enemy tower to prevent the enemy team from escaping the fight. And ang gandang double kill. It already happened twice. Good job for all Miss bot lane.
My goodness, LOL Ascend, patuloy silang napapunish dito. Masyado silang ambisyoso talaga sa mga laban na tingin nila kaya nilang labanan. Click still doesn't have the core items to fight. Hindi na to yung Yuumi na kilala natin na malakas palang bumira gamit sa passive and yung prowling projectile. Dwarfy is still a struggling man with no stacks from Lethal Tempo. Pumapalag na kagad siya, Crony, and as well as Heikusen fighting one another, with Heikusen going for early Bramble best buy because he knows that he will buy a Blade of the Ruin King first, and the extensive fight from Lethal Tempo, yun ata yung kinakawawa dito. Drail is now trapped by the eyes of Kayu and Yasuo inside of the tomb, but Drail will not be able to secure down the Rift Herald. It's now on the hands of LOL Ascend. They are now in the driver's seat, at least on the top side, not so much on the bot side, but I feel like the scaling of LOL Ascend can still propel them to a much better positioning in this game. What do you think, Harvey?
I think ang gandang kuha nun sa Rift Herald, plus yung buhay pa ni Drail with his Wukong. And I think tama nga na nagkakaroon na sila ng control sa top lane ng map, pero I think they should focus on the bot lane. I mean, hindi naman yung completely focus, pero they should pay attention to their bot lane. Kasi nga kapag nag-fall off behind yung bot lane nila, mahihirapan rin sila maka-scale off. Now we see a game pause right here. I think it's a connection issue again. Tulad nga nung sabi namin kanina ni Salvatore, pansinin nyo yung internet nyo, make sure it's strong and make sure it's stable so that disconnections can't happen.
So yun Nga, no. Wow, grabe nga. Ang dami talagang difficulties na ramdaman dito in terms of the internet connection. I hope it will not deteriorate the quality of the experience of these players nga naman, no. So, yun nga, these things tend to happen talaga. So, mahalaga talaga yung ping check and as well as the, kung gusto mo talagang desidido, com shop ang meta para doon. And we are now back into the ball game. Harvey with no answer back from LOL Ascend. Meron lang talaga silang onting kills and a lead into the mid lane. So the play here would probably be a dragon in a few. Natawag na nga dito ni Kayu as meron na silang dragon dito secured by them, and Crony and company still waiting for the mid game, no, para talaga para magkaalaman talaga kung sino talaga dito yung magi-scale. And the 4-0 France is saying that they're definitely in contention for more things to come here, with Drail clearing as fast as Kayu, I should say. So as far as Olmi has a 4-point lead, even pa rin to in terms of standards that we have set in League of Legends talaga.
Tama, tama, Salvatore. Kasi both teams nakakakuha ng objective, both teams nakaka-roam around the map. Kahit na lamang nga yung Olmi ng kills, hindi naman natin nakikita na super laking bagay nun para sa Team LoL Ascent. Kahit tingnan natin dito sa top lane, kahit na super aggressive ng Yone, hindi pa rin nagpapahuli yung Nasus, if I should say so myself. Ayun, he still gets stacks, he still gets his smokes out, he still gets his trades out. So ayun, even though lamang yung Olmi.
Ayan na nga, Crony disengages in with a knock-up onto his Q. And Heikusen is going for a bully play with Fury of the Sands. Now Crony has complete summoners. Pwede siya mag-teleport dito pabalik sa lane if he wants to. But that is now a secured Blade of the Ruined King. Mas masakit na yung mga palo niya kay Heikusen. And if I'm Heikusen, he could probably get some Divine Sunderer pag meron na siyang teleport dito, and Rail uses the decoy para makatakas na sa laban na ito. Now LoL Ascend now calls in for this dragon with few moments time. This could possibly be the call for LoL Ascend to turn the tides of this game. Heikusen playing some bit of fun. Wheela, here comes Robin with empowered inner flame, engages onto Kayu. Can they take him down by the last chapter? What a blast cone by Rob. Umabot pa yon, France with a curtain call. Now secures down Kayu. Here comes Yasuo from the backside. Can you clear it up? Meanwhile, 8 years now. Rift walks into the death of Dwarfihi. Yasuo gets trapped by 4. What can you do? You don't have an OC. My goodness, the bot lane is a fiesta. Sponsored by All Me and LoL Ascend. And that right there, my friends, is Dragon for All Me. Oh, hindi pa tapos ang laban na dito mga kaibigan as Crony goes in for the combo of a knock-up, but Melon does have the flash out there to mitigate some damage na pwede pang i-follow up doon ni Crony. But what can you believe? All Me sets the bar into that fight that we are definitely in the lead.
I think yung nangyayari dito is Dwarfihi is suffering from his success, should I say, kasi minsan kasi nakaka-apekto yung mentality sa paglalaro mo ng game. I think he's being too overconfident with his support and with his champion picks, na hindi niya siguro nare-realize na may potential na rin sila mapatay ng Jhin and Karma. Kaya kapag nag-engage sila na-outtrade sila ng Jhin tsaka ng Karma, and minsan napapatay pa sila. So I think if Dwarfihi should play it just a little bit safer this time around, I think kaya naman niya makipagsabayan sa bot lane ng kalaban na ahead against sa kanila ni Yuki.
Ayun na nga, no? So not much of a significant lead on the top side. It's still an equal game in terms of gold and CS. Pero mas maganda talaga yung farming talaga ni Dwarfihi dito because he has more AoE. Crony taking some long and extensive fights versus the Nasus in the top side. 6-kill lead by Olmi. Inaantay pa rin talaga natin yung malupit na play dito ni LoL Ascend. They do have a wombo combo sort of lineup, pero di pa natin nakikita na i-execute nila yun. Dwarfihi and Click is struggling right now to keep their bot lane intact. But we all know he is 0-3, but ang hinihingi lang naman nila dito is yung wave clear niyang malupit. Crony doesn't have a W right now, so probably Heikusen will go in for a trade right here. Here comes Wither. Ayan na nga. but he doesn't have Fury of the Sands. I feel like he does. Yes, meron siyang Fury of the Sands. Pwede pa din niya ipasok yun. Robirob is sitting in the bushes. Ayan na nga, drops in for the W. Here comes a teleport probably from Yasuo as he gets snared by the final chapter. Bursts down the Karma. Here comes the follow from the Glacial Path. They will not be able to commit onto that. France goes in, gets knocked down by the Glacial Tube. Ayan na nga, Deadly Flourish will hit onto the Yuumi. As I think that is severe, I should say. But what an all-in from Drail as well as France. Takes down and takes them down inside of the tower. All Me is just going for aggressive play after aggressive play, and they're giving them the rewards that they can for them to scale into the mid game. My goodness, here comes curtain call. Kanina ba tatama to mga kaibigan? There is still Yasuo into the bot side. Wala siyang makukuha dito, and that is just a wasted ultimate from France, but still a good set of kills from him so far by the All Me ADC. 7-0 and 2.
Ang gandang teleport from Lissandra sa bot lane nila. Super overextended ng Jhin and Karma sa red side bot lane.
Ayan na nga, gets rooted. Caillou puts in the ultimate onto 8 years. Gonna go in for the tower dive, chomps him down. Like the man he is, no rabies intended. Onto Caillou, gets rooted down by Robirob once again. But can you do some more? Drail is right there. Takbo ka na, kaibigan. Here comes Frozen Domain. Crushing Blow is doing so much work. But now teleport, now Popeye. Heikusen, ano pwede niya magawa dito? But it gets slowed by the inner flame of Robirob. Takbo ka muna doon, mga kaibigan. Okay, LOL Ascend wants to go in for a very aggressive play but gets punished heavily by All Me.
Ang ganda summoner spell ng teleport sa high level games, no. As we can see, Nasus teleport, so natakot yung enemy team. Ang gandang follow up if ever the enemy team chose to commit to the fight. And then yung Lissandra teleport nga kanina sinasabi ko, super overextended ng team All Me. And even though na notice yun ng Jhin, ang ganda niyang play in itself. Kaso nga lang na follow up ni Drail with his Wukong and Jhin getting off 2 kills with that play alone. And ayun, ang gandang play for LOL Ascent, pero too bad All Me got the upper hand on that one.
So top side is still an island. Wala pa ring dalaw and wala pa rin nangyayari after that sequence into the early game. Heikusen does have Fury of the Sands, but the board is doing so much damage. Here comes the path over to the wall. Lockdown onto France. Saan kapunta? Wala. Shut down onto Dwarfy. Finally, a revenge kill. Here comes Drail to help his friend Crony possibly be close to death. But Drail was in the perfect time into the top side. France, without the aid of his support, wala siya magagawa doon. He's too immobile after that. It takes 4 para patayin ang 7-0 na France. Grants him his first death and a bounty claim by Dwarfy.
Another pause na naman po. Karoon na naman ng internet problems. Pero ayun, ang ganda response from both teams. We can see the high skill level of both their plays. We can see the skill level of both individual and both the team plays of All Me and Team Ascent. Medyo nakukuha lang ng upper hand yung Team All Me dahil dun sa single, double or triple pick-offs nila. Pero I think hindi naman ganon kalala yung situation ng Team Ascent, and I think they can still come back with the game. Lalo na yung Nasus, medyo kumukunat na yung Nasus, medyo nakakakuha na siya ng stacks. I think they're still got their pace up going. So ayun, titingnan lang natin talaga kung ano nang mangyayari sa late mid game up to the early late game ng laro na to.
Okay, so yun nga, malapit talaga yung nangyayari dito between both of these two teams, but still All Me does have the good kill lead, pero in terms of objectives, feeling ko pantay na pantay pa rin. But with the bot lane now being destroyed by Dwarfy and Click, kasi mas malakas talaga yung pushing prowess nila eh. Wala silang nakukuwang prio dito sa bot, kaya hindi sila makakuha ng dragon doon. So that is just really important for them to have a good experience in taking those said objectives. Ang laki ng tulong ng Chemtech Soul dito pag nakuha nila yun. But right now, it's just being handed over towards the red side wherein they have priority. Meanwhile, Crony from the top goes into the mid, pops in, Soul Unbound. Kinantsawan lang si Yasuo dito, mga kaibigan. Right now, Dwarfy and Click now roams into the bot lane. I think this will be a signalized bot lane swap between mid and between bot and mid. Take a look at the wave clear of Dwarpy. Grabe nga naman talaga to, mga kaibigan. As there it is, Robirov gets chunked down. Oh my god! The life of him is now gone. At least 50% health na lang yun natira from Prowling Projectile and Boomerang Throw itself.
Ayan, nakikita na nga natin na nakaka-build up na ng items yung Severe. Gumaganda na yung wave clear niya. I think magkakaroon ng laban sa bot lane.
Okay, is this the 1v1 that we've been calling for? But it's just a poking battle between Yasuo and 8 years. Waitings lang talaga, no? We are still waiting for LOL Ascend as well to have their items be panned out already. Wala pa rin ditong development si Click dun sa kanyang Luden's Echo, and there it is, a Divine Sunderer now locked in for Higson, which will help benefit him for a much more longer and sustained fight up against Crony, kung yun man yung magiging forte niya na tawag sa mga calls na ginagawa niya sa top side.
Ayun, medyo nag-i-scale off na. Both teams nakaka-build na ng item. Both teams nagle-level up na. Medyo gumaganda na rin yung scale ni Nasus, yung Q damage niya.
Okay. Okay, Heikusen is definitely getting some punishment from the Bork-empowered Crony, you know. So, but still, he can sustain that with his passive and as well as Divine Sunderer. Kung magiging issue man sa kanya yun. So fights so far is favored by Crony, but more damage, I feel like Heikusen still has the edge. Warp is now running away here to the final chapter as Kayu is right there positioning himself as Drill is now dangerously low. Shot down claim by Yasuo. The jungler 4v5. Heikusen makes it to 4v4 as Francis is now down, their primary damage dealer. XC Crony is down as well. Lola Sed charges into the mid with 2 important kills onto Franz and Crony and make it a 4-0 trade for Lola Sen and All Me as they are now charging into the mid side. Take a look at the replay. Ang bilis, ma-pick off. Ayun na nga si Kayo naglalakad dito as they just get heavily punished from the backside. Yasuo does in the ultimate combo of Alessandra. Crony nawala na, parang bula, just gets bursted down by Yasuo with no MR whatsoever. And that just turned the sides of the fight for this game. All Me is now no longer in the driver's seat.
Ang gandang follow-up ng Lissandra as seen in the replay previously. Ang gandang pick off sa backline nung Lissandra. Pinatay niya si Wukong, pinatay niya si Jhin. Tapos pagbalik ni Crony sa kanyang soul na yon, low HP na nga siya, meron pa naka-follow up na Lissandra. Ayun, yun yung sinasabi ko na if Team Ascent can just get their pace going, can just get their lockdowns going, they win this game. They win this game by a snowball.
Mga snowball lang ha. We on the bottom side. It's a one. Heikusen is dangerously low. This is really, really bad for Heikusen if he wants to sustain. Pero hindi magko-commit si Crony doon ng matagalan lang. And Kayu and Dwarfy is trying to even out the farming here. But Franz, ang laki talaga ng kawalan niya pag namamatay siya sa mga laban. He does have Lord Dom, so kailangan talaga nilang mabuhay si Franz kung gusto nilang ma-whip out si Kayu and Heikusen sa matagal na labanan.
If they can just keep Jhin alive, I think they will win. They will win every team fight that has been initiated. Kasi yun nga sabi ko, glass cannon si Jhin. Super lakas ng damage niya, super overwhelming ng damage niya, lalo na kapag nakabuild ng Lord Dominix. Pero at the same time, super risky rin ni Jhin kasi nga mabilis siya mahuli. Immobile siya kahit na may Gale Force siya, kahit na may flash siya. But those things have a long cooldown, so he can only use it every once in a while. So ayun, if Jhin can get his damage out, they will win every clash. But if Jhin can, ayun, talo sila.
Hingin talo nga ba sila, but Crony is going to be trapped here, but I feel like Fate Unsealed is used defensively, but Kayu now re-engages in. Heikusen does have Fury of the Sands, but the turret shot is being focused on to Kayu, kaya kailangan nilang lumayo dito. And there it is. Could this be a re-engage once again? Drill is right there. Spots down. Dwarfy gets caught, but flashes away. This still has the mana barrier. Natama yung knock-up as Dwarfy is caught. Shot down. Claim onto Crony. Drill will now be the next victim. Here comes Critical over the backside as Drill is now down. It's a 3-BT situation here onto the bot side as Heikusen and Kayu will now be running away as a 1-for-1 trade will call in Worth for them to live another day.
Grabe, no? Both teams we see them fighting here and there. And now kukunin na ata ng Team Ascent ang objective. Kasi patay ang jungler ng Team Olmi, and I think they will get this. And I think Olmi will not contest this dragon kasi nga patay si Drake.
Yun na nga yung naging punishment dito. I will call worth on that for them. I will call worth on that kasi hindi na sila tumagal sa laban. Kahit naman wala si Dwarfy, pwede pa rin nilang i-force it. Pero dahil kulang-kulang nga sila, hindi na nila pinatagal. And Crony was so low, pwede pa nilang i-contest dun yung DR if ever man. So yun na nga, as he spots down Yasuo to cancel out his recall. Ayun na nga, uses the Glacial Path for a much more needed safetyness of this Lissandra. Takbo lang kaibigan para mabuhay ka pa ng matagal. Ayan na nga, 2-kill lead na lang ang pumapagitan sa Olmi versus Lola Send as we are waiting for the resurgence of Olmi after losing teamfight after teamfight as Baron is now being hovered by Olmi quite possibly. Ay nga, nagpiping na nga dito with Hickson going for a bottom lane play. 8 years gets trapped by the Wither as France is now right there making it a 3v1. Heikusen doesn't have the summoners but teleport is now Papa Yasuo and as well as Crony. Ayan na nga dito mga kaibigan lahat. It's going to be a party here on the bot side. It's just quickly turned into a 2v4. 8 years gets knocked down. Deadly first and absolutely nothing. Heikusen now gets knocked up, gets comboed by Crony. Yasuo is taking some damage as well. Heikusen gets critted by France, but at what cost? Here comes Trail to possibly take down the Bear, but Cyclone, he's just getting outclassed by Dwarfies, boomerangs. Oh my god, what a call by Lola Sin to buy some time. And right now, Baron is awaiting their hands.
Ang gandang cross-map play from Team Ascent. Kahit na nag-all-in na yung Team Olmi sa bot lane nila, they just opted to choose. They choose to take up Baron and napatay pa si Trail. So ayun, ang gandang cross-map play from Team Ascent. And yun nga sinasabi mo nga, Salvatore, na kanina na lamang sa kills ang Team Olmi. Pero tingnan mo naman yung gold lead. Tingnan mo naman yung gold lead ng LoL Ascent tapos yung kanilang objective control ratio pa. So I think even though lamang sa kills yung Team Olmi, Team Ascent is still going up at their own with their objectives and with their goals.
Okay, so there it is. 2 kills na lang ang pumapagitan once again by Lola Send and Olmi, as I feel like this is a very tough job for Lola Send to keep things into their favor, knowing na lumalakas palalo si Crony. Drail is also building into his armor penetration item, so pwede na lang burst dito si Heikusen tsaka si Kayu if they want to. And how about you, Harvey? What is your call if you are Olmi?
If I'm Olmi, I think yung common na magagawa nila is just take up the Baron, burn up the Baron ng Team LoL Ascent. And I think pwede sila mag-pick off kung sakali man mag-overextend yung isa or dalawa sa Team Ascent kasi maganda rin naman yung 1v2 or 2v2 potential ng Team Olmi. So if makakakuha sila ng picks, then that will be a great play for them. If mababurn nila yung Baron before their base gets burned up, I think that will also be a good play for them. If they can do both, then that will be better. I think that's the best course of action for Team Olmi in this situation.
Will it be the game? Excuse me. Will it be the game-changing call for Lola Sen for them to push out the Baron-empowered minions into the base of Olmi? Kasi feeling ko hindi na nila nakaabuso yung Baron dito eh, kasi lahat sila nasa top side, but Heikusen will do his work with Hullbreaker empowered Nasus right there, my friends. Ayun na nga, nagkandaleche-leche na nga dito si Olmi at di na alam kung sino ide-def nila dito. 8 years gets shut down by the subjugate of Kayu. Here comes final chapter. Mahuli ba nila dito si Robbie Rob? As the answer will be no. Lola Sen going for an aggressive push as Dwarfy is also caught. Here comes Cyclone from Drail as nahuli yung Sivir. But meanwhile, onto the bot side, it's a 1v1 between Heikusen and Crony. So what is your call, Olmi? It's just left and right misplay after misplay, but Crony will now be trading down Heikusen in the process, making it a 3-kill lead with trading absolutely nothing but just a tower.
Ayun, yun nga yung sinabi ko, no, with them getting their picks and them defending their base, even though nakuhaan sila ng isang tower, they still defended up their top lane. And I think Nasus nakapush siya ng isang tower pero na-pick off siya ni Crony. I think that's a nice trade-off trade off for Team Olmi, tapos si Cronipeg nakakuha with his Yone and with his build, with him getting his items. I think all in all that's uneven, or I think na mitigate yung yung damage na nangyari sa base ng Team Olmi with that play.
Okay, so LOL Ascend are no longer have the positioning on hand kasi maya-maya mabuboy na dito yung Dragon with 5 seconds in. As we take a look at Olmi, mas maganda yung positioning nila, but Heikusen is will not be joining the fight. This will be a call for LOL Ascend to give out Drake in exchange for the base of Olmi. Recall na ang tinatawag dito ni 8 years for them to call in a death. As take a look as the base are now in shambles onto the hands of the Troll King. Jumps down onto the inhibitor. What can you do with just a dragon? It is no longer worth it, my friend. As sira na yung base nyo. My goodness, Deadly Flourish does not hit onto Kai for a possible lockdown. Drail is continuing chase. Cyclone onto Caillou with no follow-up whatsoever. Uses the Empowered Blast Cone to blast him off right away into his teammates right there. Oh my god, LOL Ascend, what can you do after that inhibitor call? Magpupush in na sa wave, magpupush in na sa base dito ng Olmi yung creeps, meaning they could farm their way into getting the items they need for them to win some team fights.
I agree with you on that, Salvatore. No? If they can follow up this inhibitor, I think they will just be giving out free gold sa Team Olmi. And I think that's a dangerous game to play kasi considering Olmi is also a high skill level individual players. Kahit na medyo nabe-behind na sila ngayon, kahit na nakukuhaan sila ng objective, I think kapag binigyan nyo sila ng free gold, they will get back up again in this game. And I think that's a dangerous game to play for LOL Ascend, for Team LOL Ascend. So I think they should follow up this inhibitor with whatever they have in mind.
Ano nga ba talaga yung nasa isip ni Olmi? They're not forcing anything, just playing it slow. Hindi ito yung early game na nakita natin kay Olmi, no? Kasi parang sila yung nagfo-force mismo ng laban kaya sila yung may palag, sila yung may lead ng kills. Ngayon, LOL as in not forcing anything but not getting much compared to Olmi's early game. Ngayon, pushing na dito yung creeps. So the farming prowess of Olmi will just continue to snowball to the point wherein their items will be satisfactory for them to force in a fight. Heikusen hindi pa rin sumasama because he does have Hullbreaker. I feel like they are using Heikusen as bait for them to get the objectives that they need. Harvey, if I am Olmi, ang gagawin ko dito is just play it out safe talaga, which is what they are doing right now. I'm not giving them flack. But Crony is taking so much damage from the boomerangs of Dwarfihi as di niya talaga nakuha yung Red of Women a good DPS for their from their star top laner currently with them getting shield bow and as well as mortal reminder. Ang laking tulong sana nung red buff na yun kung gusto nilang maka-pick off ng mas malaki pa.
Kaso hindi nakuha yung red buff dahil super sakit ng boomerang ni si Veer. Meron na kasi siyang 3 item power spike plus her boots pa. And super sakit na ng poke, kahit na matamaan ka lang ng isang Q siguro, mag-bounce back lang yung Q. Sobrang sakit na. Nakita nga natin nangyari yun kay Crony kanina. I think Team Olmi is getting the stacks, the odds stack up against them. So I think this will be a hard game for them to play. Even though they can scale, even though they can still get their items and their gold, I think this is gonna be difficult for them.
It is very difficult for LOL Ascend to finish things off. 31 minutes na nga yung laban na to, but still, no Nexus turret is being threatened for them to go in for a push. Ang magagawin na lang talaga nila dito is go in for a mid prio. At least it's favorable for them. Ayun na nga, nagtatawag na nga sila dito ng fast Baron. I feel like makakaabot pa si Drail dito. I actually hindi na siya makakaabot dito. But Inspire will otherwise say so. Ayun na nga, tinatigil niya na nga yung tracks dito with Frozen Pillar. Here comes Sean on the backside as well. Secured Baron for Lona. Said the fight is now being underdone as the Cyclone is doing some work on the backside. But Dwarfy is just firing some boomerangs. This man is insane. The damage is so good. Friends, who's the leading ADC now, says Dwarfy. A big triple kill to cap off the fight in the Baron. Crony is now running away. Wala na magagawa dito. Oh my god, the Fate Unseal will be used defensively once again. Hindi na nagamit dito for them to make a play. Lola said, turning the tides into that fight. Three members are now down. What can Crony in 8 years do? Caillou is now the focus on the target of all me. But Sean is doing some work right there with a rip step. My goodness, Heiko said one more hit will do it. And there it is, Lola said, after being down so much kills and gold, takes game 1.
Yun ano, Salvatore yun yung literal na Baron power play 'no, nakuha na nila yung Baron, nakapag-shred down pa si Sivir tapos nakapag-push up pa si Nasus sa mid tapos nanalo sila. That's a Baron play, the Baron power play right there from from Team Ascend.
Wow, my goodness. And that is just game 1, Harvey. Ano pa kaya ang inaabangan natin sa game number 2? Magpapakalma muna tayo ng mga tariba dito mga kaibigan. And that is All Me taking game, I mean not All Me. It's Lola Sen taking game number 1. Can we queue in the Silver Scrapes or can LOL Ascend finish things off with a 2-0 sweep? Malalaman natin sa susunod na kabanata na GGLOL 2023 after this short break.
Wi-Fi, sci-fi. Wi-Fi, sci-fi.
Nagbabalik kami mga kaibigan for game number 2 of Gear Games LOL 2023 between All Me and as well as LOL Ascend. It's now game 2 territory dito with wherein Team LOL Ascend caps off game number 1 with a impressive win versus All Me. And right now, malapit na tayong masaksihan ng game number 2 in which the fate will be decided wherein one clean sweep, champion ng Lola Sed, or Q in the Silver Scrapes, playing for a game number 3 wherein do or die na to mga kaibigan. Harvey, can you take us through as to what happened into that last game? Can you summarize it for the rest of us?
Ayun yung nangyari sa last game, actually nung parang medyo mid-game to late game medyo na-o-oppress na yung medyo na-o-oppress na yung Team Olmi. Team LOL Ascend actually took 2 barons in that game, the last one being their game-winning baron. kinukuha ni Dwarfihi, kinukuha ni Yumi, kinukuha ni Kayo yung Baron, then nag-follow up si Drail. Drail ended up dying for that Baron, then Kayo Team LOL Ascent got that Baron. Tapos Dwarfihi, oh my god, Dwarfihi player of the game. Dwarfihi just shredded each and every one of Team All Me with her Sivir na may Kraken Slayer na Vori tas Phantom Dancer. Nagmelt lahat ng Team All Me hanggang sa nag-walk up sila sa base ng Team All Me kasama si Nasus. Nakasama si Nasus na ni low HP si Crony kaya hindi sila nakapag-dep. Although nabuhay yung Kassadin sa one last final play nila na yon, nakapatay si Kassadin ng isa, but hindi pa rin yun naging enough for them to defend their base kasi nga 5 ang buhay sa Team LOL Ascent, tapos empowered Baron pa, tapos super minion pa, tapos wala na silang tower. So ayun, Team LOL Ascent got that win, got that Baron power play, got that ADC diff, should I say, in that last final moments ng game na yon. So ayun, game 1 goes to Team LOL Ascent.
Trash talk ba yun, pre? Trash talk ata yun ah. Lagot ka
Ah,
Brian. Ba't mo tina-trash talk yun, pre?
hindi.
Naku.
Sinabihan ng ADCD. Clip that, mga kaibigan. Feisty himself. Sinabihan ng ADCD si Prince. No? Lata guys. Okay, Ultra Instinct mode siguro dito si Prince para makabawi siya. But now the stakes are much higher and in favor of Team LOL Ascend. I feel like this is a must win for them. Ayaw na lang paabutin ng game number 3 kasi yung mental nila kanina pa sila naglalaro and they just want to finish things off right here. And if they could play everything in favorable for them kanina pa, like they play bot lane, they played so flexible in the top side river pag may laban sila, and as well as yung initiation talaga ng mid laner nila, pag naulit talaga nila yon, it's really really big for them to be a contribution for a pressuring team Olmi. Pangalawa, yung malapit na engage potential is hindi na nila makakounteract, thus winning team fights. And pangatlo, the loss of objectives. Ang laki talaga ng nawalang objectives kanina for Team Olmi because of how much pressure they're adding onto the bot side kahit talo yung bot lane nila. Kayu definitely farmed his way for a scaling Trundle, and alam natin kung gaano kalupit mag-pick off yun once na he puts Subjugate onto one important target. And that just contributed din, nag-snowball na lang yun, tas lumaki na, and that gave them the win.
Ayun, no, tama, nag-agree rin ako dun sa sinabi mo, Salvatore, no. If Team LOL Ascend can just shrug off the aggressiveness of Team Olmi, if they can defend themselves in Team Olmi skirmishes, in Team Olmi's early aggressiveness, I think they can win this with a 2-0 game. They can win this championship kung itutuloy lang nila yung ginawa nila nung first game.
Pero tingin mo ba mare-replicate nila yun? Because I feel like the environment is too different right now, knowing na iba na yung parang magiging sets of champions nila dito with, I feel like, no changes of bans whatsoever. Pero do you think Ascend, them having the mentality of if it ain't broke, don't fix it, parang pwede ba nila gawin yun or trying to replicate a new style para hindi mabasa kagad ni Team Olmi?
I think medyo magiging against them kung uulitin nila yung ganung team comp, kasi nga naranasan na ng Team Olmi eh. I think they will have a better time picking off counter picks for that composition kung itutuloy man ng LOL Ascend yun. Tapos considering Team Olmi's Drail, Team Olmi's Crony, tapos si Franz pa is a high level skill players with themselves, I think they will have an easier time beating that team composition a second time around. So I think Team Ascend should just baguhin nila yung strat nila dito sa game 2. Pero I think, yun nga, sabi ko nga, if they can just shrug off the aggressiveness, they will still win this game.
Same band still left and right for both teams as Akali and Gwen now targeted towards Sean and Brody respectively, with Kale also once again targeted onto 8 years, with Pantheon targeted towards their mid laner. So every sort of ban we're seeing so far is just the tip of the iceberg as to how much influence can both of these players play at the highest level once they get their champions picked off. First pick now hovered onto LOL Ascend. It's an easy Sylas pick for them. Yeah, my God, this probably could possibly be once again Sylas jungle for Kayu. tingin mo, RB?
Sa tingin ko, oo, tama ka nga, Silas jungle for Kayu. If not Silas mid is a jungle kasi nakita natin nung semifinal, super strong ni Kayu sa with his Silas, super aggressive, super super ganda ng skirmish kahit na matagal siya mag-clear. Once na naka-gank siya, once na naging ahead yung lane na ginank niya, he will just continue using that strat hanggang sa manalo yung team nila.
Okay, so Zach is now locked in for Team All Me. Ang laking threat na ito para kay Dwarfy or even kay even kay Click pag na-cut off talaga sila ng isang Zach. Ang laking pressure nito kasi Dwarfy now has to pick something of a mobile ADC Kaisa or even a Severe once again kung gusto man nilang tumagal dun sa mga laban na yun. And now, Robbie Rob now locks in his signature Thresh and an ADC is still not being hovered towards Real. I feel like Aphelios, Samira can still be prominent here in this game if they want to make this Thresh pick happen. Ang ganda na naging adjustment dito with Thresh, with him being able to continuously hook people after reaching 110 ability haste. It's like playing Earth. So doon pa lang nagiging maganda yung needed utility dito for the side of Real because they also have a hard stun and they also have a good engage here with their Zac pick. And wow, okay. Wait just a minute, ladies and gentlemen. This is not the usual pick we've seen so far. Hindi ko alam Santo, but is this a Nautilus Nila in the bot side? Usually, Nila is being paired up with a utility support kasi ang ganda ng tulong niya sa mga healing and shields he gets from his teammates. But is this Nautilus and Nila in the bot side? Wow, oh my god. How about you, Harvey? What do you think?
I think even though unorthodox yung pick na Nautilus and Nila, I think they can still make it work kasi nga yung CC ng Nautilus tapos yung engage ng Nila, I think even though hindi naman utility support si Nautilus, I think they can still make it work with the engages. Lalo na may Sylas pa. I think they can make it work kahit na hindi common strat ang Nautilus at Nila.
Okay, so it is a very different pero ang pinili dito ni Team Olmi is a Thresh Sig bot lane, no? So I feel like them leaning towards a very aggressive mid laner and not going for a control mage. I feel like they will not be opting for a control mage here. Kasi Yasuo is open, honestly. And Yone is also open once again. Pwede sila mag-Yone dito if they want to dish out all of the damage that they can for someone like Sylas. So how about you, Harvey? What can you draft here for Real? And wait just a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Sige, ikaw muna, Harvey, ikaw muna.
Actually, ang gandang counter pick ng Yone para sa enemy team. Kaso binan siya ng team Ascent. So ayun, K'Sante, I think it's viable, I think, blind picking K'Sante, pero super hard kapag na-counter siya tapos hindi naman meta si K'Sante ngayon considering his tank items have been nerfed. Tapos ayun, we see Galio for Galio pick. I think this is a mid or a top. Pero if ever na top si Galio against K'Sante, I think this will still be a balanced matchup. Pero medyo mahirapan lang si Galio kasi nga yung Galio was really built against AP champions, no? Hindi naman AP si K'Sante.
Okay, so I feel like this draft is Galio mid. Tapos top laner na lang talaga yung inaantay nila dito if they want to make things happen. And it's wow, okay. So we are just tested with the will and grit of these players, whipping out all the champions, the craziest champions that we can pick. It's a Yorick top. My goodness, is this Assassin Yorick or is this Hullbreaker Bruiser Yorick? So di ko alam, Harvey. That is the good spontaneity of this game. Ang daming pwedeng mangyari. Anything can happen here in the Summoner's Rift. And once again, the Irelia is open. You give Crony the Irelia. You do not mess with Crony's Irelia. Pero pwede pa yung mabago dito with them having a good pick-off lineup with the Nautilus and as well as Galio. So, ang damage dealer na lang talaga nila dito is Dwarfy's Nila and Kayu's ability to hijack anyone. Yung Mega Inferno Bomb tsaka yung Let's Bounce siguro yung pinakamagandang kunin niya dito, no, if I am Sylas. So once again, the lineup is now been finalized for both teams. Now we have reached game number 2. Can you cast your votes in the comments below? Yes, you can. It's going to be Real Win or ASC Win, as ASC is now one game away for clinching up the champions of the Summoners Rift, with them taking home Gear Games 2023 League of Legends champions. Or can Real force a game number 3 and make things happen and queue in the Silver Scrapes?
Ako Salvatore, I will cast my vote on Ascent. I think they can sweep this game. I think yung Yorick pick, kahit na hindi siya common, I think ginawa nila 'to para sa pushing power, kasi nakita naman natin nung game 1 yung Nasus na naka-Hullbreaker super oppressive, hindi kaya i-defend ni Crony yung Nasus na naka-Hullbreaker, tapos bigla-biglang nabu-buff up ng Baron 'no. I think gusto nila i-replicate yon in some way or another with this Yorick pick. Kaso medyo magsa-suffer lang yung Team Ascent kasi wala silang built-in na frontline. Even though Galio have his engage, mahihirapan pa rin sila kung hindi makaka-pick off ng player na ihu-hook si Nautilus. Tapos, compared naman sa Team Olmi na merong Kisante, na merong Irelia, na merong Zac, tapos meron pang Cage ni Thresh. Kapag nagkaroon ng all-in team fight, I think mahihirapan yung Ascent. Pero we will see if they can make it work, or if we will go to game 3.
Kailangan kaagad ma-punish yung top side dito kasi both top laners are prone to gank eh. So I want the top lane to be as clean as possible. Yung talagang walang magiging bakas ng jungler sa top side. So if I'm Heikusen and 8 years, they have to fight against one another and take that early lead kasi ang kung sino man siguro makakakuha ng RH dito, especially when Heikusen gets it, ang laking tulong nito for them to absolutely go in for a cross map play na tipong nagpupush na sila sa top side and they're taking a major objective onto the bot side. Ang laking tulong dito ni Heikusen once he gets his ulti, no? And if I am Kasante, especially I am high artillery, heavy damage once I get my all out. So ang laking tulong kasi ng Kasante once he gets that early lead. Basta mawala talaga sa contention tong Yorick ito, andali na lang para kay 8 years mag-scale. He needs to play with his jungler here. Wala mo ng Crony transportin kay Rob help dito, si Drail. He needs to play in the top side because the control of the game last time was headed towards the top side kasi ang laki ng naging impact ni Heikusen. So, if I am Drail, I need to focus on to the top side of things. Just play it out safe. Alam naman nating poke si Ziggs dito and Crony is Crony. He just needs to farm and farm and farm. And I see Real winning this and forcing game 3. But if Ascent just capitalizes onto that blueprint alone, andali na lang para sa kanila manalo. How about you, Harvey?
Ayun, yung Kesante, based on my experience sa top lane, super super bilis mag-fall off ng Kesante, like 1 death or 2 deaths pa lang. Sa elo ko pa lang yon, super super walang kwenta ng Kesante. Paano pa kaya sa pro play, 'di ba? Kaya they should really try to make Kesante ahead instead of behind, and so that their win condition will be clear as day to them and they will force it into game 3. Other than that, I think LoL Ascend will have a much better time kung ganun rin yung gagawin ni Kayo sa team niya, no. If he can make Yorick ahead in his game, if he can make Yorick push, if he can take up Herald for the top lane, I think they can still win this. So I think medyo nagfo-focus nga sa top lane ang win condition ng both teams. Pero wag din natin ipagwalang bahala yung ibang lanes kasi I think they are still strong in their own rights. Lalo na sa Nila Nautilus, with Nila having the Jax E, should I say, kapag nag-e-engage sila, and with the Galio ult for Team Ascent, I think meron pa ring mapapala sa ibang lanes. So if ever na balance lang yung top, or if ever na medyo risky yung top, I think both junglers can still opt up to go for other lanes as well.
Ang ganda kasi ng positioning dito ng jungler nila with Sylas and as well as Zac. So Sylas, di ko talaga alam paano nangyayari na nagkakaroon siya between tank versus tank junglers, but if Kayo is making it happen consistently in this game na kailangan niya talaga mag-scale dito kasi ang ganda ng mga ultis ng kalaban, he needs to make it happen even if it means it costs his death or even a death of his teammate. Basta alam nating makakabuo siya kagad ng first 2 early items because once he builds that Shadow Flame and Night Harvester, it's just elementary for them to be consistent and play as well as towards the mid game. And now Harvey, ayan na nga, we have seen of the transition shifted towards our faces. It is now action in the Summoners Rift, ladies and gentlemen, cast your votes once again in the comments. Is it going to be Lola Sen taking home the bacon or All Me forcing game number 3?
Cast your votes everyone sa comment section. Kami ni Salvatore pareho na kaming nakaboto. And ayun nga, iba-iba yung playstyle ng iba-iba yung playstyle ng both teams, pero parehas silang aggressive. They can also be defensive if the time calls for it. And I think kung sino yung unang maka-scale, kung sino yung unang maka-punish sa enemy team will win this game.
Okay, who will be the first victim of the punishment? Like you said, ang weirdan talaga ng nilapik dito. No? Sobrang iba. Kasi it's not usually the pick we've seen Dwarfihi play. Usually Kaisa, Kogmo, or even the likes of Lucian and Zeri, kung ganun man. But right now, it's just the idea of how can we make this game interesting. Oh, I know, lock in Yorick and Nila, and just make everyone be blown away because of Heikosen's ability to lock down someone. Dwarfihi, yung reset potential niya once he gets that cooldown from his Q. Marami pwede talaga mangyari dito. Ang ganda ng AoE talaga ng Lola Senito. That's why I'm reeling them into this lineup. And alipit no, they did not even hard leash Kayu into this red buff. So bahala na talaga siya dito makapag-sustain sa sarili niya. Or if even Drail goes in for a early invade, pwede niya talaga gawin yun. Take a look at Yasuo just running away from the blades of the Transcendent one, which is Crony. Those blades are doing some work, and right now Dwarfy gets caught by the death sentence as he engages in. Franz14K does in for the bouncing bomb as Click is doing some work crowd controlling Robiro for no more advances after that. Dwarfy is now dangerously low from the bouncing bomb of France 14K.
I think doon nagfo-fall off yung doon nagfo-fall off yung disadvantages ng walang utility support sa Nila kasi as we can see nung na-hook ulit.
Ayan na nga, nahuli na nga dito si Dwarfy is now running away, flashes in and goes in for the heal as Click is now peeling his own ADC. He's doing so much work from that passive. Dwarfy now dodges in the not the Mega Inferno, but the bouncing bomb as there it is. The Blade is doing so much work for Dwarfy. 2-0 to the score as France 14K is now trapped, but a flash away from France. Can he stay alive? The answer will be no, with the help of the minions. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Kayu goes in for the level 3 early gang. What can he do here? Goes in for the Silas combo onto the top side, but no follow-up is being done by Heikosen. And Yasuo is just a sitting duck from the blade dancing of Crony as he just waits for the perfect opportunity para makagank pa siya doon. But can you believe the ball lane is such a fiesta? And that, my friend, is just another day for the ball lane of France versus Dwarfihi.
I think I stand corrected with what I'm about to say kanina sasabihin ko dapat na Nila will suffer a lot kapag na-engage siya kasi wala nga siyang utility support. Pero somehow the Nautilus made it work even though namatay si Nila dahil malaki yung wave ng bot lane ng Team Olmi kanina sa bot lane. I think they made it work all throughout. Super ganda ng follow-up ng Nautilus kahit na low HP yung Nila, kahit na na-hook siya, kahit na na-outrage siya 2 beses. They still made it work with the lack of utility support.
So, death sentence lands onto Click, but no engage whatsoever will be the answer. Drail misses the stretching strikes. That is very, very vital for them to quite possibly get a pick off from Kayu. Ang ganda ng all-in dito ni Crony, so pwede niya gawin dito yon. Lola Send are now in the books for the lead of a lifetime with 2 kills and as well as some good picks up. Kayu gets delayed from his back. Ayun na, nagagaling na dito si Kayu as he combos in down onto Crony Mimo onto the top side. It's a 1v1 situation as there is the Let's Bounce from Drail as the chain CC is so good. Kayu, one more hit will do it. Drail slaps him onto the death of himself as finally the Unshackled is now dead. Olmi gets a kill finally after that sequence.
I think medyo naging overconfident si Silas tsaka si Galio sa mid lane hindi siguro nila na factor in na super galing ni Drail mag-follow up with his jungle pathing, with his counter jungling plays. Siguro hindi lang nila naisip na baka nandun si Drail kaya napinilit nila i-fight si Irelia na low HP. Kaya siguro namatay si Kayo doon.
Okay, so my goodness, the business in the bot lane is so good. Two-man bomb from France, and there is a follow-up death sentence onto Click. Takes a tower shot as both ADC and support is now dangerously low. Click now dredge line away from his safety as he gets exhausted. Dwarfy, ayan nga, bouncing bomb does not hit. What can you do to sustain yourself for a fight? One more bomb, and there it is. France flash that sentence, hindi tumama, but tumama sa minion. That would have been a good ass play for Robbie Rob. All Me's bot lane is doing some work once again. This is the story from last game with France taking the lead. Will this be another history repeats itself narrative?
Nakikita na naman po natin yung nangyari kaninang game 1, no? All Mi's bot lane gets super ahead, but they still ended up losing the game. I hope that's not the case on this one, but then again, tama nga na medyo nagiging ahead na yung All Mi. Lumalaki na yung ano nila, medyo nagkakaroon na sila ng lead against Dwarfy and Click.
Okay, Drail now bounces in onto Yasuo with a gang of a lifetime. Here comes Sky with a counter gang as well. Yasuo is now focusing onto Crony. Here comes Heroes entrance. Bang! Slam it, Jonathan onto Drail. Crony is now running away pero Kayo nanganganib ang kanyang buhay dito as he Kingslayers his way for a sustain pero tumama yung Threatening Strikes. Crony re-engages in, that sentence is not led, but he gets comboed by Yasuo inside of that tower as he gets punished in after that. Here comes 8 Years with an all-out. One more hit, well dito tumama yung Intopo strikes. Heikusen with a slap onto the face onto 8 Years. Muntik pa masolo kill doon, but either way, Heikusen calls it worth after that. Drail with a perfect gank onto the mid, and 8 Years gets solo kill onto the top side. It's still a fight commencing here to the bot side as Dwarfy gets caught with a death sentence once again. Click is right there. Tumama kay Drail, gets punished. Shut down claim by Dwarfy. Will the fight be over? I think that is a disengaging Lola Sand after that sequence into the mid. But can you believe it? Lola Sand is once again onto the scoreboard.
Grabe, we see fights here and there. We see fights in every lane. We see enemy team. We see All Mi picking off Lol Ascent. We see Lol Ascent picking off All Mi. Siguro hindi pa nagkakaroon ng major leads in this point of the game. Pero I think All Mi's bot lane is off to a great start. While Heikusen is off on a great start as well. So I think both teams have their leads balanced up in all across the map.
Mo-connect talaga yung mga death sentences dito ni Robbie Rob, no? So, and that is big. Kung gusto nilang magkaroon ng even out sa team fights, ang laking tulong talaga ng death sentence. They want to pick something off. And Kayu right now is not out jungling Drail, but is evening out the odds with his clearing kasi meron na siyang alternator dito. So pwede niya nang tapatan yung clearing speed dito ni Drail. Right now, Dwarfy is still waiting for the perfect opportunity for him to get a very reasonable lead towards his ADC counterpart, which is France, both of which are very, I would say, not prominent ADC picks currently, but they are making it work because of how they drafted their lineup. What do you think?
Oh, yun nga, no, tama. Super, ever since Game 1 pa lang, super unorthodox na ng mga picks ng both LoL Ascend and Team All Mi. I think they made it work with their Ziggs Thresh pick. Kahit na uncommon siya, they made it work kasi super ganda ng mga death sentences ni Thresh. Laging nagko-connect, laging napipick off si Nila.
Okay, so ayan na nga mga kaibigan. Dragon is now secured by LoL Ascend. Nagiging madikit na dito somehow yung laban, and Dwarfy is still not opting for an all-in. No? Meron pa siyang apotheosis dito mga kaibigan as Yasuo and as well as Kayu once again a 2v2 action into the mid lane as two-man ulti from Cronies puts into the fight and puts him into the situation as Yasuo doesn't have the flash, now uses it right now, just off cooldown, shutdown now claim, dashes away from the Let's Bound. Here comes 8 Years with the help of a lifetime. What can you do here? Wala ng Kingslayer dito si Kayu, hindi na siya mabubuhay with the Intopo strikes. Meanwhile, two-man apotheosis, Mega Inferno Bomb will be missed by France as both Click and Dwarfy dodges it, and Robbie Rob now gets snared. Can you came him down? Stopwatch para mapatagal lang yung kanyang kamatayan. What a timely flash by Robbie Rob. I stand corrected after multiple abilities being thrown out. No casualty was recorded into the bot side.
Plus, we can see Zack taking up the Rift Herald, no? Kasi with their kill off kay Kayo. Pero, titignan natin kung Kayo i-contest. Pero nakuha na ata ni Zack ang Rift Herald.
So what is your call, Harvey, after that sequence sa bot lane? Uulitin ba nila yun na wala na silang summoner spells? Dwarfy still has heal, Click has his exhaust. So do you see the bot lane fighting once again?
Actually not, kasi they have spent too much. They have spent many of their summoner spell plus yung stopwatch para lang makasurvive sa play na yun. So I think they should just play it safe. Kasi kapag nangyari ulit yun, wala na silang summoner spell na pwedeng sunugin para maka-escape sa fight na yun. So I think they should just play it safe right up until their cooldowns have been up again.
Medyo alanganin nandito yung top side as Kayu is now hovering him into a possible gank. Heikusen does have the Warden on hand, but it doesn't have the stacks from Entofo strikes. Andun pa rin si Sylas, nag-hover pa din, but clears in to his passive Q. Ayun na nga, Heikusen is still playing it safe, but Kayu will not be opting for a gank so far. The lead is not shifted towards anyone. It's an even game. Even the CS differential from both teams except in the mid laner says otherwise. Nagiging maganda na nga yung wave clear dito ni Dwarfy with him getting a Ravenous Hydra. So a much more amplified AoE from them. They need to play him. They need to play him from all the team fights that they can.
Ayun, medyo balance nga yung game 12 minutes into this match, no? Pero dahil super balance nga ng game, one little thing, one little mistake can tip the balance and even cost you the game. So feel ko nape-pressure na both teams. Both teams have been under pressure. They have been on their edge kasi nga kapag nagkamali baka matalo. And I think medyo mataas lang yung risk sa Olmi kasi kapag nagkamali sila at natalo sila, this game will be over for them. This championship will be over for them. I think LoL Ascent, hindi rin nila afford magkamali, but if they do, we still have game 3 up for them. So ayun, medyo stack up lang.
Okay, ulti now popped by Click as they expected the dash in from France. Shut down by the lockdown of Click. And Robbie Rob will now be next, being on to the top side as he gets outclassed by 8 years. Bang! Into the face as the Q from Heikusen will be able to secure him down. Here comes Drail for the counter again as here comes Let's Bounce from Drail as they're cleaning him inside of that tower. Double kill onto Drail as Dwarfy is now alive. Ano magagawa mo dito? He is still life stealing his way with full-on Conqueror stacks. Now uses the W. Ano pang magagawa mo dito? Drail does have the Cell Division onto his passive. But one more hit will do it, will make Dwarfy die finally. And Drail is 5-1-2 after doing some police duties in the bot side.
Super lamang ni Drail, no, compared kay Kayo, and I think Drail should just influence the whole map, should just influence top, mid, and bot, and I think he's doing it quite well. Kapag nag-initiate ng fight, nandun siya. Kapag nagkakaroon ng gank, nandun siya para mag-counter gank. I think this is a nice game for Drail. Plus his Zac have so much mobility, have so much CC, na kapag nag-gank siya, kahit na medyo alanganin, they still make it work kasi nga dahil sa CC niya, dahil sa ult niya, dahil dun sa airborne niya. Super ganda ng Zac pick para sa Team Olmi.
Okay, ang ganda talaga, men. 1 kill lead na lang ang pumapagitan finally from Olmi. After losing some skirmishes, they're just trading themselves left and right. Ayan na nga, no, I feel like France is definitely an immobile ADC right now compared to Dwarfy. But in terms of wave clearing, ang ganda talaga. Kasi ang lakas na AoE. Dredge line misses by a pixel. Kiss! There it is, combo from the side of Drail. Click is trapped in no man's land. Ayan na nga si Kayu with the re-engage coming in from Let's Bounce is Drail. Dwarfy solo kills down France into the process. But Drail is on a tear with a rampage. And Crowley is now in the conversation. Bakit ka gumaganon? Kayo na matay ka na naman, Dwarfy. With no apotheosis now pop. Anong magagawa mo dito? It's just a winnable fight for everyone here at Olmi. Double kill onto the mid laner. Drail just styles him up once again with an emote. Triple kill onto Crony. And there is a fight won finally by Olmi.
Grabe, yun na nga yung sinasabi ko, no? Super dami ng CC ni Zac. Tapos na follow up pa ng hook ni Thresh. Tapos nakailang missed dredge line. Dredgeline hook si Nautilus, no? And dun sila natalo. Super lamang na nga ni Zac, hindi nyo pa siya nasisi. Wala pa kayo na follow-up na DPS. Tapos si Kayo na
Oh.
single off pa ni Irelia.
Okay, meanwhile, while you say so, topside just got demolished once again. A third solo kill by Heikusen on to 8 years is Cassante. Nilalaman na natin na that your limit test is not paying off so far. 8 years not doing a good job sustaining himself into the lane as he just gets caught. There's a stun from the Dancing Blades right there from Crony as the Warden is now called on the top side, meaning pwede na sila gumawa ng cross map play dito, probably into the mid side. Yasuo, and there is a dodge by Crony from the Justice Punch. Can Crony dance him on him once again? Yes, he is. Definitely dominating the serve title. Dredgeline hits onto Robbie from Dwarfy as Death Sentence just misses inside ang sexy nga naman talaga ni Dwarfy at i-click doon, muntik pa sila matamaan. And another tower is destroyed onto the hands of the Grave Man himself, Heikusen. And there is a fight here into the mid side as Kayu ultimate now misses widely as Crony runs away with all the safety that he needs. Pwede pa lumaban dito as there is a ward now being spotted down by Dre as he uses the Let's Bounce as a mode of disengage. Mega Inferno Bomb just pokes down Click's life. By no means necessary. Dre gets spotted down pero naging disengage na rin yung labanan doon by Olme. They do not want anyone to die off anyone in that sequence alone.
Ayun no, Salvatore, dito na nagpo-fall off yung sinabi ko na mahihirapan yung Team Ascent sa composition nila dahil wala nga silang frontline eh. Tapos nakikita nyo, pag nauhook nila yung Zac, hindi nila napapatay agad. So, ang tendency, nakaka-follow up si Thresh, nakaka-follow up si Irelia, and even Gisante at sometimes na kahit na sila yung nakaunang CC, sila yung nakaunang trade, sila pa rin yung natatalo dahil hindi sila lamang sa damage eh. Tapos sobrang kunat pa ng Team Olmi.
Okay, so take a look at Kayu trapped in no man's land. Hindi pa rin tapos yung jungle item niya, but right now Drail now has the biggest lead currently as a jungler. Okay, meron talagang connection issues dito si All B. But hindi pa rin natin nakikita yung snowball dito ni Silas. But right now Kayu gets caught by the combo of Crony and nga gets all out by 8 years. Actually, no, there it is. The combo is now done. But no lifesteal and sustain will help Kayu be alive. Dwarfy gets caught by the combo of the lockdown of Robbie Rob and Transporting Gay. Pause. Pause. Pause
Grabe
muna.
ang intense. Grabe.
Siray laban.
Hiningal ako rin.
Siray laban. Sayang. Asti! Tapos
nga
P. Ayun, back to the ball kita dito mga kaibigan. Yan ang Yasuo. Pile 8 years now redeeming himself with a big double kill. Make it a triple kill onto Cassante. Dwarfy meanwhile will be taking down the death sentence man. Oh, two very, very low people onto the bot side. Can he claim it? Wow, a double kill to Avengers Fallen comrade by Prance. An ace by Omni, making a cross-map ace. Actually, with 8 years going back to the game, Prance getting a huge double kill. And what was that sequence?
Grabe, nagkaroon ng laban sa Herald, nagkaroon ng laban sa bot lane. Cassante got a triple kill. Now we see here Irelia pushing up the top lane. I think that's a massive misplay. That's a massive misplay for Team LoL Ascent. Kasi with that one death, with that one play sa Herald, naka-scale off si Cassante, na wala yung lead ni Yorick with his 3-0 lead. Tapos naka-double kill pa si Ziggs with, sa bot lane play ni Nautilus tsaka ni Nyla na I think they lost more than what they gained from that play.
Ang laki nga talaga nang nawala sa kanila. This game is so fast-paced indeed. LoL Ascent, hindi na sila nakakasabay with multiple deaths onto Kayu. Hindi niya na nakukuha yung items and yung power spike na kailangan niya compared to the game that we've seen last him play by Silas. Medyo nahihirapan na dito si Kayu just because of the threat of the Aurelian as well as Zac
Ayun na nga, magkakaroon ng 1v1 dito on the top side with Heikusen having the Warden as his helping mate with Crony, and as well as Heikusen taking so much damage, but the attack speed from Crony is too big. Solo kill recorded onto Crony. 3v2 situation onto the bottom side. Merrick Inferno Bomb is doing some work onto the backside, but Drail is wreaking havoc. That sentence onto Dwarf V. Can you make something happen? The answer is no. And Hijack Mega Inferno Bomb will also do some damage onto the backside, but it's not going to be enough. It's a 5v4 as Caillou is just getting outclassed inside of that tower with no help whatsoever. All me definitely onto the scoreboard right now with all of them shouting all me.
Grabe, sunod-sunod na yung misplay ng Team Ascend na super lumalaki na yung lead ng Team Olmi. Every minute, every second of the game, lumalaki yung lead nila. Tapos nakipag-duel pa si Yorick sa Irelia kahit na super pangit actually na mashup na Yorick at Irelia. Nakakakuha si Irelia ng stops by killing off Yorick's goals. Tapos nakita natin kanina sa top, diba, naka-max stack si Irelia dahil sa 4 na goal na sinamon ni Yorick. Tapos namatay siya dahil doon. And I think that's a bad play for Yorick. Even though I can't blame him kasi wala naman siyang tower na babalikan sa top lane. So he should just fight. But then again, it's a bad fight. Inescapable fight na nagkaroon ng lead ang Team Olmi dahil.
Ayan na nga, party dito sa bot lane as Clay gets caught by the death sentence of Robbie Rob. First casualty recorded by Olmi. Nawala na ang kanila support 4v5 situation here. As what a death sentence! Oh my God, that was filthy dirty. Robbie Rob double kill. Make it another kill onto Drell to stop down the tracks of Caillou. Robbie Rob's death sentence is just point and click. Oh my God! Take a look at the replay. Ayan na nga, ayun yung unang death sentence na tumama. And I want you to observe what happened next. Another death sentence was recorded so good. Hindi na siya nakapag-all in kay Crony after that. Hindi niya na nga nakuha yung hijack na let's bounce after nun eh. That was just so amazing. My goodness, all me. A resurgence from everyone. And that is giving me some silver scrapes.
Grabe, ganyan ba pag Valorant player, tutok na tutok? Super oppressive ng hook ng Thresh. Hindi ko alam na ganun pala kalakas yung Thresh kapag si Robbie Rob na yung gumagamit. Lahat ng hook tumatama, advanced hook tumatama, delayed hooks tumatama. Tapos that's oppressing Team LoL Ascend na hindi nila alam kung paano magpe-play out against that hooks by the Thresh alone. Tapos samahan mo pa ng Zac, samahan mo pa ng Sante, samahan mo pa ng Irelia. Grabe talaga.
My God. Wow, grabe. Wala na talaga ako masabi doon. Robbie Rob has it all. 2 deaths na lang. May power spike na si Caillou dito, mga kaibigan. Can I get a 10 death power spike in the comments below for Caillou? 0-8. Can we make it happen here inside of GG LOL 2023? 10 death power spike by Caillou. May tumatawag ba dyan? But right now, let's shift our attention into the Baron fight as Red Team is now securing their first Baron of this game. Merong labanan dito sa bot lane quite possibly kasi pwede pag all in dito si Sean if he wants to do so. Gets stunned by DN. Topo strikes. Ayan na nga, 3v2. What is the action here onto the backside? It's Caillou. It's now teleport. It's now popped by Sean itself. And there it is. The first casualty will be Click once again. Hero's entrance is now called. Pero medyo malalim na, kaibigan. Masyado ka nang madugo para bumalik pa sa laban. Oh my God! Killing spree recorded by Drail. Heikusen is not doing any justice by taking down the side lanes. But multiple members of Lawless End is now down. I will call worth on that as top side is just easy and elementary for all me.
Grabe, dalawang tank, dalawang Jackshaw, dalawang Thornmail, dalawang ahead. Samahan mo pa ng Thresh na nakasolari, tapos laging 100% accuracy with the hooks. Sobrang hirap laruin kahit na nakikita natin ngayon si Heikusen trying all his best, trying all that he can to push up the base of Team Olmi. May hirapan mag-follow up yung team niya dahil the odds are getting stacked up against them. Tumataba na yung members ng Team Olmi, pumukunat na sila, nagiging durable na sila.
Ayan na nga, what a combo by Sean with the help of France. Just puts him on a ping pong table and makes fun of the Gravedigger. Heikusen just gets outclassed by all angles possible. Ang lupit ng all-out combo ni 8 years. Hexgate now pop by Crony. Ayan na nga si Kayo tumatakbo gamit ang Let's Bounce. My goodness, just use it for extra movement speed. Here comes Crony, goes in for the blade dance. That just puts him onto auto attack mode. Ni right click lang si Kayo, namatay na nga. And another bounce will seal off his life. Oh my goodness, this game is just limit testing for Olmi on what can they do to make LOL Ascend look like puppets. Exi Crony now goes in once again to the side of the tower as Click is now dangerously low. Wala ka ng takas doon, kaibigan, as Prance from a mile away with the raise buffs from another game makes it so effective from this Ziggs pick once again. And Yasuo gets just outclassed by the dancing of Crony once again. Can you make something about this? Just come back on the backside. Wala nagagawa dito kasi gets exhausted. Ayun lang yung counterplay doon kay Dwarfy. In-exhaust lang as Cell Division is now popped by Drail. Now buhay ulit mga kaibigan. Army is just shouting their war cry inside of the face of Lola Sid. Ayan na nga, wala nagawa dito si Kayo. Si Subuasi si Space die inside of the Zhonya's Hourglass. France 14K is unstoppable. 8 years now goes in with an all-out onto Click. Nothing will happen here. One more hit will do it. What a statement by Olmi. Q in the silver scrapes, ladies and gentlemen. It's a game 3 in the books. 1-1. Do or die ang next game. Oh my God. What was that, Harvey?
What
Wow.
was that indeed? Grabe. May towers pa sa base yung Ascend pero hindi pinapansin ng Team Olmi. Sabi nila, wala akong pake dyan sa tower. May jack show ako. Makunat kami lahat. Papasukin namin kayo hanggang masira namin yung Nexus nyo. And that's literally what happened in Game 2. Pinasok lang sila nung Kisante, pinasok lang nung Zac. Tapos bato ng bomba yung Ziggs. And then, ayun na. Before we know it, tapos na yung game. And that's Game 2 for Olmi.
Okay. The Silver Scrapes has now been played, Harvey. You know how it sounds. We all know how it sounds. Ladies and gentlemen, it's game number 3. Wala pang uuwi dito. It's LOL Ascend versus Team All Me. One more game will seal the deal on who will be crowned champions in this game. But before we do head on over, as much as I want to, let's call for a short break as we prepare for this game 3 of a lifetime. Gear Games will be right back after this short break.
Wi-Fi, sci-fi.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome back. And welcome back to the last game that will decide the fate of these two teams battling out on who is the best League of Legends team in the month of March. Welcome back to Gear Games 2023 League of Legends Finals between Team All Me and Team LOL Ascend. Now, these teams have now faced their rivals. The 1-1 score. It's a do or die. Which team will die and which team will do? Harvey, cast in your votes early as now. Sino ba?
I think ako, boto talaga ako sa Team Ascend. Kasi sila yung nanalo ng first game. So I think medyo nagli-lean on ako sa kanila taking this championship. Pero but then again, I have to say kung sino man yung manalo sa tournament na to, kung sino man yung manalo sa championship na to is well deserved. Both teams have played up to their skill level. Both teams have played up such a high skill level that is entertaining for me, and I think and I hope it is entertaining for all of you watching here as well. So whoever takes this championship, well deserved. Pero boto ko talaga Team LOL Ascend.
But before we do head on over to tonight's final game, Harvey, let me just say personally, it's been an honor shoutcasting Gear Games League of Legends with you. I hope to see you in the casting venture in the future, and as well as a huge thank you to TUP Gear for making this possible.
Actually, Salvatore, the pleasure is all mine. Super thank you. First time ko to mag-cast ng League of Legends game with you. Thank you rin for TUP Gear for providing this opportunity with me. Again, sa lahat po ng gusto mag-support sa TUP Gear, please do like and follow all of our pages at facebook.com/tupgear, twitter.com/tupgear, and finally tiktok.com/tupgear. Kung gusto niyo naman po bumili, TUP Gear also sells out lanyards and many more merchandises to come. So we'll keep you posted, kaya mag-like and share, mag-like and follow po kayo sa aming socials.
It's not just TUP Gear that helped us conduct this tournament. Without the help of Acad Arena, the home of Filipino Campus Esports, this will not be possible. If you want to be a partnered alliance, or just head on over to acadarena.gg for you to have the chance to for good scholarship grants and as well as events assistance. Once again, acadarena.gg, and as well as for you to keep posted onto everything inside of the Acad Arena realm, head on over to facebook.com/acadarena.
Ayun, Salvatore, balik tayo sa game na nangyari kanina. What can you say about the game? Kasi ako super na-overwhelmed talaga ako sa game 2 na yun eh. I mean, even though I low-key expected na magkakaroon ng game 3, hindi ko pa rin anticipate eh yung power plays na nangyari from Team Olmi nung game 2 na yun eh. So ayo, what can you say ba?
Ang angas eh. Ang lupit. I have nothing to say other than the fact na nagulat ako na all lanes were outclassed by all members. Yes, all members of team all me. Kasi Caillou was very very prominent in picking out his side as jungle. Tapos bigla siya na counterpick with Crony's Aurelia and Rails Zac. Doon pa lang parang ang hirap na ipascale yung Sylas doon, knowing na wala silang na-force na laban sa early. Hindi siya nakapag-rotate ng mabilisan, and that costed him a lot in making sure that the jungle is as secured as he thinks he is. Napakalaki ng naging differential nun, and we need to go back to the drawing board for Team LOL Ascend if they want to make things happen once again for this very very important game number 3. So right now, I feel like Team All-Me's chances of winning this just skyrocketed to a new margin and new ratio, kasi magandang momentum shift na sa kanila tayo. Nanalo na kami ng game 2. So what is going to be the gameplay right now? Just play as it was in game number 2. Although magiging iba yung banning, but this opens opportunities for Team All Me to absolutely have a good lineup na alam nilang kahit off meta, pwede kasi it's comfort pick.
Ayun, actually, I think medyo in a sense nag-workout naman yung team composition ng LOL Ascend. Kasi nung medyo mid to late game nakita natin si Yorick taking up towers here and there, tapos si Nila nasa top nung medyo patapos na yung laban, she's pushing up top, trying to take up towers, trying to take up objectives. But then again, tulad nga nung sabi ko, hindi na binibigyan pansin yon ng Team Olmi, kasi kaya nila makipag-base race all day every day dahil sobrang kunat kunat ng team composition nila, para dalawa naka-Jackshaw, tapos isa naka-Solari, tapos may Irelia pa pag naka-full stacks yon, pag naka-setup yon. Wala nang palag yung base ng Team LOL Ascent. So even though sobrang ganda ng split push, sobrang ganda ng split push ng Yorick, hindi yun nag-workout sa kanila kasi yun nga na behind si Kayo, hindi siya naka-scale, tas na-counter pick pa yung na-counter pick pa using that Irelia and the Zac. Kahit na gaano kalakas yung split push power mo, kung hindi mo naman kaya i-defend yung base mo, wala rin, hindi rin siya magwo-workout.
Very common pa rin talaga yung bannings dito ng both teams, no, with Lucian being the first ban for Real and Ascend choosing a Gwen ban. Ayaw talaga nila paggamit yung mga champions na alam nilang malaki yung magiging threat once na napunta talaga sa isang taong tulad na respectively from Kayu's Lilia, yung Lucian ni yung Lucian ni Dwarfihi, and as well as yung Gwen talaga ni Sean. So doon pa lang parang mahihirapan na yung isang team na mag-counteract kung sakali mag-leave man yun. Or if they have a well-orchestrated blueprint na tipong kahit piliin nila yung signature champion na yun, hindi magiging threat. Like, say for example, 2015 MSI Finals. Faker locked in LeBlanc. Anong ginawa ng EDG? They picked Maokai, Evelynn, and as well as Morgana. 3 of which are huge counters to the assassination prowess of a LeBlanc. Ngayon, kung gagawin man ni Real yun, I expect them to leave someone open like Yasuo. Tapos ang gagawin nila, oh yes, a Malphite, or probably even a Maokai, ganun. But another open Zac locked in for Real. And if I am LOL Ascend, I need to go back into the drawing board and play for the jungler once again.
I think yung Team Olmi will just rely on tanks again this game, pero we'll see. Based lang naman sa Zac pick para kay Drail, I think they will still go on for the tank team composition, for the durable team composition this game again, to maybe secure the championship, but we'll see. Since LOL Ascend pick up Kai'Sa and Alistar, super meta. Tulad nga ng sabi natin kanina, Alistar super meta, super strong dispatch. So we will see again kung anong magiging kalalabasan nitong team composition ng Ascent and ng Olmi.
Ang ganda ng Kai'Sa pick dito, just don't have a siguro wag lang Lulu, or basta wag lang sila magkaroon ng utility bot lane, kasi isa yun sa feeling ko counter dito sa Kai'Sa. Tapos medyo yung threat din dito ng Alistar is big, knowing na they did pick someone like a Zac. So yun na nga, this could probably once again a Rakan Saya bot lane for Prance and Robbie Rob. So how about you? What do you examine the draft? It will be once again, it's a hook fiesta for Robbie Rob's Thresh. My goodness. Kaya nga nasabi ko kanina, I stand by that. This man's hook is point and click.
Parang yung hook ni Robbie Rob sa Thresh, no, parang champion targeting, no, laging tumatama, no. Ay kung mapapagana man nila yung this game, that will be massive, that will be super beneficial for them to win the game. But then again, I think Robbie Rob is stretching out his luck too thin with this Thresh pick twice in a row. Pero we will see if it will work, we will see if it will not, since Alistar and Kai'Sa ang kalaban nila sa bot lane.
Siguro masasabi ko lang, ang ganda ng disengage nila. That's something I would give props to Ascend. Their ability to disengage is really quite good. Yung kahit mahuli sila, alam nilang may magagawa pa sila. We have Unbreakable Will, we have Killer Instinct, and Volibear Stormbringer. So parang ang laki ng factor na once they do get caught, they have an escape mechanism to do so. Kasi feel ko ang ganda talaga ng pick of potential dito ni Olmi. With doon pa lang sa Zac tsaka Thresh. So if I am LOL Ascend, I'm liking the lineup of flexibility wherein I could go all in and I can go all out. Parang ganun.
I mean, tama naman talaga yung mindset nila kasi na-experience nila first hand nung game 2 kung gaano ka-oppressive, kung gaano ka disgusting, no, yung engage ng Team Olmi with the Zac and the Thresh, no. So I think they made the right decision here, picking champions, picking team composition that can disengage but can also kill enemy champions as well. So I think props sa Team Ascend for adjusting their picks, for making it flexible in comparison with Team Olmi.
Ayan na, mga kaibigan. Karma. Where is this Karma gonna go? Wait just a minute.
Top?
Wait lang, wait lang. Wait lang. Alistar
Sige,
top
go.
is a thing. Karma top is also a thing. So, what is this LOL Ascent? So, ano bang gusto nyong gawin? So, okay.
Team
If
Ascent playing mind games.
yes, if I'm gonna be someone that's going to instigate the lineup of Ascent towards the enemy team, it's going to be Karma top and Alistar support. Mas maganda siguro yung combo ng Alistar tsaka Kai'Sa. But it can also be done by a Karma, but it's not just as effective as someone who can pull off a combo like someone from an Alistar kasi ang dali na lang eh. So, what okay, so inantay ko pa rin yung lineup dito ng Olmi. Oh my god! Okay, muntik na tayo makakita ng action pick, but Kesante is still the lineup for all me and Ascend. They are just missing someone. I don't even know what they're missing, honestly. Their lineup is just so mixed na hindi ko maturo. It could possibly be with Karma top or Alistar top. So, what the hell lineup is
Hola.
this? Okay, wait just a minute. It's Karma mid. Okay, it's Karma mid towards Yasuo as their utility mid laner. Okay, despite not being present in the meta, sobrang punishing to na Zed yung pinili nila. Oh my god, this is very, very tough for the matchup here in the mid side. But Olaf will be the choosing of Heikusen as the counter to Kestante. Ayan yung talaga yung isa sa mga counters niya eh. Pareho silang nababawasan ng armor early and mas mataas yung DPS lalo lang ni Heikusen. But sustain wise, I would give it to the Olaf. But right now, lineups have now been finalized. Ladies and gentlemen, cast now your votes in the comments. Is it going to be ASC win? Will be taking home the gold, or Real will be taking home the bacon? Real win, Ascend win. How about you, Harvey?
Ascend win. All day Ascend win ako. Pero yun lang sa team composition pa lang nila. I think Ascend did a great job here adjusting. Kahit na pero yung team All Me nakita na natin nung game 2 yung Zac, Kesante and Thresh, and I think team Ascend did a great job adjusting their team composition to counteract the tankiness of team All Me with the Volibear, with the Alistar and with the Olaf kasi no nakita natin nung game 2 wala silang proper frontline no, although masakit yung damage nila, although may engage sila with the Galio, wala silang proper frontline. Tapos nakikita pa natin na nagmi-miss yung hooks ni Nautilus, tapos hindi sila naka-scale off. And eventually, kumunat yung Team Olmi, tas natalo na sila. So I think with this team composition for LoL Ascent, I think they will have a much easier time trying to fight the Team Olmi with their durability picks.
Ang ganda kasi ng potential dito ni Team Olmi para gumawa ng cross map plays eh. I just don't get na alam ko wala silang threat ng tank except from Kayu, pero not going for AP is really really tough. Kasi bad nga yung Gwen dito ni 8 years. But he could have played Gragas or even someone like Kennen, no? Kasi ang laking tulong dito ng AP burst eh. If you are someone like Volibear. Although yes, may DPS sila. And they do have burst damage from Crony. But that's about it. Iba pa rin kasi yung usapan ng mage, control mage na kayang mag-pick off ng someone. And Crony can do that but doesn't have the hard CC to back it up. So I like the lineup of Ascend just for the fact that Yasuo can play around Olaf and Volibear continuously in the game as ayun yung magiging win condition nila. Once Yasuo definitely goes in for a defensive play, ang laking tulong nun. But since Yasuo ran Ignite, I feel like this is a very kill-heavy Karma. Once na goes in for an engage, alam natin may Zac. So, Grievous Wounds-wise, yes, this is a good pick off from the Karma going for Ignite. Would have been better if we went heal or even Ghost, honestly.
I mean in general nga no, super medyo risky nga na walang AP yung Team Olmi. But then again, based lang naman sa skill level ni Crony with his Zed, I think they can make this work. Just don't make too much mistakes. Just don't be too aggressive. Don't feed into your own ego to kill somebody. And I think they will be off to a good game with this all AD team composition. Now with Ascend naman, ang ganda nga nung Karma supporting her teammates. Even though with Ignite, I think she's opting out for an early snowball game, for an early kill game. Pero but then again, pag naka-build up ng items si Karma, super laki ng barriers niya, super ganda ng utilities niya with her move speed, with her barriers and her slows and her snares. Kapag hindi na counter 'yon ng Team Olmi, that will be super oppressive, and I think they will have a hard time winning team fights, lalo na may Olaf at Volibear pa sa Team Ascent.
Spectator delay na wala na. I'm so pumped up. Harvey, alam kong gutom na tayo. Pero kalmahan mo lang ang tariba mo, kaibigan. Hindi na pa kita nakikitang kumukuha ng pagkain. Pero just wait. Itong laban na to talaga yung magiging magandang take home turkey natin, kaibigan. Kasi after neto, pwede na tayo mamahinga. And finally, the best reward that someone can get, the title of champion. Isipin mo naman, pre, being labeled as a champion has its perks and has its implications in whether your pride will be developed. So ikaw ba, Harvey, do you dream someday, one day, be a champion of something na alam mong pinaghirapan mo?
Actually, lahat naman siguro ng tao meron silang mataas na pangarap, and ako, naniniwala naman ako sa'yo, Salvatore, na kapag na-label ka nga na magaling sa ginagawa mo, na-label ka na champion, that will be so fulfilling, that will boost your ego, and I hope that won't boost the player's ego too bad, pero that will be a great boost to your ego, to your self-esteem, to your confidence, kapag na-label ka ng champion sa isang bagay na talagang pinaghirapan mo, talagang pinagpuyatan mo, no? So ayun, ulitin ko lang, both teams did their best. Whoever wins this championship, well deserved.
Definitely well deserved. And now, finally, the game that we have been waiting all for today. 1-1 on me versus LOL Ascend. This game could have been swept by both teams, but they just won't back down without a huge fight on their hands. Alam nila ang titulo ng champion ay mahalaga, kaya pinaglalaban nila hanggat sa kanilang kamatayan, ladies and gentlemen. All me versus LOL Ascend, game number 3, do or die. Champion will be crowned tonight.
Wala pang masyadong action na nangyayari ngayon sa buong map, pero we can see trades out there. Olaf throwing his axes, Volibear trying to conjure up a storm. I think both teams is just trying to defend their jungle from potential invades.
Definitely, no? So, parang Drail will go in for a very safe play dito, going for a cross-map clearing up against Kayo. Depende na lang kung magiging full clear dito yung gagawin ni Kayo. But Drail is absolutely going for a blue side para din niya magkatagpo si Kayo. We all know na Kayo has better DPS compared to Drail. Basta alam niyang walang follow-up. Yun yung magiging win con dito ng ating mga junglers, and if Drail doesn't get punished from his cell division early on, ang dami niyang pwedeng magawang plays dito. Crony going for a first strike build, setup, not the usual Electrocute or even Conqueror. I understand that the first strike will definitely give him a lot of levitation para makabuka agad ang Serrated Dirk or even Ravenous Hydra, kaya dapat talaga first strike yung binuo niya dito, knowing na Crony's level 3 is as strong as almost anyone here in League of Legends.
Tama ka nga no sa jungle, kung mapipigilan lang nila no.
Oh my god, an early engage by Click with a flash pulverize onto Robbie. He's now running away. Dwarfy now exhausted onto death. One more hit will do it. The Void Seeker is good. First blood secured by LOL Ascend.
Grabe yun, 3 minutes into the game, nakakita na agad tayo ng pokes, nakakita na agad tayo ng picks. And ganun siguro ka-desperate for a win this both teams na they want to do or die in this game. Kasi if they're both 1-1 and this is the last game of this But we can see another pause. Internet problems na naman ba?
Internet problems talaga, di talaga nawawala. And you guys, like I said, be reminded na check on your pings and internet connections as well. These types of things, don't worry, are always being resolved and it will not deteriorate the quality of the stream But before we do head on over to the game, can I get a huge shout out to the 34 viewers that are still tuning in to Gear Games 2023? In behalf of everyone here at TUP Gear and as well as Price T, we all say a huge thank you to all of your support. And as well as to all the folks out here at Acad Arena and TUP Gear that is currently watching, shout out and God bless you all.
Ayun, balik tayo sa laro. We can see Karma trying to poke out Zed.
Ganda-ganda talaga ng poke dito, no, with Yasuo. Just missing the empowered inner flame, no. So parang ang laking toll nun siguro for someone like Crony to absolutely not be in the zone. Ang laki nang nawawala sa kanya because of this range matchup. Inaantay ko lang talaga yung parang level 6 spike dito ni Crony. And the sustain from meanwhile, wow, Crony is taking some load of punishment. Parang nagkakaroon na talaga ng ano dito ng discrepancy na hindi niya napili yung Conqueror, which will give him more sustain. And take a look at Click. It's a hidden Alistar. Will probably go in for an early gank, but he gets out of the bush too early. That will just set off the punishment for them to not go in because they know there is a threat that lies in the bush. Oy! Wait lang, nadali na mga kaibigan na si Yasuo. Of course, is out of the flash as he just gets comboed by Crony and Drail. The 1-2 punch once again is secured by Crony and Drail. Ang lupit no, despite the all-in for Drail, Yasuo wasn't quick enough for the flash away. Ayan na nga dito si Click. Oh, what a play! To cancel out the headbutt of Click. Robbie Rob's Trash once again is doing some elementary work versus Click. My goodness, Robbie Rob. Dapat sa'yo pinapatumba ka na. My God, what a good play.
Grabe no, kasasabi mo lang no, kaiisip ko lang na medyo talo si Crony sa early game dahil nga sa range matchup. But then there comes Drail with his jungle, with his Zac. Super ganda ever since semis pa lang. Ang ganda na ng ganks ni Drail. Ang galing niya na mag setup ng ganks, ang galing niya mag-initiate ng play. Tas nakita natin kanina with the Karma and Zed kill. Super low si Zed, but then he still managed to kill off the Karma. So nice play there from Drail.
Okay, so this has been the most passive bot lane we have seen so far. This except that except the first blood play kanina, no. So it's nothing much of the usual we accustomed to last game na kada gank may laban and even kada may pick off i-go in nila kahit gusto na lang nila ng short trades. But right now 8 years wants to push out Heikusen. Oh wait, take a look at the damage of 8 years, but the Reckless Swing is doing so much work. Nangalahati si Heikusen sa scaling ni 8 years, and that is a solo Drake by Caillou with a Pryode onto the bot lane. So that is a good call for them, and Crony taking some load of punishment from the Scorch and as well as the Q from Yasuo. Ayun na nga si Click forcing in, but he gets patted down by a ward. Ayun na nga, 8 years is zoning Heikusen away from his game. He knows how to play the K'Sante once again. Hindi na ito yung game number 1 kanina. I mean, game number 2 na nakita natin kanina kay 8 years on how he just get outclassed by the 1v1 potential of Yorick right there. And Heikusen doesn't know how to play around this Olaf and as he gets punished heavily.
Compared nga sa last game, no, I think Team Olmi is trying to gain up their strength in their top lane, no, with the K'Sante. But then again, super lumalakas yung poke ng Karma. I think what she needs to do is just try to play it safe. Poke but play it safe. Try to keep up her part of the map warded kasi nga napapansin natin ito si Drail naka-hover na sa mid.
Ayan na naman, nadali na naman. No flash, Yasuo. Pop goes the death mark, and Crony will now be living another day saying, thank you, Drail. Salamat sa gang. Thank you for the babysitting services. Drail gets the rewards of XP and the lead in the jungle, and they just punish this mid laner like it's night and day. My goodness.
Drail, all me. Sabi ni Drail, no, all me. Pero yun nga, tulad nung sabi ko sa Karma, if she can just keep her mid lane warded, then she can be aggressive. Pero super nagiging aggressive si Karma, tas ang dilim ng map niya. Siguro kailangan niya i-factor in na laging 2v1 yung laban sa sa mid dahil nga si Drain super galing ni Drain mag-position na kapag low na si Zed tapos nagpupok si Karma, laging may Zac na nakatalon na agad, naka-hover na agad.
Ang lupit nga naman talaga, but we are still waiting for that solo kill to happen onto the top side, no? And there is so much happening onto the side lanes that top lane and jungle is almost as just interesting as bot lane. Kasi kahit farming, no, may nangyayari pa din sa top side na farming, Drail doing some counter jungling action. He wants to go in onto a gank at mid. Ayun na nga. So ang solution nila para sa walang AP is for Drail to build Night Harvester. Ayun na nga. So Night Harvester will be his mythic item, and that will be so good for someone like Dwarfy getting caught kasi they need the burst. They need the burst as possible because Dwarfy is slippery. Alam mo yun, Harvey, we all know the supercharge of Dwarfy, napakalaking factor nun para makatakas siya. So, what about you, Harvey? Do you think that AP Zac is the game-winning call for the side of Olmi?
I think by a little bit the AP Zac is a good one, lalo na kung malalockdown niya nga yung Kai'Sa kasi compared sa tank na Zac, kapag na-airborne ka ng AP na Zac, mas masakit yung damage, lalo na nga dun kay Dwarfy. He needs to be locked down. Hindi niya kailangan dapat maka-stack ng passive, hindi niya kailangan dapat maka-free hit para manalo yung Olmi sa team fights. But then again, si Zac dalaw ng dalaw, trying to influence everyone on his team all around the map. Pero I have yet to see Volibear trying to initiate a play.
So hindi gugustuhin siguro pumasok si Drail dito, no, because there's a threat of headbutt from Click. So hindi siya makakapag-gank ng maayos doon. So good call for Drail to disengage actually, but they are just pinging them all around. Ayan na nga, I think Drail is now in a good position for a let's bounce play. That sentence hits onto just a minion, but Crony is also hovered onto the bot side while Caillou is clearing down his Gromp. So all Mi's chances of ganking down bottom lane just glooms out of the conversation. So Lola said needs to at least even things out once again. Oh, what an engage by Click. Flash WQ. Robinov now wants away. The Stormbringer just puts him down. Dunk it, Caillou, says the Volibear. And that right there is elementary once again. Just no wards onto the 3 bushes of the bottom lane. Rift Herald is now called. I think this will be the dive of the century with them calling down 3 members with Drail absolutely doing nothing to help save his fallen comrade. Here comes Crony from the backside, finally avenging France on dying of that dive. 3-3 onto the scoreboard. Really good so far with the trade from Olmi and Lola Sen.
Ang gandang trade from LOL Ascend, and ang gandang follow-up rin from Olmi. I think they will be taking up the Dragon with that play. Pero overall, I think both teams got an equal share of XP and gold with that play.
Definitely. So yun na nga, no, this will be a huge dragon for Olmi, as it is now traded 1-for-1. That just stops LOL Ascent's tracks for forcefully getting dragons into this game and getting their soul point early, no? So Rob nahuli na naman. He doesn't have the flash. The box won't do you any justice, my friend. Anong ginagawa mo doon? He is out of place right there. Not the usual Thresh plays we've seen so far in his last game, but he gets punished afterwards. Dwarfy 3-0-1.
Dwarfy is off on a great start, no? Medyo nagiging threat na to si Dwarfy. Plus the Alistar against Thresh. I think kahit na 100% accurate yung hook ni Thresh, wala pa ring laban yon against Alistar na merong dash in sa champion tapos meron pang airborne. So I think ayun nga, tulad nga ng sabi ko kanina, medyo nagiging overconfident nga si Robbie Rob sa Thresh pick niya na to twice in a row. But then again, if he can make this work, then this will be a great addition to the team composition, lalo na meron ulit silang Zac and Kisame.
Oh, wow, France. What a flash, at least. Pero kayang-kaya ka na nila ma-punish nun afterwards. And Drail and Caillou is right up with the Jungle Mayhem right there. So ayun na nga, nagre-respond na nga dito si 8 Years as he spots down the madman himself. Heikosen pots in the Ragnarok. Nanggagalit na nga dito si Heikosen. It is now a setup. Could this possibly be a play? But Caillou just counter jungles his way for a stolen blue buff. After that, they know Click does have WQ, and France does only has a Blade Storm. So yun na lang ata yung kailangan gawin dito ni France para panakas. He needs to use his Blade Storm para no, not Blade Storm, Feather Storm I should say. Bakit napunta tayo sa Valorant mga kaibigan? But either way, France 14k meanwhile into the mid side as Crony flashes in for a follow-up shuriken, and there it is on a rampage on a Terry onto the mid lane. Bot side is such a fiesta with all lanes having a kill of their own. They punish France with having no flash, and mid Crony taking down the jungler of Lola Sand. 5 for 5 in the scoreboard. My goodness, Harvey, where can this take us?
I think no, tulad nga nung sabi ko, nagiging threat na yung Kai'Sa. They are winning up bot lane, slowly snowballing. But then again, kung titignan natin yung Olmi Zed trying to influence the map, andun si Zed kapag may low HP. Kapag may low HP, asahan mo lagi nandun si Zed para patayin ka. Tapos paulit-ulit niyang ginagawa yun, kapag paulit-ulit niyang ginawa yun, nagkaroon rin siya ng lead. So parehong may threat both teams. Even though lamang sa gold ang Team LoL Ascend, I still think medyo ano pa rin, this game can go both ways.
So how this will affect Olmi's chances of winning? Absolutely nothing kasi all of their deaths are just being caught off, no? So feeling ko yung farming pa rin talaga yung mananaig dito for both teams. Ang laki na ng lead dito ni Dwarfy sa bot side, but disregarding the fact lahat ng lanes equal naman so far. So medyo alanganin lang dito sa pag-farming dito si Franz in maintaining his CS even compared to Dwarfy.
Ayun nga, no, tama ka nga rin, Salvatore, no, na kailangan lang nila magkaroon ng lead with their objectives and their goals. Kasi nga, at this state of the game, wala pang masyadong wala pang ganun kalaking impact yung kills na nako-contribute ng both teams. If they can take objectives, that will be much greater. I think as we can see on top, Olaf have just taken 1/3 of Olmi's base.
First Blood Tower, laking tulong, gold lead, I should say. Ayan na nga, nag-fluctuate sa 2,000 gold na nga ang lamang dito ng LoL Ascend because of their ability to whip out the fights that they need, the farming, and as well as the securing of First Blood Tower. So Crony still doing some roaming potential here, but France and as well as company are trying to make themselves be even out of the fight, no? Parang ang laki talaga ng kawalan dito in terms of farming for France because of how much Dwarfihi has gotten from those 4 kills and as well as 147 CS in total. Kraken Slayer and Berserker's Greaves compared to France's just Lethal Tempo, Empowered Autos, tumama ang death sentence. Can you follow up on some kills? Blade Caller does not come back for Yasuo to get rooted down as they spot down Crony with a WQ combo. And Crony will now be running away once again. Here comes Drill Death Bark onto him. Dwarfy just gets shot down and popped by Crony. Hindi pa tapos ang laban. Cell Division now popped by the Zac. Masyado ka ng ambisyoso. Wala ka na magagawa dito as here comes All Out. Oh my God, Kesansei mechanics. Pero malambot ka na dyan, kaibigan. I suggest you run away. And yes, you did. But it costed you your life. Crony is now the one only alive, but uses his shadow abilities to run away. Here comes an empowered Q onto Franz. Nawala ang kanyang buhay from the inner flame. It is now very, very dirty and so scrapped away from LoL Ascend. One more hit from Rob will cost him his life, but they are not done chasing the Mad Lad himself. Ayun na, I think Undertow will hit, and there it is. One axe will be enough. The Viking man Heikosen will be throwing down the Valhalla of an axe to take down the Olmi's support, and that just calls them another dragon for them to take.
Ayun no, dun na showcase first hand kung ano, kung alin yung pagkakamali ni Kisante sa play na yun, no. Kasi 'di ba na-nerf nga si Kisante when he used his ult, super laki na ng mababawas sa kanya na resistances. Tapos si Olaf pa yung inultan niya. Si Olaf, even though nawawalan rin siya ng resistances, we can see yung damage ng kanyang E against Kisante na bawas yung resistances is super super oppressive, super laki. And I think that's one misplay from Kisante right there na yun yung isa sa main factor siguro kung bakit sila natalo dun sa clash.
It is very, very big for All Me to absolutely have that fight win for them. Pero kaso nga lang LOL Ascend, mas malakas yung damage nila. Take a look at the all-in combo as he just ping-pongs. Click and now pops Unbreakable Will. Will this be enough for him to be alive? Drain is still continuing. Chase na wala na yung Unbreakable Will dito, but Dwarf P is free hitting his way for a chunk of a HP bar towards the jungler. Here comes Kayu. Ayan na nga dito with Rolling Thunder, but Francis right up there with some help as he just gets outclassed from everywhere. There it is. Kayu just runs away para mabuhay pa ulit siya dito. The game is still even, ladies and gentlemen.
The game is still even pero lamang ng konti ang Team LoL Ascend sa kills, sa gold. Tapos meron silang isang tower and dalawang herald, tapos dalawang dragon. Even though Zed is a massive man or say massive player sa Team All Me, I think they should still take up some effort para
Ayan na nga, may laban na nga dito. Oh my God, Heikusen gets caught after that. Wala na siyang nagawa doon because it's 3 up against 1. It's basically a massacre after that. Heikusen gets caught and gets punished for it. Pero at least he got his Jack show, which is very unorthodox buy. I usually see people Olaf building Stridebreaker, even Goredrinker, no, to for them to have the best conditioning possible sa team fighting. I just don't see Jackshu as a formidable item for him to sustain out the fights that he needs. But either way, Jackshu is what Jackshu is what he thinks he needs para tumagal sa laban, and the overall health he gets from Radiant Virtue. Yes, Jackshu is a good build, but I would definitely go for Goredrinker after that. And 8 years uses all out as an escape mechanism, but here comes Scorpy with a killer instinct. Stormbringer now called on for 8 years tumatakbo, but he is slowed after that. Ano ba nangyari after
Grabe.
doon? Cliffhanger!
kapag gumaganda yung play, ba't nawawala? Grabe.
Ano ba nangyayari,
Ano
guys?
prediction mo doon? Mamamatay si Kisante or hindi?
Mamamatay. Wala na siyang W, wala na siyang E. Okay, so yan na nga. Okay, 8 years now running away. O, diba namatay? Flash Icathian Rain from Dwarf PD. So, ano bang pwede nilang gawin dito? I don't think a Baron will be called upon for with 20 minutes into the game. I think, yes, ayun na nga, yung call na nga nila is Baron. But I feel like this will be a Baron bait for them to turn the tides of the fight. Ayan na nga, backline W, pulverize onto France. Featherstorm now called on for, pero wala masyadong nangyayari. Here comes Trail from the backside, just doing some work with the lens bounce. Kayu takes down Robin of Trail. Will be taking down the carries from both junglers. Double kill onto Kayu. And Cronies on No Man's Land make it a triple kill onto Kayu as he gets stunned out. Crony now living shadows away, but the blast code is empowered. Ayan na nga si Yasuo doon as he gets snared in down. Here comes the teleport now popped by 8 years. Can they close him down onto the mid laner of All Me? There it is. An unofficial quadra kill will be called on for into this game. Kayu is getting some damage onto the side of the Cassante. And there it is, still a 4-for-1 trade for the side of LoL Ascend versus All Me. Take a look at this fight, Harvey. It is such a fiesta, a cluster of everybody pulling out the stops that they can, but Prance just doesn't have the better positioning, and Kayu, I don't know what he did, but he gets the quadra kill convincingly. So good enough.
I think what Team Olme is trying to do with that play is to try to pick off Kai'Sa, Tapos na low HP nila yung Olaf. And I think that baited them quite a bit for them to lose that fight. Kasi na low HP yung Olaf. Pero nagulat siguro sila pag third nung Olaf biglang nag-heal off ng massive amounts of health na hindi nila napatay. Tapos nasisi pa sila nung Volibear tas nung Alistar. Tapos yung all-in nila nag-turn up against them kasi hindi nila na-pick off si Olaf kasi nga biglang nag-heal eh. So I think that that's what caused them to lose that fight. To lose 4 members of their team with that fight.
LOL Ascent so far is delivering a message sent, delivered, and it's such a dominating set of text that is written into that message because all of those team fights by LOL Ascend won them by a mile that gave them a lot in terms of alleviating the pressure that they have. Click gets spotted down by exiting out of that bush, and I believe this is a soul point for LOL Ascend if I am correct, as All Me and LOL Ascend's All Me and LOL Ascend's duel is coming up to a very one-sided match so far, at least in this section.
Actually, medyo lumalakas na nga rin si Olaf. Kahit na naka-Jackshaw build siya, we can see how Jackshaw face off sa Olaf playstyle niya, no? Paired up with Ravenous Hydra. Even though wala siyang DPS na tulad ng Stridebreaker, even though wala siya healing tulad sa Gore Drinker, he can still hold off the fight quite massively because of the Jackshaw and its resistances. And with his build path currently, I think he is building up Death's Dance, which will massively help his endurance sa team fight. And I think mangyayari yon. I think makaka-contribute yon kapag nagkaroon ng prolonged fights, lalo na pag magte-take up ng objectives.
What is their call? Members are now closing into this Baron. So what is the play? Robbie Rob gets comboed in by the WQ by Click. Ang inaantay pa rin talaga natin yung yung call ng Baron tapos may magta-turn na laban. So both top laners have their Hikusen just has his teleport up, but I feel like he will be stopping, he will just be going in for the trust of his teammates to secure down this Baron. So hindi na nga inala i-contest ko. They will have to give this Baron because it is too big of a risk for them to contest it because they know Hikusen can still teleport into that fight. They know they have the strong abilities that they can. The Rolling Thunder expires, hindi na na-stun si Prats. Killer Instinct! Oh my god, from a mile away nakalahati dito si Prats. But take a look at Robbie Rob Flash. Rolling Thunder by Kayu is definitely unstoppable. This man is insane. Here comes the Kisante mechanics by 8 years as he pulls him out into tower aggro. Hikusen onto the backline, goes in for Ragnarok para nabuhay pa rin dito si Kayu. But shutdown is now played by Crone onto the backside. It's just Drill wreaking havoc. But the Cell division is now popped. Wala na siyang magagawa dito mga kaibigan. It's 3 members down. Make it 4 slowly but surely, but 8 years will be living another day. The Baron is now cold, and as well as the base is now getting destroyed by LOL Ascend.
Ang gandang play ni Drill dun kanina sa Zac nung pinasok ng LOL Ascend si Volibear para tulungan siya. Andun si Zac sa backline para i-airborne yung Kai'Sa. But then again, hindi pa rin enough yung damage niya, hindi pa rin enough yung follow-up. I think walang nag-follow up sa kanya that time kasi masyado silang too focus sa Kisante at sa Volibear. Kaya hindi nila napatay yung main damage dealer ng Team LOL Ascend. Hanggang sa napatay yung members ng Team Olmi isa't isa, tapos natalo sila with that fight. Again, ang gandang play from Zac, but hindi siya na-follow up ng maayos kaya nag-fail.
Yes. The fail was imminent right there. Hindi nagkaroon ng magandang communication siguro si Olmi para ma-whip out nila yung engage doon ni Drill, no? So, and that costed them a lot, especially this inhibitor. But let's try and see what can LOL Ascend do to punish this, as Prance is still not doing a good job sustaining himself kasi kitang-kita naman yung item discrepancy dito kay Dwarfy. He's 2 items ahead versus ADC counterpart, and that is giving a lot of Dwarfy's chances to enter. Number 1, he's the main damage dealer, and number 2, it's just easy for Olmi to go in because once 8 years goes all out, malambot na siya, and Dwarfy will just do an absolute clinic after that. Ayan na nga, nakita na nga dito si Crony and he waits for the perfect time to use Killer Instinct for him to activate Living Shadow. It's just Click ang nabuhay but he uses Unbreakable Will to mitigate some of that damage. Here comes the cavalry onto the bot side as Click is just running away. Wala siyang Unbreakable Will dito kaya hindi na siya makakapasok doon. Waiting for the perfect opportunity for LOL Ascend to entry in. Kayu does have Stormbringer. Can he go in for the gank of the century? No, the answer is no. They're just possibly buffering their time to go in. Wala dito si Click, wala siyang engage potential dito. But what a death sentence from over the wall. No follow-up. But there is a Zac onto the shadows. He's now channeling his E but cancels it out. 8 years doesn't hit his stacks from the Intoko strikes. Kayu is just messing all Mii's chances of going in. What a 3-man knockup. Ayun na nga kalaban dito mga kaibigan. Kayu is taking some sport of damage but Dre will now be flashing away from the combo of Click as it's just a poke battle here off the bot side. It's definitely a fiesta. Once this tower destroys, it's going to be a fight. Ayan na nga, it is a Kayu inspired movement speed. At the top side, it's Crony versus Hakusen. Death Mark onto Hakusen. Can you sustain yourself into this fight? Oh my god, he uses the shield to absolutely mitigate the damage from Death Mark. It does absolutely nothing but help him survive. Ang lupit nga naman nun. At I feel like this is now secured down the soul of this game. Harvey, this is really big for them to secure all the team fights that they can. Once Kayu and Hakusen goes down for a short health, ang laking sustain na makukuha nila.
Chemtech Drake, tapos i-pair up mo pa sa Volibear tsaka sa Olaf. No comment na lang. No comment. Super ganda against Team Olmi, tapos lamang pa yung Team Ascend. Super gandang addition nung Chemtech Drake. But then again, hindi rin naman kasi kaya i-contest ng Team Olmi considering every lane is pushed up against them. Tapos lamang pa ng items yung ADC. Si Dwarfy lamang ng items kay Franz. Tapos hindi pa sila makapag-follow up sa engages ni Raid dahil nga walang damage behind sila sa items. So I think it's a lose-lose situation. They can't contest so that hindi sila makakontest, talo tuloy sila ngayon with the Dragon Soul.
Top side is an island for 8 years as the damage from Dwarfy is so much from the Kraken Slayer and Last Whisper. This tower will just melt out of the hands from the Daughter of the Void, honestly. So Crony is still doing some work, doing out the damage that he needs. Ang ganda talaga ng karma pick dito to put in the steroids from their carries, which is Dwarfy and Kayu. Top lane, 3 members are now closing it and Hakusen is also doing the work here at bottom side. It's a 3-1-1 positioning here as Crony gets tagged with the Undertow. Top side is an island once again for 8 years. No death sentence will hit as 8 years is just getting poked out. No Intoko strikes will land. It's a trap. All me inside of this base. LOL Ascend is waiting for the perfect opportunity to go in.
And konti-konti nang napupush up ng LOL Ascend yung base ng Team Olmi, no? Even though hindi nila nakakaya i-push up hanggang Nexus, I think they're slowly getting up to that base. They're slowly getting up their minion waves. I think Team Olmi should do their best, should do their 150% of their best in defending this base. Kung ayaw nilang matalo at kung gusto nilang ma-take home ng championship.
Oh, that sentence lands onto Hakusen, but he quickly uses the Ragnarok to mitigate its crowd control. Kayu still has Stormbringer, so if they want to start the fight, they could do so and disable 2 of those turrets. But I don't think that will be the call for the Aegis because Baron is now up with all lanes having Cryo. It will be an easy Baron for them, don't you think? But meanwhile, Hakusen gets caught by the combo of Crony and does absolutely no damage whatsoever. What the hell is this Olaf? Death Mark now popped. Robbie Rob misses though. Death sentence wildly. And oh my god, Hakusen is still alive after all of those damages, but finally gets cut down for B5. What can you happen? What a wombo combo by LOL Ascend on the backline. And Robbie Rob will close to death, but Dwarfy is pulling out all the stuff that he can. Double kill onto him. He doesn't have the killer instinct, but the damage is right there. Triple kill onto Dwarfy. His eyes on the pentakill is wide open. But Kayu's storm is so big as that is the death of the 4th member that would have gotten him the quadra kill for the
This is a 4v4 situation right now. As take a look at Dwarfy is just firing onto the backside. The Blade Caller didn't do anything onto the life bar of Caillou Harvey. I feel like this is the game ending call for LOL Ascend, if I say so myself. And that is just the punishment All B is getting from a very, very strong LOL Ascend. And after that, after 3 games of unending madness, chaos, and fiesta, they are now closing into the base of All B, but the fight is not done. France gets caught by the chain CC of LOL Ascend as they're just watching all of their members just die out finally for the first time ever in 2023. LOL Ascend will be your Gear Games League of Legends champions.
Grabe. Grabe yung ano, grabe talaga yung epekto ng mga final fight sa ano sa game winning situations. Like nung game 1, game 2, game 3 lahat ng mga final clashes all high level, all intense, all pure chaos. Pero yun, sabi ko sa Salvatore, yun yung epekto ng Jacksho sa Olaf. Nakita mo naman first hand kung gaano katagal yung laban ng Olaf, no. Kahit na 3, kahit na 4 pa yung pumapalag sa kanya, sobrang nahihirapan sila pumatay. Kahit na yung full combo ng Zed against Olaf na naka-Jacksho, hindi pa rin enough to make a dent in his HP bar.
Remember their names. It's Hikusen, Kayu, Yasuo, Dwarfihi, and as well as Click. Those 5 people are responsible for absolutely pulling out the stops that they can to win out this game. Just dropping 1 game into this bracket na alam nating lahat ng sumali is sobrang lakas, sobrang lupet. And all boils down to this finals game wherein the stakes are high and LOL Ascend showed up when it mattered the most. Congratulations once again to LOL Ascend and as well as Team Albi for putting such a valiant effort. We will be seeing you in the next set of Gear Games, ladies and gentlemen. I will not be spoiling it, but it's as similar as League of Legends. Nga naman, no? So, Harvey, anything to say before we wrap things up in tonight's event?
Ayun, before we wrap things up, again, both teams, Team Ascend, Team Olmi, super gagaling nyo. Well-deserved yung win ng Team Ascend. Kahit na nag-drop sila ng isang game, kahit na na-overwhelm sila ng game 2, super ganda pa rin ng play nila. Olaf, for me, player of the game will be Dwarfihi, but then again Olaf super ganda nung super final clash nung Olaf sa top lane. Na bait out niya yung Zed, na bait out niya yung Kisante, tapos na bait out niya yung full enemy team hanggang sa naka-respond sila Dwarfihi and ended up with them getting the win, getting the championship and getting the 2150 RP. So ayun, congratulations Team Ascend. Team Olmi, you still did your best. I'm still happy na napanood ko kayo maglaro up to the highest skill level na ayun, super entertain ako and I think yung audience sana na-entertain rin kayo. Thank you again TUP Gear for providing me with this opportunity, Akad Arena, and to you Salvatore for making me your partner with this broadcast.
The pleasure is all mine, like you said, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, congratulations to all the teams that performed their out of their minds in tonight's tournament, and as well as to TUP Gear for giving me the opportunity to shoutcast your prestigious Gear Games event. I hope we will be seeing you guys next time in the upcoming events presented by TUP Gear. Also, shout out to Arcade Arena for helping us be empowered by all of you guys here in Arcade Arena. It's not just play at the home of Filipino Campus Esports. And that it is it for Gear Games 2023, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an honor casting this game for you guys. This is Feisty and Salvatore say goodbye and good
Bye
night.
everyone.